he like walked out and he's like, it was you, Gino, Moose, Josh, and I can't remember who the fifth one was. I mean, obviously he was upset at me, Marty,
Yeah.
and Helena got lumped in as well. Like,
Yeah.
I might be wrong. I think I'm playing this game with like, I always think there's like more. It's like you only see like a third of the iceberg and 2/3
Yeah.
is under there. I might be misreading the situation completely, and the jury hates you.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Straight up. You could.
And you also, like, something I've also done in the past is I've projected my own like perceptions onto people. So I'm like, okay, Jace played an amazing game. You know, Moose is gonna find out about that and vote for her to win. Maybe Moose, you know, guy started like 20
I
different
hear Jace
guys
fan club.
alliances. Yeah, like,
Exactly.
maybe he wants a guy. I don't know.
And that's exactly kind of what I'm thinking as well, is that Moose and her mom will just vote for any guy to win. Doesn't even matter. That's why I think if you're sitting next to anybody, if you're sitting next to Betty, Helena, or myself, I feel like you would maybe have Moose and her mom's votes for sure, because they're like about the bros. It's like a dudes club, you know? Total boys club.
I don't have any relationship with her mom.
But at the same time,
we barely spoke.
Really?
Yeah, we didn't like we barely spoke.
Are you serious?
Not just game, like like we just did not.
You just didn't really connect with them, eh?
Like near the end, we started to a bit, and when I
Weird.
said like goodbye, he said, "You're actually a good guy." I don't know what that means. Like,
You're like,
I
thanks,
don't,
man.
maybe he
It's only
thought
been how many days? Okay, that's so weird. That's funny.
we really didn't connect. Like you're way closer with him than I am.
Interesting.
I think he would vote for anybody who's sitting beside me.
Is that how you feel?
Yeah.
Aw. I also think you could be logical.
Maybe.
Like, you know, it's like hard for me to figure out who in jury is gonna play emotionally and who's gonna play like logically. Like when they vote, it's hard to know,
I have no idea.
right?
And if I'm thinking about who's there, like even if I'm wrong in like guesses about who they would vote for, you smoke me and Josh smokes me. Like it's so then the other thing I'm thinking about, putting it all out there, is like I know there's been a lot of talk of like a woman winning.
Yeah.
And then there's a thought like, you know, maybe Jace wants to sit beside me because there are all those, let's say it's Helena, Betty, Summer in the jury. You get Gino automatically, boom, you have 4 votes right there. You need probably 1 more to win the game. And then I think, okay, maybe Jace would actually take me to the end. But I lose in that scenario. So I don't know. That's something else I'm thinking about. Or maybe you take, you know, maybe you take Helena or Betty because you love Paris and Kayla sitting together at the end. You know, like those are thoughts that go through as well.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. I do get that. Honestly, I've thought a little bit about like final 2 and what makes sense, but every time I jump to that point, I'm like, you need to think about this week, like figure this week out first, because I don't want to get ahead of myself. Obviously, that would come down to like Helena and I had a chat, and she was like, we could go final 3, me, you, Kev, and like repair this relationship, whatever. And I was like, that could be sick. Definitely could be. Get out Josh and Betty and just do it. Final 3, we just go from there. Freaking go at each other. But I mean, that'd be something we all had to be on board with as well. So, and in that case, I think Helena or I both take you, if I'm being honest.
You think you would take me over Helena?
Yeah. I think she'd cut me. 100% would cut me. She would take you. I would 100%. I would take you. And I don't know if you'd like to hear that or not.
I don't know. I like to hear it. I don't know if I believe it, but I kind of do.
I kind of didn't want to say it because the other night when you were crying with me outside and then you were upset that you were like, everyone wants to take me to final 2. And I was like, my thought process, I don't know what it is to me, and I'm telling it to you, I'll give it to you straight. Josh and Betty have already made it very clear, I think are going to win the game. I think they will win the game. They have a great chance. I just feel like I have no chance against Josh. Betty, I feel like there's a solid chance she has Moose, Herman, Summer. And Marty, we don't really know where he stands. He's kind of all over the place. He's very logical. He can flip
He could do
whatever
anything.
he thinks, you know, at the moment. So it's like Betty, that'd be a wild card. Like, I don't know where I would stand if I sat next to Betty. Alina, I feel like has really all of a sudden just pulled up to the show. All of a sudden.
She's
She's pulling up. And so I'm like, that last veto was a sick win. But your target just got a lot bigger. And now it's like, do you want to be sitting next to Helena now that she has another veto on her resume in the last week and has never hit the block? I don't want to be sitting next to somebody that can say that they have 2 vetoes under their belt and has never touched the block.
that's
is a
that's an automatic win.
That's a
an au-
Deshaun move.
That's an automatic win.
So I don't want to be sitting next to Helena.
Deshaun, I think, only had 1,
Yeah, but
and he
never
won.
hit the
And he
block.
won in a huge.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
So you were actually the only person that I would want to sit next to. And I know that might actually suck to hear, but to me, first of all, I'd love to be sitting next to you just
Yeah,
because I
it would
fucking
be-
love you, man.
it would be fun.
It's so cool and
Yeah.
fun. But it just, for me, these 2 people, I feel like I would lose next to. Josh, for sure, I would lose next to. Betty, there's a good chance just because of her relationships that she's built. Strong woman, she's there to fight. Also, I don't know, I just feel like the shit that she says, she is an amazing talker, and I don't know what she would
She's-
pull out on
yeah.
Finale Nate, the shit that she would say. No idea.
Yeah.
You don't want to be sitting next to a wild card like that. And then Helena, like I said, she's pulling up to the show, never hit the block. She's keeping that under her belt, and that's why I think she gets so upset when people bring it up, like the block, you never hit the block.
Yeah.
She doesn't want to remind people about that.
Yeah.
She knows she's next to go. Like, she knows. Like, she knows if she doesn't win HOH, she's probably going because, or if she doesn't win HOH or veto, she's probably going because people know
let's just play.
that she's
Like
played a
not
great
hitting the
game.
block is
Fucked up.
absurd. It's
Yeah.
actually absurd.
Absolutely absurd. So that's not somebody I want to be sitting next to.
Like
I
you
think
went
that
you went from sitting on the block once to 3 in 3 days. Like to be able to get through the triple like that after having not hit the block and
Yeah.
to still not hit it is like
nuts. Actually nuts.
It's
So
nuts.
I almost think that's, it's like, yeah, I've saved myself 3 times. She hasn't even been put in a position where she's had to save herself and then just randomly pulls out 2 vetoes.
Yeah.
Essentially.
yeah.
That to me, the great chance that she honestly could beat me. So you are actually the only person that I want to be sitting with.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to think about final 2 because I'm like, you need to focus on this week.
Yeah.
But to me, going final 3 with you and Helena would be absolutely sick. But then I would cut her. And I think Helena and I had a really weird discussion the other day where we were sitting in the bathroom, we were talking about it, and she was
Yeah.
like, I really want to vote for you to stay. I think you're what's best for my game because I know we need to break Betty and Josh up.
Yeah.
And she was like, I know that's what's best for my game, but I can't vote for you if Kevin doesn't because that's going to piss
Yeah.
off Josh and I'll still be in the house with him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I get it, whatever. Annoying, but I get it. But then she was like, I think because I was like, you, me, and Kev could put this back together.
Yeah.
You're who I've been working with for how long
Yes.
and be actually sick. She was
Most
like,
of the game, like since like week 4.
exactly. So she was like, it'd be so sick. He would just have to be involved in the conversation, which is why in the room I said I'd like to have a chat with both of
Yeah.
you, which I apologize.
I'm down.
Okay.
I'm down after.
Okay. And then she was just like, and then final 3, she said, you know, both of us are just gonna do what we think makes us
Right.
win the game. She said we're both gonna just, you know, do what we have to do.
Yeah.
So I feel like it was almost a mutual agreement at that point.
Okay.
That's just kind of the vibe I got. Like, she will fucking cut me. I will fucking cut her.
Okay.
I think we both know that.
So
I
So
feel
the-
like being in this game with Helena and I as an ultimate is like a 100% chance that you go to final 2.
okay, so let's talk through a few things because I think you know this at this point. Like I literally had a plan to save you and Gino if you were on the block together. I told Gino the morning that he whatever it was.
Did?
Yeah,
That's
so,
so
it was
cute.
it was that people see me and Marty as a duo, which I don't want to dig into, but like that was
definitely a thing.
definitely intentional that people saw us as a duo.
Okay.
And so the idea was like, you know how we always talked about like taking like somebody would want to break up you and Gino and pull another one.
Yeah.
So my idea was like me and Marty are a duo. One of the 5 of us wins the veto while you 2 are on the block. And then what we would say is you can't put up. So me or Helena win the veto.
Yeah.
And then we pitch the other two as a duo. So me and Marty or Helena. This might not have worked. This is just in my head.
Okay.
Or Helena and Marty are a duo.
Yeah.
And then we go to the HOH and we talk about how like whoever of the showmans goes, like you need to pull in the other one.
The other,
right?
yeah.
We need to pull in the other one, and you can't put up. Let's say I win the veto, you can't put up Helena or Marty because they're a duo, and if you want to eventually pull in the other one, then that one's gonna be mad at you because you've already nominated them.
Yeah.
So we convince them, we're voting out the showmans no matter what. They put up somebody who, let's say like Summer, Betty, whoever, as the other option. This is just in my head.
Yeah.
Welcome to my brain.
Yeah, this is actually sick.
Okay, so they put them up as our option. We're like, we guarantee the vote 100%.
Okay.
They go up, we blindside them, save you. Anyway,
Oh
because
my God.
we had the numbers with the 5 anyway.
I love that. That's actually extremely strategic. Giving cookout vibes.
Okay, so thank you. So when I'm thinking about this game right now,
Yeah.
I agree. I'm probably like the 5th most likely to win it, but I don't know. I'm studying my ass.
But even getting to freaking final 2,
Yeah.
like even I would take 20 grand. Are you kidding me? Just absolutely.
It's
oh
sick,
my God,
and I
that would
actually
be
think
so
the
sick.
person who comes second is maybe the second best player. But like,
Yeah.
But that said, I'm still busting my ass, and I'm gonna try and win
You
one of these
should be.
comps in the next. Like I have 2 comps guaranteed next week. I might have one, and I think like if I can pull a win out of my ass here or there, then all of a sudden I'm up to 2 wins. Like
You're dialed in.
I might have a better chance.
Yes,
I think sitting beside
100%.
you absolutely destroy me. Like potentially a unanimous vote, but that's okay. You're actually making like some really good points right now.
That's
Like
all I'm
really
trying to
good
say.
points right now.
I'm just thinking, if we really think about what we've been saying since week 4, whenever we started working together,
Yeah.
Betty and Josh are the strongest effing duo. I honestly think that part of their strategy, like I think, Josh put her up in
Yeah.
a triple. That was hardcore, but he did it for her game, to better her game, whatever
What does
the
that
thing
mean?
was.
What's his explanation for putting her up?
He tried to explain it to me the night of the triple,
Okay.
and then I just never tried to rehash it because I didn't understand it. Basically, it was like taking away her ability to decide for herself what was good for her game, which I didn't like. But I think, honestly, part of them being mad at each other, whatever, was kind of a show. I was like, are we being played in a way? And now they're right back together. Betty's already talking shit about me to Helena.
Yeah.
And I was like, see, that's her trying to sway you to keep Josh.
Yeah.
Now. Like, she's working. She's doing what she's always done.
Okay.
Because now moving forward, Betty and Josh are going to be like, well, we're still not 100% because we both put each other up on the blog. I think that's going to just be constant manipulation, constant bringing that up, trying to make you and Helena feel like it's not legit. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to be like, oh, no, we're not, like, fully friends again, whatever. But low-key, they're bringing
I mean,
each
the
other.
amount of time they've been spending together, they're for sure.
It's
They're for sure
ridiculous.
talking game. Like, there's
Totally.
no way they're not gaming.
100%. And I just feel like it would be, in my head, I'm just thinking back to week 4 us. If we had this opportunity right now, if we had that opportunity in week 4 and we told ourselves that we would be in this position in week 4, it would be a no-brainer. I'd be like, if we have the freaking opportunity to get out Josh and Betty, like split the duo, Betty's on her own. One of us, she doesn't get to play HOH.
Okay.
One of us gets to play. 100% chance that Betty's gonna hit the block. We have a really, and then it's us.
The block
and Betty.
doesn't matter.
I know, but if she's on the block, one of us wins POV. We have the power to vote Betty out. We are now final 3.
No, but it's yes, correct.
I'm just saying, of course she could win too.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, if there's 3 of us playing in the veto, first one, there's 3 of us playing in HOH. She doesn't get to play.
You're
at
so
all.
good. Fuck. I'm like.
Do you know what I'm saying right
no,
now?
but you're
though?
bringing me in, and I hate, and I
know, but I'm sorry, but it's just the facts.
And you've always been really good at like I'm a hard person to break. You've always been really good at breaking me. And
Kev, I'm not trying to break
no,
you,
but
I'm
you're
just
getting to me.
laying it
You're getting to me
down.
right now. You're
I'm
making a lot
glad.
of sense to me.
I'm glad. I hope I'm making sense and I'm passionate about it because it's everything that we have ever talked about. Betty being a babysitter. Freaking Betty's so annoying. Betty's doing this. Remember when we tried to do things just to piss them off because they were pissing us off? I'm thinking back to those weeks and I'm like, if we had the opportunity,
Yeah, of course.
then it would be so obvious. So
that
to me,
was-
this would be so sick.
Me, you, and Helena was the final 3 in my head in those weeks.
Me as well.
Gino was there.
Gino was in there.
Gino was.
I'm
there.
thinking now.
But
obviously
it
me
didn't
and
matter
Helena.
if it was me or Helena. It was one of us.
No, it was always you.
Was
always
it
you.
me?
It was.
I thought it was interchangeable between us.
No,
of who was
and
the-
I hate that you say that because when you always used to come into the room and say, I need my showmans, or are we putting a name on this trio,
I
whatever,
wanted
I was
to.
legit about that.
I wanted to.
I was legit about that.
If I went up as the pawn last week, would you have voted me out?
In the triple?
No, before that. On the Gino vote. I won't be mad if you say yeah.
I would have had to.
I would have voted you out too.
Right? Oh my fucking god! You would have had to. You would have voted me out next to Gino?
What?
You would have voted me out next to Gino?
No. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If
On
Marty
what?
put me up beside Josh,
Oh, no, besides Josh. No, I
what would you have
would've
done?
voted Josh out.
Okay, I would have straight up. I would have voted you out.
Oh my god, now you're in that position this week, you jerk.
But no, I'm just being real with you.
Oh my god, well, this is awkward.
I'm just being real.
No,
with
no,
you.
thanks for being real with
You
me.
would've-
No, 100% would have
saved it?
voted.
Okay.
I'm saying that I want to go final 2 with you. I don't want Josh out now. So why would
That's
I
what I
have to
think.
keep
That's what I
Josh
think I
then?
would have done. But I don't.
Okay.
I don't know. But I don't know.
That's okay.
I'm just,
Respect it.
I'm
Would have been
putting it all out
blindsided,
there.
but it's fine. No, Josh is just in my head. He has to go.
Okay.
And I love him. I love him so much. I really do. But dude, you gotta go.
Okay, so can we? You know, I like to talk about the scenarios. Can we talk about a few scenarios?
Of course.
Final 4. Betty wins. Betty puts up. It doesn't really matter, but Helena is there. Let's say you win the veto. You vote out Helena.
Okay, wait. So you're thinking that. Okay, you're thinking that I am going to be on the block. I'd probably.
It doesn't matter who's on the block.
Okay, I guess
one
it
of
doesn't
me or
matter.
you is on the block,
I'd vote
but she
Helena.
puts up
I'd vote
Helena.
Helena.
Helena's streak is done, but Helena's still the last person to hit the block
She
at
still
that
has
point.
more wins, and I think she still has a better chance of winning over
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
And
Cool.
I would
I'm
get
cool
rid
with
of
that. Okay.
her. Yeah. And she knows that. I think I've already kind of expressed that to her.
Okay. Final 4. You and HOH.
Yeah. Betty and Helena hit the block.
Betty-
Helena hits
well-
the block. Helena already hits the block to starting my plan.
Yeah.
Helena has to hit the block, and my reasoning being is because I have to break the streak. I can't let her
Yeah.
get to jury in final 2 with with her being able to say that she's never hit the
Yeah.
block before. And I 100% have already thought that
Okay.
through.
And
She's hit
is
the
that
block
with Betty or me?
with Betty.
Okay.
100% Betty. Betty put me up this week. You're
Okay.
fucking going,
Okay.
Betty.
Because and it doesn't actually. I would prefer not to go up if you're HOH, but it actually doesn't matter that much. The only person who it really matters to is Helena because she has that block.
I know. So this is my thing. I already actually thought this through. If I were to win HOH, Betty would be an automatic you're going up because it's tit for tat. And so that's easy for me. There's like no blood on my hands there. And then Helena goes up, that'd be tough. But I would straight up say, like, I can't take the risk of you making it to final 2 and then being able to tell
Yeah.
jury that you've never hit the block. I can't have you have
Okay.
that.
So that happens. So let's say you're HOH. You put up Helena and Betty. One of me, you, or Helena wins the veto and votes out Betty. Okay.
Yep.
Final 3.
Final
You still
3.
take me over Helena?
I take you over Helena every time.
Okay.
That's what I'm literally trying to explain to you right now, and I fucking mean it.
Okay.
I actually swear.
And
on
it's because you
family,
think you
I
can beat
take
me,
you.
and I'm okay with that.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
But yes.
Okay. Cool.
But I take
No,
you
that's great.
every time.
We're making good progress here.
Yes, and I'm sorry. It's
'Cause-
harsh, but it's the
Well,
reality.
She's like, she actually has really strong relationships with, way stronger with her mom than she lets on. Way stronger with like Moose. Like, I don't remember what he said, but he said something about
She
her being his like
downplays it.
sister or something.
Yeah,
like,
she downplays
at one
it.
point. She was actually Marty's number 1. Marty told me over and over that he's cutting me at final 3 and taking her to the end. And maybe
And
that
she
was
keeps
because
saying, she's like, who knows who Marty's voting for? I don't even have a solid vote from him confirmed. I'm like, I'm pretty sure you do.
when he became like better at lying, then that's when he was starting to push that I was his number 1. But
Yeah.
it was I'm confident it was Helena.
Yeah, and she's been lying to me about their final 2 all game. So it's like, I know they have a final 2 with him because you're not telling
Yes.
me about it.
Yes.
Summer.
If you go tell all this to Lita, that'd be really bad.
I'm actually in. This is a trust thing. If it comes back to you, you know that I'm a piece of shit.
Okay.
I'm not out here to start drama. I'm here to save my life right
Okay.
now.
Okay.
And I'm just stating facts, and we're just having combo. Summer
Yeah.
would vote for. Actually, you have a really good relationship with Summer.
I
so
think
feel it
Summer's
might
like
be
the one. I
split.
think Summer's like. I think if me and you were say there at that, I
She
think
would vote
it's a
for you.
7-1 vote.
I think so, too.
Summer's my 1 vote.
I don't think Summer would vote for me either. I'm gonna be honest.
I think Summer's my 1 vote.
Yeah. I do think for sure Summer.
Maybe it's 8-0. We'll see.
I think Marty and Summer
I don't think
would vote for you.
Marty won't vote for me.
I don't know. It's hard to say.
After that fight, again, the lack. He really values like comp wins and you like the way.
But you don't know. There's 2 more comps to play. You don't even know.
I know, but I think I have a really, really deep understanding of how Marty works. Like I know,
no.
I know.
Scary.
I know. I think a lot of people are very confused by him. I think I really understand how he works, and he votes for you over me at the end. I guarantee it.
Really?
Yeah.
I think if you were to pull out another win, though, he'd be like, that's sick, and that was my 2 the whole game. He's like, at this point. And I don't think he would think about your fight, because he's always like, it's just a game.
Yes. If I go 3 for 3 in the last comps, then he would vote for me. The chance of that happening is extremely low. But yeah, and like, the thing that people always say to look for is, if you quote me on this, totally out. Like, I'm done. Like, I will not.
Kev, I've not been talking.
I'm so
My
real
ass
with
is on
you
the
right
line
now.
right now, which
Yeah.
I love. My ass is on the line right now. The last thing, I haven't talked shit or really like spilled what people said all game. So to do it now would be the dumbest move. So don't
talk
worry.
Some shit. You talk some shit.
I talk some shit, but I never.
You talk a little shit.
A little bit, but I don't go and tell other people what other people say. Yeah, I
Okay.
called you a snake this week to Betty, and I know she probably told
I
you
am
that.
a snake. You're a
No,
snake
it's okay.
too. We're all
yeah,
snakes.
we're all snakes. But you were
I don't
extra
know how
snaky
much of a
this week, and I did tell her.
I don't know
of
how much
course.
of a snake that is. I think the rest of us 4 are snakes. Okay, so
That's so funny.
so two other things. One is, what is, like, you're right. There's something going on with Betty. I don't know what it is.
Yep.
I don't know if she's like,
I thought you might have agreed with her, Josh.
no.
That's the way she fucking acts.
Well, the way she acted before is like very much friendship, and she is a friend of mine, and like I think she's in a different place now,
Yeah.
where she's like doing, or maybe she's back to the playing with her heart. I'm not sure, because it was like Josh, was the target, and then
I know. I really liked the way she was acting for a while there, and
Yeah.
now she's right back into
Yeah.
little Betty.
yeah. She is a huge threat to win the game, right? Like she's got secrets to pull out
She
at the
has secrets.
final.
That's why I'm terrified just of sitting next to her, because I don't know what information she has. We know how she talks.
Yes.
The way she used to, she asks the right questions. She says the right things to make you feel certain ways to say things. Like she knows exactly what she's doing. We've known that forever for the entire game. She's so good. So sitting next to her, who the F knows what she's sitting
no
on
idea.
to pull out that night? And that's exactly what I'm thinking.
And like some things I'm thinking that it could be, I don't know if it would be things like, I was intentionally throwing like comps at the beginning, like you saw how bad I was. I wanted to reduce my threat level.
Everybody think that I was an underdog and I had no chance of winning this game. And when I had to pull out the wins to save myself, I did. Exactly.
I don't think there's anybody in this house who hasn't seen like a bunch of the show. Like I think I wouldn't be surprised. You always talk about like the intro of the show. I wouldn't be surprised if they were like, yeah, we got together 16 super fans for the season. Like that actually would not surprise
Because
me.
that's what I said. That's why I was like, there was a lot of super fans this year, I feel like. And even if they didn't call themselves a super fan, everyone made it very clear that they're a big fan of the show.
Yeah, I'm
Right?
not even close to the biggest fan in the house. I'm probably like top 5, but like there's some like
What if that was the twist this season? Everyone was like a really big fan of the show, like super
that's
fans.
entirely possible. It's something I've thought about.
That's actually sick.
And for her to like bring out these old seasons of Big Brother US and be like, no, like I haven't really watched this, but last year I watched, and like
She said she haven't really watched it. She talks about it every day almost, like
Big Brother
BBUS.
Canada, Big Brother Canada. She said she didn't watch. She said she watched like season 9, and then she was like, I'm gonna do this. And it's also like, without getting into it, like the percentage chance that you got cast on your first time applying, no matter how great you are, that also strikes me as something that like I'm not sure if I buy it.
Because did you apply a couple of times? Me too.
Yeah.
This is like, yeah.
So
We'll talk about
like
it.
what does she have? Like what is her? Because I've been wondering for a long time, like what is she doing? I don't quite understand.
I know.
I'm not sure like what her game is. Like I really don't know, and I don't think she's told anyone. I think she's kept it to herself, and I think that's really impressive. And
I know.
And hey, if you survive block 4 times, maybe
There's something
even
going
5,
on.
like no, that's also there's the I've never hit it Helena, which is more impressive. That's like greatest of all time level.
Yeah.
And then there's whatever. But like, and then there's I've survived it 5 times. Like
Grinding, out here grinding. It's 2 different types of games
Yeah.
completely. And I also feel like she might have something where it's like, those players at the end of the game where they're like, I was pulling strings, I actually orchestrated this backdoor and no one knew that I was like,
Sure.
this was my idea. Like, we have no idea. I feel like Betty is so smart. She could be that person.
but she doesn't have like. I I think strategically she doesn't have a ton. I think a lot of her game, even if she is that smart, like her side of the house just didn't win power for the second half of the game.
Yeah.
It was Marty, Gino, Marty. Like
yeah.
that's a good chunk of the
Jess.
game. Yeah. Yeah.
Jess, Marty, Gino, Marty.
Yeah.
Kyle.
Yeah, sure.
That's a lot.
Which is also like maybe a case like more to win, right? Like you got to do both. So here's my entire brain.
Okay.
That was my entire brain. That's
I love it.
or like, you know,
I like that
70
we've
to
hashed
80%.
this out. Yeah. I like that we've hashed this out. I do feel like something's going on. I feel like there's something. She's either taking the anger that she has
Yeah.
towards Josh. She wants to keep him. The only reason is because she feels like it benefits her game. Probably because she sees that there is a chance. She probably knows that we're close. She
Yeah.
knows she's always looked at Helena and been like, what are you and Jason talking about? I didn't know you guys were friends, blah, blah, blah. It's
Right.
always been a thing. She's probably threatened by us three being in the house together. She knows that's probably the worst thing for her game. So she's definitely trying to flip you guys to keep Josh 100% because it's better for her than it's at least 2v2.
Yeah.
She knows that Josh will never put her on the block again because he's never going to want to ruin that relationship again, I don't think. And
Is he not?
I definitely don't think if he wins this next HOH, he would not put Betty on the block.
It would be me and Helena probably.
Definitely. And I think it would come down to the veto, obviously, like it will, but don't think Betty would touch the block. And I think she knows that. She knows that if I were to win HOH, her ass is up. ASAP. She's up. So I just feel like for her game, she had like a little moment where she's like, my goal is to get rid of Josh. Like, I want you in the house, whatever. And now I think she's used her head and she's like, no, Josh needs to stay for my game because that's what's best for her. She probably thinks that she's a better opportunity being taken to Final 3 with Josh as well because she does.
Yeah.
So they are definitely trying to go
Do you
with
think Josh cuts me or Helena?
It's hard to say. I feel like you guys have a really deep relationship, but I also don't want to underestimate the relationship he has with Helena because I think it's a lot deeper than they both let on.
Yeah.
They've shared a room together. They've been roomies the entire season, sharing in a bed and now side by side. And I just feel like their relationship is extremely deep. Like when there was this rumor going on, when Marty told Helena not to use the POV that week because Gino had a plan to backdoor Josh, which was never actually a thing that I've ever heard of. Marty knew to say that to Helena because he knows how close she is with Josh. So he literally knew to use that name to ensure that she wouldn't use the POV.
Did he tell you that?
No, but that's exactly
sense.
what I think. Because I've never heard the story. Gino was never trying to backdoor Josh.
Yeah.
So the only thing that would make sense is for Marty to make that up. So even just knowing that Marty knew that Helena's that close with Josh makes me think that. I think it's a toss-up.
If Moose or Summer won the veto, who would have gone on?
Marty, I think. Marty or I guess Betty. I guess Marty he could have explained his case a little, but I think Gino probably would have felt like he had to do what the house wanted him to do.
And like if Josh took off Moose, then it would just be pretty straightforward, Marty. Like you really gonna like take out Summer or Betty at that point?
Right? I feel like Gino would have seen that to be like a waste.
Yeah.
Of an HOH, like to send Summer or Betty.
Right.
Now sending Betty would have been a sick move, but who knew at the time?
Yeah, I mean you don't.
Right? I think, and I can't speak on behalf of Gino, but I feel like he probably would have felt like he had to do what the house wanted him to do. Like if there was a space on the block, the entire house would be like.
Well, I also think it would have been.
Perfect.
I think it would have been a good move for Gino.
Right, and I think.
I think Gino also saw Marty as his shield. Like, I don't think Gino trusted. Tell me if I'm wrong. I don't think Gino trusted Marty as far as he could throw him, but I also think he saw that Marty was a bigger target than him, which was helpful.
Exactly. You exactly have it right. I also think that something that Josh has is and I think he's trying to keep it pretty quiet, is the fact that he has on his resume, he got out Marty, the man that put him on the block. How many times?
Sure.
The man that everybody was trying to get out, arguably the biggest comp piece in the entire game, the biggest comp piece in the entire game.
Yeah.
Josh has that on his resume. He's 100% going to pull that out in Final 2. I think that is the sickest move, and I think Marty would vote for him just because of that.
I think
the
Marty's
entire
the
jury would
type
vote for him.
who would love to like.
At least me, I feel like there's a little bit of wiggle room. There's some question marks in the jury. I feel like with Josh, you even have Marty voting for the damn guy. The guy that got put up in a triple and got thrown out. And I feel like Summer would end up turning and being like, yeah, okay, Larone, I'll end up, you know what I mean?
And also the thing is like, me and you have tied in like 3 different trivias.
Exactly.
Which means like at least like I have a chance.
You have a chance. Yes.
Like
I suck at trivia. I can never fucking pull out a win in that.
like Josh has like, you don't suck. You're good at it. And
Thank
I'm
you.
good at it too. And don't pull that
We're
shit.
equal.
Don't
We're
pull
equal.
that shit.
Josh is always
But Josh
at
has
the
done
freaking top.
really well.
Yeah.
As well. We'll like, I think the 3 of us tied in before or after, and then he won the challenge.
Hey, and then you won the voice one by a landslide. You beat me by 3 points.
The shred that letter.
Yeah.
I beat you by 1 point.
You got 6. I got 3.
No, I got 4.
Oh, I thought Betty got 7. You got 6.
No, Betty got 6. I got 4.
Oh, okay. Good for us. Okay.
I beat you by 1.
That's right.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's where I'm thinking right now. I just want to make it really clear. And obviously, the other night when we had that conversation, you were like, everyone wants to bring me to final 2, and I feel so bad about myself. And I was like, oh my God. And so obviously, I didn't want to come in here and pitch that to you.
Yeah.
Duh.
I'd love to go to final 2. I'd love to plead my case and
I
just
know.
have a chance.
And just have a fucking chance.
Look, if everybody thinks they can beat you, it's not a great sign, but give me a
you
chance.
could pull out
you know?
anything. You have no idea. You could. And who knows? You win a couple of comps this week. You have no idea what's going to happen. It could be your chance.
Yeah,
An HOH, that's sick.
I'm open to like, you know, I think I still have a shot to make a run. It's
Definitely. Just doing the damn thing.
It's just if you rank the winner potential of the 5 of us, I do think I'm at the bottom, and that's okay. Like I'm gonna fight my ass off to try and
As you should.
get there, to try and make a case.
I just think there's something so sick to me, and I don't know if this is just me being emotional or sentimental.
Yeah.
It's just kind of sick. Like, imagine me and Helena sitting final 3. I think there's something so cool about that. This isn't even game talk. This is actually just like, that's sick. Out of the 5, 3 of us made it. That's legendary.
I agree,
so
that's really
sick.
cool, but I also think that this is gonna be terrible. I'm like not playing with any emotion right now.
Yeah.
I'm like going like full cold, like
And
analytical zone.
I know that you think that too, because you're thinking back to, I do always talk about how Paris and Kayla made it together, and that's so sick. But if I'm thinking in terms of, no, so the biggest thing for me was Gino. If I would have made it final 3 with Gino, and I always thought about this, I always put myself in that position where it's like, I think I was always like, am I just gonna take Gino and then just like fucking lose? And then and then I was just thinking about what my parents would say, and they'd be like, Jace, you're using your emotions. You could have won, whatever. But when it comes down to it, once Gino left, I was like, I don't fucking care at all. And I think Alina knows that. And we both kind of made it clear to each other. She's like, and then final 3, we're gonna do what's best for our game, but like what we think will let us win. And in that case, if I took Alina, I'd be the biggest idiot. Taking somebody, even if she does hit the block, that's taking somebody who can still say that they didn't hit the block until the last week of the game.
That's like
that's still
unbelievable.
sick.
No, that's not just sick. That's like
Unbelievable.
That's like
I know.
really, really, really legendary.
Exactly.
I don't see that.
So I would never want to put myself in that position of sitting next to her, because in case, I don't know how the jury's going to skew it, what they're going to think is more impressive, fighting your way off or never having to fight at all. It's like a split. So for me, I wouldn't even put myself in that position. I wouldn't. And she screwed me over a couple of times. I don't even care. You know, it's just like, girl, it's the game. At this point, I kind of like that she's done that, because then if I'm in a position to have to cut her, it's the game. And you've done it to me.
Yeah.
You know? I feel like we're both on the same page now with that. So that's where my head is at. I just want you to consider. I think this would be really sick. If I won freaking HOH, I literally swear on everything that you would not hit the block unless something happened with the POV. I'd be fighting my ass off to keep notes the same and to send Betty out the door. And I promise you that. Once we're in the final 3, if I had a chance to take you, I'd 100% take you.
I believe
100%.
you. I believe you. And
That's
and
my
I
case.
believe you. And it's because you think you can beat me. And I think you could beat me too. And that's why I came into this conversation ready to send you home. But like,
I just think
you've
with
made
Josh,
some good
there's
points.
a higher chance of him, and I think he showed a lot in the triple. He's willing to kind of put anyone at risk. His Summer, Betty, just the screw anybody up because of what he thought was strategic and best for his game, right? He is very emotional and really sweet, of course, but I think he's a lot more strategic and a lot more manipulative than we all see
100%.
because he's super smart. He knows exactly what people want to hear, so
Yeah.
he's really strategic about it. But I think when it comes down to it, if he wants to take Betty, he's gonna freaking take Betty. If he wants to play with you, skew you around a little, make you think certain things, he's going to. At least
Well,
with me, I'm straight up. I'm telling you exactly how it is.
Yeah.
I have nothing
I
to
told you I
lose.
would literally vote you out if Marty put you
Yeah,
beside
I love
Josh.
that. Thank you. I do love the honesty because I'm sick of BS. Any type of BSing around. I just want to hear the truth.
I'm pretty straight up right now.
Good.
And this, like
And I'm pretty straight up right now too.
you-
I'm
you-
telling you I'd take you because I think I could beat you.
Yeah.
And that's sick.
Yeah.
I think even just being able to have a freaking chance to be in final two, you're winning 20 grand, and then you have an opportunity to explain yourself and really
Yeah, and
show off your game.
just because we think the jury thinks one, just
don't
because
know.
I think the jury would 7-1 vote for you over me. It
Yeah,
doesn't mean
it's
they
true.
will.
And the way that you're looking at my game, a lot of people, I think, as well, have been calling me the dumb girl that's kind of just doing whatever the showman's wants, whatever Gino's doing. I'm playing Gino's
But you
game.
do have Gino there to
I do.
tell them how good you are.
I don't know if Gino's the type to be so like vocal like that though. I don't know.
I think he is.
That'd be cute, but I'm not sure. I also think that you have a lot of people vouching for, definitely have Herman and Moose vouching for Josh, big time. Those are big, loud energies, and they will let you know why Josh deserves to win, 100%. And they will they will write a song about it, okay? They will perform it nightly. I just feel like he has so many people rooting for him in jury. It's wild to me.
I think I lose to both of you. But it's
Who's gonna
like
bring you?
it's also a thought about like who, like, you know, how do I get there at all?
I'm just trying to play a clean cut game at this point. If I were to stay, I know exactly who my target is. I know exactly who I'd put on the block, and I know exactly who I'm bringing with me in final two. If it's clean cut like that, and I know it may not be, but because
Right.
there's comps. But I know exactly the path that I would want to take. I've shared that with you, and
Yeah.
none of it involves you
Yeah.
hitting the block or any of that.
And I kind of believe you.
I really hope you do, because I'm being so genuine right now.
I know.
My cards are on the table. I'm here to answer any questions. I have nothing to lose at this point. That's where my head's at.
What makes you want to cut Betty over Helena at 4?
It's a good question. I think for me, it's half emotional. It really is. And that actually is a really good question. It's actually something I never even thought about, because I think when it comes to Betty, I am emotional. Just because she does annoy the shit out of me sometimes, and I think because she's such an emotional player, it annoys me. And so I guess putting her on the block would just feel good. I feel like it's somebody all game that I've been like, oh, she knows exactly how to manipulate people. She knows exactly what she needs to say to get into people's heads, and I've always thought that to be very threatening to my game. So I feel like just finally getting to put her up would be so sick.
Yeah.
I mean, it would come down her. I think that's why putting her and Alina on the block makes sense, because they're both threats to my game, to be honest, to yours as well. And I think, yeah, there's a veto involved. Whatever happens, I think even if Betty won the veto, she would vote to keep you, because she'd be an idiot to keep Helena, honestly. I think Helena, if she won the veto, she would keep you. And I think if I won the veto, I would keep Nams the same. And then I hope that you would vote Betty.
Well, that's not how it works.
Oh,
A
because
Final Four, the veto holder chooses who goes.
Oh yeah, you have the vote. That's what I mean.
You
Yeah,
literally
yeah.
are the only person
Yeah,
to
you
vote.
just say I vote to evict so and so.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah. You make a good point, because it's like Lena obviously I feel like has a more impressive resume at this point, but I think the fact that Betty could pull out the fact that she was like just throwing comps all season and then started really getting into the nitty gritty at the end when she really had to is sick. I feel like they both played impressive games, but to me the reason I'd want to keep Lena over Betty is because, and this sounds kind of mean, but she's not as good of a talker. I don't think she has the same energy and the same pull and the same intensity that Betty would in Final Two. I think Betty in Final Two is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Like that Kayla Paris Final Two, they're both up there like for basically screaming. It's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
And Betty would be freaking just like it, and she'd be ready to say anything at that point. So that scares me. And honestly, it's a little bit of like an emotional thing. I think it's just like it's a sentimental thing for me too, because I'm a really sentimental person. I just think being there, us three, and knowing, like, yeah, we've been through it. We've said this about each other. We've lied to each other. There's this, ups and downs, whatever. But just knowing that we're there together, that is so sick. And we're 3 of the 5 that finally got the duo out that we've been trying to get out all season. I think that, to me, is just so sick.
Yeah.
So that's...
I don't really care about that side of it.
See, I do. And that's my emotional. I'm, like, irritated by it. But I know I'm not trying to play an emotional game.
Yeah.
But, of course, there's a little bit.
So 2 things.
Yeah.
First thing.
Yeah.
It scares me that you can make emotional decisions like that, because like, what if I like piss you off, or what if
you already have pissed me off?
I know.
And look, we're already back.
Okay. Like, what if I piss you off again? Like, I don't know. Like, why are you gonna cut me? You think you could beat me at the end? It doesn't make sense to cut me. Like,
there would be no reason to cut you. At this point, that's what I'm saying. At this point, the only person that it doesn't make sense for me to be emotional. If I wanted to be emotional, I would have never talked to you and Helena ever again.
Yeah.
That's how I felt after the triple. That's why I told Betty. I was like, yeah, they're snakes, they're this, that.
Yeah.
And I was like, I've literally given you my entire game right now, whatever. She decided to play an emotional game because she felt played, whatever.
Yeah.
Used her ego and thought with her ego put me on the block. But that's not the game that I want to play. I'm just telling you the reason I want to see us in Final 3 is because of that. But at this point, I know strategically that is what's good for my game. I thought about it, all strategies, all scenarios. I feel like us 3 is what makes the most sense. It just so happens to also please me emotionally.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
all.
Okay.
Okay.
It's nice. It's nice when it lines up like that.
Exactly.
The other thing is, like, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't like the tiniest bit concerned about like a girls thing, but I also think that it's something that you all just say to each other, and it's complete bullshit.
Yeah, that was a thing that Betty said this week, and Helena and I talked about it, and we think that she's lying.
Yeah.
100% think she's lying. She was like, let's do this. She was like, I want to see a woman win. She's like, I think us girls need to stick together. We should go Final 3. And I was like, that's when she wanted Josh out.
Yeah.
And then Helena and I talked about it, and we were like, there's no chance. Because I think she's lying to us about the Josh thing. So.
But you've said
something
before, like, you
I was
you
like,
want to
it'd
see
be
a
sick
woman
to see
win.
a woman win,
Yeah.
of course. But because I think any season would be sick to see a
Sure.
woman win. But I'd like the woman to be me. And if it's,
Okay, cool.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Good.
if Josh goes this week, if any woman goes to Final 2, I mean, me winning is still a woman winning. So I don't need 2 women sitting in Final 2. I just, you know.
You just need yourself to win.
I'd be sick.
That's a good point.
Right? So it's not a thing where it's like, I want the Final 2 to be women. It's not like that. I'm doing what's best for me.
Yeah. You'd have cut G if you thought you could beat the other person, eh?
I've never even had to think about it, and I don't want to go there. I don't want to broadcast it.
Okay.
I've definitely thought about that, and I'm like, what the fuck would I do? And I didn't even want to go there, and then it all happened, so I didn't even have to go there.
If I win the HOH and the veto, which won't happen next week, if I win 1 comp next week, you're still taking me?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. If I win both, I would understand if you cut me, because at that point it's like.
Well, at that
But
point
that's
we'd
not
be.
gonna happen.
No, listen though. But even if you did, in my head, even if you did. Hey.
Are y'all chatting?
Yeah, sorry. Can we just have 2 more minutes?
No.
Thanks, girl. Even if you were to win the freaking next HOH and the veto, that's still, Helena still has 2 comps as well.
Yeah.
But she also has the little
Right.
additive of
It's not
never hitting the block.
It's not a little additive.
That's what I'm saying.
It's a
Yeah, exactly.
It's a
So even
potential,
that,
like,
even if
greatest
you
of
did,
all time if you win the game
exactly.
additive.
So to me, that's fucked up. And then you and I would be tied in comp wins. So yeah,
I
first
guess.
POV, 2 of those. So to me, that's not threatening. It would be equal. And so
Yeah.
I feel.
And you have. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just feel like
And you probably still beat me because you have a literal cheerleader in the jury.
you have cheerleaders, I think, in jury too, and you don't even know it. I think a lot of people like you a lot more than you think. Some are 100% going to be in there vouching for you, and Summer's a big personality.
Summer, but people don't trust her game-wise.
But logically, she's very smart, and people go to Summer for advice. And I think Moose would be easily swayed as well. Moose be like, yo, Kev did play sick game. We can't be sleeping on Kev. I straight up can see it. And I think that you downplay your relationships too, okay? And I think that you played a great game.
Me and Moose are good friends. Mm-hmm. We had 0 game.
That's like Moose and I too. We never talked any game.
Really?
And I thought something was wrong with me. I was like, what is going on? And then when it came down time when he was on the block, he's like, we need to start talking more game. I was like, yeah, dude, this is weird.
Yeah, he was, but interesting.
Yeah, that's why I think that is why part of it does scare me. If I was, like, of course, there's like always that concern that it could be like a boys' club thing and the guys vote for you. But now hearing that you're not close with your mom, now I'm like, okay. So
That's
really, I think you
literally
just have
nothing.
Summer 100% would be in your.
I think if it was me and you, Summer would be the only person who would vote for it.
But I'm just saying, if you were to even win the next 2 comps, I
Yeah.
would still bring you because Helena has that. I think that's sick for her, but it's honestly created the biggest target on her back now at this point. I think everyone sees it, and that's why she's trying not to talk about it. She's trying to
Yeah.
downplay it, which of course.
How can you downplay it at this point?
I know, and that's why she gets so uncomfortable when people talk about the block, and she just like you can see the look on her face. That's why the other day when I was feeling kind of tipsy, I was like, "Are you annoyed right now?" And then she was like, "No, I just hate when you guys talk about the block because I can't relate." And I was like, right?
That's what she said?
Yeah, and I was like, I know, and I'm sorry for that. I feel so awkward. We've never had the block, but so that's how I feel. I think that, yeah.
Okay, let's summarize and then let me sit on this for a little bit.
Okay.
In summary, next week if you win the veto, you're taking out whichever Betty
Helena or
or
Betty.
Helena is available.
If I'm an HOH, you're not hitting the block.
Right? You want to take me to final 2 because you think you can beat me. I also think you can beat me.
Yes,
That's why I was ready to
sorry.
That's why I was ready to send you home.
Yeah, like,
I mean, those are the main points.
Those
And
are the main
even if it's me and Betty, you're taking out Betty at the.
Yep.
'Cause she won the veto after Marty put her up, and then she
Yeah.
was on the block with her arch nemesis and stayed.
and then 1 HOH.
Yeah. Oh, forgot about that.
Yeah. So she's got to go. And Josh, he literally is downplaying the shit out of the fact that he got Marty out. He won the HOH in a triple eviction. He got out. He had the balls to put up Summer, kick out Summer, which is one of the biggest personalities of the season, because he knew that everyone would want to bring Summer to final 2. So that's a great resume move. And then took out Marty, the biggest comp piece of the season. I think he's downplaying the shit out of that, and he is definitely going to be using that in his final 2 speech. And he has a great chance of winning HOH this week. And you and Helena are hitting the block.
Who's better at comps, you or Josh? Because I don't know when I think about it.
It's actually been quite the toss-up because he's
Right.
very physical and he's a lot longer than me, so I
Yeah.
feel like he can see things and reach things better. I feel like I'm faster maybe,
Yeah.
but he's really good at trivia. He's got his shit down, and
Yeah.
I think he has a photographic memory. So that to me scares me if there's ever something visual, shopper showcase, etc.
What makes you think he has a photographic memory?
He said it. He said it. Moose and him had a conversation, and he said it. And he's never in the pantry. And Marty always said, he has photographic memory. He's never in the pantry, but he knows everything. And Josh says, like, oh, I better get in the pantry. Never once seen him in there, but he knows things. He knows the wall. So to me, I feel like he just goes in, snaps a couple of shots, and walks out. I feel like there's things that he's so smart. He would never tell us those things. But he let it slip because Moose once was like, I have photographic memory. Josh's like, I have that too. So things like that I don't forget about. And then you never see him in there studying. Think about it. And you know you need to know that.
He knows the wall.
Yeah, he does.
Everybody knows the
Everyone knows
prices.
the damn wall. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Josh has me beat in trivia any damn day. That's for damn sure.
Okay. You need to talk to Alina.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna talk to her until you talk to her again,
Okay.
and then I'll catch up with her.
Okay.
We might
Sounds
vote.
good.
We might vote together.
Okay.
We might.
Oh yeah, I know you might. Eh?
We might.
Okay. Thank you for this conversation. I appreciate your honesty. And
We
I
also
just-
might not. I might fucking do my own thing, but I think you're right that it doesn't matter because at that point, it's
I think
you
giving
know.
Betty the power, though, in the end would be kind of stupid anyway. Don't even give her it. If you're going to vote to get rid of me, at least do it together. Don't give her the power. It pisses me off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, just even giving her, like, the ability to...
No, you made
Take
some.
matters
You made
into
some
your
really
own
really good points,
Good, I'm glad you think so.
and I feel like
so.
I feel like we squashed the beef.
Yes, we 100% did. I've been feeling a little bit like we haven't had a chat about it yet. And
Well,
then
we
it was
haven't talked game since
the incident.
since Betty won the veto. Basically.
Yeah, I know. It's been a little awkward, but I'm glad we got to hash it out. That's truly how I feel. I have nothing to lose at this point, nothing at all. So if you have any concerns, questions,
I just got to make sure that, like, I just got to think about whether I believe you.
of course.
And right now I do, but I got to think about that. That's my current
Okay.
thing.
Don't overthink it. That's all I'm saying.
I'm gonna
I
overthink it.
straight
I'm
up.
gonna go to.
I know.
I'm gonna absolute think town. I'm gonna think town,
Go to
Ohio.
Think
I'm gonna check into a Motel 6 there, and I'm just gonna lock myself in the room until I've thought about it.
Okay, well, if you have any questions, you let me know. I'm just saying, if you really run through all the scenarios and think about what both Helena and Betty have on their resumes, their game resumes,
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense for me not to bring you. It doesn't.
I agree.
And I would love to be sitting next to you. First of
know you
all,
would,
I think it
'cause
would be
you'd be-
fucking sweet. We'd look so cute. We'd have so much fun. And then I think it would just be sick. So for
I
me,
don't really care about, like, it looks sick or whatever.
I know, but I
I'm,
do.
like, so-
You know,
I'm
I do.
so over that.
I know.
I don't care.
I know,
about,
but I
like,
do.
legendary alliances or whatever.
Oh, no, I'm over
Whatever,
that too.
Like whenever Marty would look like we're like the pretty boys with the guy Marty.
Yeah, Marty, you gotta get over that.
I don't want to compare myself to the
Anyone
best alliance in
else.
this game ever. 'Cause
Yeah.
this is not that.
I know, definitely not. But yeah, that's where I stand. I just really want you to think it through.
I will.
And I 100% mean everything I'm saying to you. I have nothing to lose at this point at all. I'm straight up telling you, yeah, I called you a snake. Yeah, I said that to Betty
Yeah.
because I thought it was smart for my game. For
And
her
you
not
want,
to
you
put me
want
on the
Marty to
block.
put me up, right?
No, I just didn't want him to put me up.
You didn't
And
pitch for me to go
I
up?
did not pitch for you to go
Really?
up. I swear to God, I did not pitch for
Really?
you to go up. No, of course I said,
It's okay.
don't put me up.
I just told you I'd
Okay,
vote
why?
you out if you went up.
But why? I want to know why you actually got so fired up about that. Did Marty tell you that I said something?
Marty seemed to think you wanted me to go up.
No, all I said to him, all I said was, there's a chance in my head that I said I'm solid on who I want
Yeah.
to go. Like I said, I'm 100% voting Josh out.
Yeah.
I said the only thing that concerns, because it was just you and I that were options,
Yeah.
really. Gino and Helena were out in the mix, so of course. But I was not ever pitching for you to go up. I was just pitching why I shouldn't. And part of that was, I said, Josh and Kevin are a lot closer than me and Josh are. I'm 100% voting Josh out over anybody because it's best for my
Yeah.
game. And I just said, I think there's a chance that Kevin could flip and keep Josh if
Yeah.
Josh plays to his emotions the way he knows how to.
I mean,
because
you
Josh always
were
does.
you were right.
Exactly.
You were absolutely right.
I know.
That would have flipped.
Exactly. So that's all I said. That's what really pissed me off that night. I was like, why does he keep saying that? Because I was never pitching for you to go up. I was just pitching the reasons why I shouldn't.
Yeah. Okay. Let me
Okay.
think.
Okay.
You gotta talk to Elena.
Of course. I'll go right now.
And
Thanks for the
please,
chat.
Please keep this between us, because otherwise I can't.
Look me in the eye. I
can't
promise,
trust
okay?
anything if you don't.
Dude, I'd be the biggest idiot to talk right now. Stop. I would never. Thank you for talking to me. I
Yeah.
actually appreciate it.
Yeah, I told you.
I feel like you're actually like hearing me, and I'm
Yeah.
really thankful. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thanks, Kev.
She made some really good points. Really good.
Station. Okay. So I think I just started again.
I don't beat Josh. I have a chance against Chase.
Kevin.
Yeah.
Please go to the diary room.
Here?
To be like, I feel like it kind of like puts you in a box.
Yeah, because I remember Herms being like, oh, is there a girls' alliance? Is there a girls' alliance? And I was like, why does he keep saying that?
He needed to chill sometimes.
I know, he was always on 10.
Love the guy though.
Well, he's had some time to chill in jury. He left day 41. We're at day 60, so almost 20 days ago.
20 days, yeah.
19 days ago.
Holy wow.
And by the time this is over, he's been gone for 29 days.
Yeah. Would you still go to jury knowing you have to be there for a whole month? No?
Yes. I couldn't. I mean, if that's what I have to do, yeah, but that would be... To know your game's over and you literally are just waiting until more people come.
Yeah. Like, also might be kind of fun to see who comes.
Really?
I don't know. What else would I look forward to?
You know, in real life.
Facts, actually.
You know what I mean? Do you think the viewers know what's on the red wall? Or behind the red doors, right?
No.
No,
It's a
right?
surprise for everyone.
I swear, when it's at like 1 hour, we're gonna set a timer and we're all just gonna chill at the
Just
by the
wait.
couch.
Once it hits that 1 hour,
Yeah.
it would be Friday
Friday? I wonder when.
this week. It'll be Friday morning. I need like a good month to decompress after this though.
I know, Ian, if you're watching, so cringe. I really hope that you can contact my work, because this is going to be a little bit longer than I had anticipated, and I still really want to work there. So if you could please do that for me, I would appreciate it. Thank you, Boo. I'm going to keep saying that randomly because I really just need him to contact my work.
Just to do, yeah.
Thanks, babe. Thanks so much for coming yesterday. Love ya.
I mean, there's definitely people who are here who can make jobs out of being personalities.
Yeah, not me.
I don't think
It's
me either.
exhausting. I love my job so much. Like, I actually love it. I really hope that, like, everything is said and done, I can still be there.
I could do like a science channel, I think. Or like a food blog. I would do a food blog. I don't think that's like a full-time job, but on the side, I would do a food blog.
Oh, cool. Like, what does that mean, though? Just, like, eat food at different restaurants and then be like,
Yeah.
hey, this looks up?
Like a food critic.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I could see you could even take it to the next level and do it, like, because you really enjoy desserts and pastries. Instead of doing, like, you could, like, narrow it down
Yeah,
Because I think that people would really like that. Because then it could be kind of niche.
like a bakery.
Yeah, like
Just
we
like
review
visit different
bakeries and
bakeries.
desserts and
I actually would love that.
you know what I mean? Pastries, like different types. You could really go and branch off so intensely with that.
I would do that.
Wow, we just had it online, like, so people hopefully don't steal that idea. But
It's fine, they're not me.
yeah, and you could be like, have a good little slogan, Josh's. Josh just eats. Or,
Josh just eats.
I don't know.
Just Josh eating.
Just desserts with just Josh. Just Josh. I don't know, something like that.
We'll brainstorm a bit.
Yeah, later with the cameras on. That'd be so cool. And then you could do it like in Vancouver and then also when you're going to different places.
Yeah. I can't believe you're gonna go home right away after this. Like, don't you want to see Toronto?
It's hard for me to think that far in advance because I'm really just thinking about this video. No,
I get what you mean though.
yeah, like to stay, like I just need to chill with my boyfriend, man. Desperately. And I would really like to go at home. I mean, if I'm already here in the Universal Lines and I can spend a couple of days in the GTA, for sure.
Yeah.
But if the cards don't align, I'm so happy going home. Aren't you? Like you just want to pop off after this experience?
I don't know what I want. I just want like, I need like a good day completely by myself, I think.
What?
Completely by myself.
All alone?
To gather my thoughts, yeah,
Without Daniel?
without him.
Wow. What if he's like, babe, I'm here outside, I'm in the studio audience.
Okay, that's perfect. Then we can also talk about it. But like literally, maybe my mom,
Yeah, maybe your mom's coming.
maybe my whole family goes out for dinner. You know what? I'm spiraling now.
Yeah, I think, you know what?
I'm happy with anything as long as there's someone around me who is.
You just said you want to be alone for a couple days.
I know, but the more I think about it, I'm just like, maybe that's actually not a good idea.
Yeah.
So I was like, maybe I just want to think about it, but thinking through it with someone else who like loves you might help.
Yeah, and like imagine having like an actual support system.
Yeah.
That you could be like, hey, so I need you to tell me what's really good.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, bounce back and forth because you're going to have a lot of time on your own when you get back
Yeah.
home.
What I've learned the most, I think, is that this game is truly hard. Like, it's not just about, like, what we see on TV is, like, that's not how it actually feels. It's, like, not just competitions and having conversations.
No, it's mentally, emotionally, and physically taxing.
It is.
It's all of those things. And it's just been non-stop for months. But I know I'm much stronger than I ever imagined.
Now,
Yeah, I was always strong, but like now I'm like, whoa, there's really nothing I can't do. Don't you feel that way?
yeah, now I do.
You didn't feel that way before?
No, I think I didn't come in here with, like, actually that much confidence about anything.
You didn't have confidence.
No.
In what way?
I just didn't like myself. Like, I didn't feel like I belonged here or like I deserved to be here.
Wow. You felt that way when you got here?
Yeah, I would, like, make jokes about myself and, like,
Self-deprecating?
yeah, and it wasn't like a strategy or anything. It was just like truly how I felt. I was like, wow, these people are like amazing, and like they're all talking to each other, and all I really want to do is just sit down and eat the snacks.
Wow. I think everyone had a bit of that imposter syndrome when they got here, though.
Yeah, definitely.
Interesting.
And then like after the first hour, I definitely got more comfortable.
It only took you an hour? I would say it took me days.
Well, not like fully, but I was able to like have a proper conversation, not like want to run away to the snack table.
Yeah. Interesting.
There's definitely people I connected with more that made it easier. Mm-hmm. And I think what was important for me to remember was that I can't rely on those people to always bring me that comfort.
Totally. That is so interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely interesting. I definitely feel like I had a similar experience because, like, I think we've chatted about this before. Just like a lot of big personalities, lots
Yeah.
of people. Like, some of the people look like they've been friends their whole lives.
I know.
And I was like, what? I don't understand what's going on. But it got better.
It did. I also didn't feel like I needed to be like I think we chatted about this too, but I didn't feel like I needed to talk with everyone or like be best friends with everyone.
Yeah. And I realized early on that it was okay to be alone.
Me too.
And I was like, okay, that's fine. Or it was okay to not be talking so much.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, half the time we were talking, we were just in our beds.
I know. Because it was a lot, right?
Yeah.
We're like on. And then you could see the combos that were draining you.
Yeah.
For me anyway.
Me too.
And I was like, okay, I definitely can't talk to this person unless we're in groups. Because then it got uncomfortable where I'm like, yeah, that was
too
awkward.
Funny.
But it was fun, and I'm just like, now that we're winding down, like, I did it. Whatever happens, I literally did it. And I think I did a pretty good job. Well, I tried to anyway.
What's up?
What's up?
Oh.
I'm doing pierogies and meatballs.
Is it locked?
Oh, like for everyone?
Sure, yeah.
I was gonna heat up the sausages from yesterday. Do you
There's
want?
also
I'm down
pasta
for the
right there.
sausages too. Well, we can do sausage, meatballs, and pierogies.
And
It's
there's
a lot
pasta
of,
right
lot
there.
of meat. I mean, I've already put the meatballs in, but I'm down for a sausage.
Okay. I'm just gonna heat up the sausages. I don't know if it's for love or life, or just for me. Could I be any weirder? Or should we keep these? They're so delicious. If y'all are making food, maybe should we keep these for lunch tomorrow?
Well, we can still eat them. I don't know if they'll be good by tomorrow.
Do you know how low my standards are?
No.
I'll eat these in 4 days.
Kevin, you deserve better. I'm just being honest.
Okay, fine. Let's eat these then.
We have more sausages anyway.
Okay. I like that we don't have to like.
Actually, I'll take them out to unthaw because we have a lot of meat.
I like that we don't have to worry about. We could probably unthaw or thaw. Thaw?
Thaw.
Unthaw would be to make them cold again.
Yeah, I don't know why I said that. Just made sense. in
We
my
could
head.
probably take out most of the meat in like a day or two.
Okay.
Man, you guys will be getting the meat sweats with how much meat we have if we're gonna eat it all.
Great. I need to.
Yeah?
I really only feel good if I eat like a huge amount of protein.
You can get protein in other things that are not like, meat.
I know, but it's hard. I know, and I know you feel strongly, but it's really hard for me without eating like tons of meat. like,
You sound like Ian did like first week I met him.
do I?
Yeah, I was like, yeah, for sure, but eating a lot of meat is like, it's good for my protein levels. And I was like, cool.
What did you think of it? Were you like, let me, should I keep dating this dude?
Yeah, I was like, okay, that's interesting. And then the more we were dating, I tried to not let it bother me, but it got to a point sometimes that it did, 'cause it was a lot.
Yeah.
And then he just started dipping his toes, and now he's in a good place. I don't know where he's been in the last 2 months, but I trust that it's a better place.
Cool. Yeah, I have. So this is a recent thing for him to stop eating as much.
No, like 2 years ago.
Oh, okay. Like what's his approach these days?
Maybe a year and a half. He likes a lot of beans, like chickpeas. He likes he'll still eats eggs. Broccoli, loves that. Likes like big leafy greens.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll just eat more of that. He does eat sometimes some substitute meats. It really depends.
Nice.
Yeah.
To feel good physically, I need like 200 grams of protein in a day.
How much would that be in when you're thinking about meat? Like, how would that be a steak? Would that be?
Probably like a piece of salmon would be like 25 grams. So it's
So you need
it's a lot.
You need 8 pieces of salmon.
Basically, yeah. But like, so then let's throw in like 4 eggs. Let's do a steak. Let's do a protein shake. Like.
You eat steak basically how many times a week?
At home?
Yeah, in your regular life.
One.
Once a week?
Yeah.
How about you,
But I'll
Josh?
like.
I don't actually eat a lot of steak. Eat a lot of chicken, a lot of fish, a lot of egg, a lot of ground beef.
How many?
Yeah, ground beef. I'll put like a pound of ground beef in a pot and just cook it up for the week and just eat it, or like bison or whatever.
Bison?
Yeah.
How often do you? How much ground beef do you eat a day, or protein, I should say?
If I'm actually like taking care of myself, like working out regularly, like 200 grams.
So same as Kev.
Sounds like a lot, but it's not. Like a shake is like 30 grams. Whole chicken breast is like 40.
$40 in a chicken breast, really?
Yeah.
Interesting. The shakes that I have 20 grams per shake.
20 grams.
Yeah.
I don't think that's too bad.
Well, for one shake, that's pretty good,
Yeah,
eh?
I think mine's like 25.
Well, it's not whey that I have at home, but
Josh, do you use creatine?
I do not. Oops.
I get involved sometimes.
With creatine?
Yeah. If I'm like trying to bulk a lot, I find it helps get like an extra couple reps in the gym.
I'm not that serious.
Don't
What
you
does
go to the
that
gym
do
for
to you?
3 hours?
Yeah, but it's like I've
you don't go to the gym for 3 hours yet.
my routine for going to the gym is 3 hours.
Like walking there and all
Getting
that
a
stuff.
coffee, then having my protein
Oh.
shake, then warming up, blah blah blah.
Yeah, yeah. But you also, that includes running, right? Like on the streets?
Yeah.
I don't have the science down exactly, but creatine's often, like some people who don't know will see it as like a steroid or something. It's absolutely not. Creatine monohydrate is a naturally occurring substance. I believe what it does is it makes your muscles hold more water, which means that basically you can get out a couple extra reps at the gym, which means better results. Yeah.
Is it like what's that stuff that people eat? Pre-workout?
No, pre-workout is usually
Crack?
usually worse for you. Like pre-workout is usually just like a ton of caffeine. I take pre-workout, but like it's like a ton of caffeine and stuff that would like go in an energy drink. And sometimes they're healthy ones, but it's pretty intense. Like when I take my pre-workout, I feel it, and my workouts are better because I'm like, you know.
Yeah. Do you take that?
No, it makes me dizzy.
I used to take it, and then it would make my lips feel kind of tingly.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, you know what? Why am I doing this?
Cold hands.
I was just like, and it was like a lot. So I just usually drink energy drink sometimes, only if I need one. Wild that you can't drink them in this house.
You can't.
I don't know. I've never seen one.
Should we ask the bro?
I mean, not at this point. I'll just go home in 9 days and have one.
I love energy drinks.
Me too. I love the sugar-free ones. They like light me right up. The light blue one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I should say
Yeah.
that.
I like have that at work some days.
Me too. If it's like a really busy day and I'm
Yeah.
just taking a pick me up,
Yeah.
then I'll do that.
Yeah.
And Ian's really into them too, so we'll just be like crushing them.
I love that.
I know.
Julian's like, what's wrong with you?
You're like, what's wrong with me? What's right with me, babe? Kidding.
Do you have them often?
No, maybe like 3 times a week. Is that often?
Yeah.
It's pretty often.
Is it actually?
I'd say I'm a once every 2 weeks guy.
Oh, you are? Yeah, no, I definitely have like 3 times a week. I have the little guys, not like there's like the big monsters. No.
If I'm going out after this, I'll probably have them because I feel like just like going out, I'll need a little bit of caffeine to.
Like going on a night out of town? Yeah, then I'll just drink my vodkas with them.
Yeah.
I know, I'm so hardcore.
Never felt closer to you. That's my friend Kyle's saying. That's not mine. I still live with it. Not that Kyle.
Your friend? I knew it was that Kyle. You guys are mad bros.
Yeah, me and Kyle. Well, no, my Kyle.
You guys will be friends when you're over here, probably, right?
I'm not sure. I think we have some stuff we need to talk about.
Unpack.
Yeah, but like I'm not sure. I'm like, obviously like I don't hold any grudges or whatever. Like
Yeah,
I've forgiven
sure.
him for everything.
It's
But
just a game.
and he's probably upset with me for some reasons as well. But
Yeah.
I'm happy to chat. I don't think like he lives in Halifax. I don't think we're gonna be friends. Like I would like go out with him or something if I'm in town. Like maybe.
Yeah. Got it.
We're not sending each other memes after this. I can promise you that.
Only select few get the Kev memes.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll get your memes. Don't worry.
I love a good meme.
I know. I expect memes from you.
I'm like on the go. Me and Ian send them to each other. He's like, he thinks wrestling ones are quite funny.
Everything you tell me about that man makes me love him. 1.5 each.
Okay.
Do you like wrestling memes?
No, but I would be interested.
They're funny. Do you like memes, Josh?
I like memes. Like any kind of meme.
Memes.
I like memes, yeah.
Yeah? Did you say beans? Oh.
I heard beans.
I'm in the washroom.
I think I follow more memes than anything. Just some pierogies. Do you want some? Absolutely. I'm just.
You're so polite.
They're already boiled. I'm just trying to fry them a little bit, but I put too much in here, so
Seems.
we'll see what happens.
I'm glad to hear Jillian likes the songs.
Me too, man.
What are you having?
I've never used so much butter in my life until I
Are they
lived here.
gross?
I know. We really like the butter in this house. I'm not mad about it.
She ought to be a bit.
Yum. So you think it's dinner time, hey, Props?
Yeah, I just got kind of hungry, so I was like, I'm gonna make something.
Great call. Yeah. There's a pepper in here.
Yes, please.
You want that?
It's good to eat. Who cares? Not me.
Not us.
Are those still sour? They're bad, right?
Are they frozen?
I don't know if this is good to eat.
Yeah, those blackberries are really sour, hey?
Yeah.
These are bad, right?
I think so.
Maybe throw them in a smoothie? I don't know.
Oh, true. Let me smell.
It's okay.
Should I leave them? Should I toss them?
I feel like the bigger ones are better.
Are they washed?
No.
No. And then just get going in on it.
Isn't that weird, the center of them? Do they always look like that?
Oh, sorry. I don't know what happened to me. That's
Do they always
great.
look like that?
Oh my god, am I getting sick?
Let's see. I have no clue.
I've never seen, that's what a blackberry looks like?
I think so.
All the time?
Yeah.
What the?
Look at that.
It's kind of cool. It's like a mini pomegranate.
Well, enjoy guys.
Yeah, it is kind of like a mini pomegranate.
I don't know about that. Okay. I guess we'll leave them for a smoothie.
Yeah.
We'll put them in this.
Do you eat blackberries usually?
I like blackberries. I like blackberries more than raspberries.
Blackberries
I like blackberries
berry.
more than raspberries too. Raspberries are too soft.
Okay, let's say you're at the club and you and Daniel are dancing.
We have a shit ton
I
of
can show that on
avocados too
TV.
that are like
Oh, okay.
perfect ripeness.
Oh, okay.
I meant like in public, not like sexy time.
Is there any other kind of dance?
I didn't know. I didn't know. I thought you were like when you're out with friends. I didn't know that it was also from
No, I'm not always like, all my friends just like.
Yeah. You like that? I love it. Wow, I wasn't expecting that response.
It's Tuesday.
And I miss my man.
I miss that boy.
I was afraid to talk to her.
No.
She completely got me.
That's when I talked to her too. That's how I felt. And I came to you after, remember? Right after I talked to her.
So where are you at right now?
I'm so conflicted. I'm so confused. I don't know what to do. I see your point, and they're valid. 100%. I get it. Are you kidding me? I get it.
I pulled her in here. I didn't pull her in here. She pulled me in. She told me where she was and whatever. And she's like, Josh beats anyone then. And I was like really direct. I was like, I think you beat anybody at the end. You have like some amazing wins.
Yeah.
Gino's in the jury telling what you actually did. I think only me and Helena, who are left here, know how like strategically amazing you've been. She starts crying, which doesn't get to me. And then she turns on the bitch. Okay? Betty and Josh are clearly talking again. Correct? They are. Anything the other one says is a lie. They're talking game. She thinks Betty is downplaying her relationships with people, which like is a fact. Betty and her mom are close. Betty and Moose are close. Like
Okay, let's say you're at the club and you and Daniel are dancing.
We have a shit ton
I
of
can show that on
avocados too
TV.
that are like
Oh, okay.
perfect ripeness.
Oh, okay.
I meant like in public, not like sexy time.
Is there any other kind of dance?
I didn't know. I didn't know. I thought you were like when you're out with friends. I didn't know that it was also from
No, I'm not always like, all my friends just like.
Yeah. You like that? I love it. Wow, I wasn't expecting that response.
It's Tuesday.
And I miss my man.
I miss that boy.
I was afraid to talk to her.
No.
She completely got me.
That's when I talked to her too. That's how I felt. And I came to you after, remember? Right after I talked to her.
So where are you at right now?
I'm so conflicted. I'm so confused. I don't know what to do. I see your point, and they're valid. 100%. I get it. Are you kidding me? I get it.
I pulled her in here. I didn't pull her in here. She pulled me in. She told me where she was and whatever. And she's like, Josh beats anyone then. And I was like really direct. I was like, I think you beat anybody at the end. You have like some amazing wins.
Yeah.
Gino's in the jury telling what you actually did. I think only me and Helena, who are left here, know how like strategically amazing you've been. She starts crying, which doesn't get to me. And then she turns on the bitch. Okay? Betty and Josh are clearly talking again. Correct? They are. Anything the other one says is a lie. They're talking game. She thinks thinks Betty is downplaying her relationships with people, which like is a fact. Betty and her mom are close. Betty and Moose are close. Like, and then she goes, and she nailed something we've been talking about the whole game. She's like, "What's Betty hiding? Like, what's she doing?" And I said, "I don't know. I've had theories of her throwing comps at the beginning as a way to underplay her thing. Survived the block 4 times. I do think it's possible Josh said to her, put me up this week because he was so confident, and he told her about the 3 of us.
Yeah, which we speculated that.
Yeah. Which, no, she didn't mention that. This is my head.
Oh.
She thinks you're a huge threat to win the game, which you are. She thinks that I'm not. Obviously, don't tell her anything.
No, I'm not. Obviously not.
She was pretty direct about like I'm pretty sure I beat you at the end. I was
Yeah.
like, I think you do as well. I was like, I think I get Summer's vote and that's it. Like, I think Marty gets pulled over. She's like, I think you would get like Herman and Moose. I'm like, I barely spoke to Herman this entire game. She's like, oh, okay. And she got excited at the possibility. Just like, I do think she beats me at the end. I said, who's better at comps, you or Josh? She said, I don't really know. Could be either of us. I know it's Josh. I know Josh has thrown most of the comps he played in. And like, one of the things that does scare me is someone winning all 3 comps in the next 2 weeks. And I do believe in us and our abilities, but just being factual, if someone's likely to do that, it's Josh. He came second in a bunch of comps where she doesn't know any of this. He came second in a bunch of comps he was throwing because he didn't want to show his cards in the whole game. And do I think she would cut Betty at 4 over you? Yeah. Do I think Josh would cut if it's you and Betty? Or even if Josh has all the power, he's HOH and veto?
It'd be hard for him.
He's cutting you, no?
Yeah, he's cutting me.
He's cutting you. Do I believe her? I don't know. She might want to put me in the jury because I told her how great her game is. But she made a lot of really good points.
And she's
I
like,
literally said to her, I said, if Marty put you up, I would have voted you out. And she was cool with it. And she's like, I think she's like, look, she's on her. I told her I wasn't voting for her, like,
I know.
basically, and she flipped me. And I'm trying to figure out if this is like, you know, we've talked about like the emotional brain, the logical brain. I'm trying to figure out if this is emotional, like if she, because you can know this stuff, like you can know that you make decisions with that part of your brain, and not, and like it can still work on you. Like, I may have studied some hostage negotiation techniques before coming here. And the guy who wrote the book talks about, he tells one story. You know, I've talked to you about like putting labels on things or whatever. The guy who wrote the book tells one story about how he was like on a boat and somebody that worked with him, he was talking with for 45 minutes. And his son, who's part of the company that does the like, basically they use hostage negotiation techniques for business. And it's not manipulative. It's just like leading with empathy, talking, like having direct conversations, that's all this was. Like,
Yeah.
we were both so honest.
direct, yeah.
And she's like, sorry, and he's like, after 45 minutes, my son's laughing at me. And I was like, why are you laughing? And the son goes, can't you see, Dad? This guy's been using your own techniques on you for 45 minutes. He's like, oh shit. So I'm trying to figure out if like, I've just been emotionally manipulated, or if they really are good points.
She did say to me, she's like, you know, I'm putting everything on the table, answering any question. Like, I have nothing to lose. I literally have nothing to lose. And she's like, yeah, Betty, she's like, I told Kevin that you're taking him to Final 2. And I was like, oh, really?
She told Kevin that what?
She goes, I told Kevin that you're taking him to Final 2. Like,
Yeah, she said if me and Helena are there, we both agreed that we do whatever's best for us. And I read that as her telling me that she would take you.
Oh, no, she said that. I'm going to take you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And then, and she'll take you, whatever. And then I was like, yeah, she's like, yeah, Kevin knows that. Like, everyone sitting next to Kevin or whatever. And I was like, oh my, I'm not gonna take Kevin. That's not a done thing. You understand that? And she goes, oh, okay, cut. Like, she got so excited. Like, actually, like, she's like, I don't know if she's sussing me out.
Yeah.
And I go, at that point, like, whoever makes that decision would make that decision. But I'm not dead set on taking Kevin. I just want you to know that, by the way. And then, which I am, by the way. But yeah.
I know, but
Okay.
that's a good thing to say.
Yeah, and I was like, at that point, it'd be like, I'd have to actually weigh it out. I'm not even thinking like that right now because I just want to survive. I'm like, I'm not dead set. And then I'm like, that's like final 2 talks, which I haven't, promised Kevin a final 2. That's not it. And she's like, okay, good. Like, she got excited about that. She's like, yeah, taking Josh out. Josh won HOH when needed, and Doom, he took out Summer and he took out Marty, 2 big players. Anyone would have took Summer to the end. Marty, everyone wanted Marty out, and Josh did that. That's massive on his resume.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
It's the biggest comp piece of the season.
I know.
I take her word for it when she says she brings me and you to the 3.
I do.
I don't take Josh's word for it. I think Josh would cut you if he wins the veto next week. Do you?
I did have that feeling the other day, the day before yesterday. I did have that feeling. But after, I felt that at the beginning when they got put up, I was like, for a game, I think it's better to keep JC Lynn. And then talking to her everything. But then after talking to Josh, like, is he actually like straight up I didn't straight up ask him, would you cut Betty and it be us 3 in the end? Like, I didn't ask him that.
It's possible that all 3 of them want to sit with us at the final 3.
Yeah.
And if that's true, it's better to cut Josh. But I don't know if that's true. JC Lynn and Betty might have something.
Betty would be hedging her thing with JC Lynn, like,
Yeah.
since she can't stand everything, but Betty and JC Lynn sitting next to each other, Betty's winning.
Yeah.
110%. And I think she knows that. JC Lynn knows that. She
does.
must. She must know that.
She does, and she would cut Betty before either of us. I think we might be in a position where all 3 people want to sit with us at the final 3. I'm not sure though. Who do you want to go against in trivia? JC Lynn or Josh on finale night?
I do feel, if I'm being frank with you, I feel more comfortable sitting next to JC Lynn
In the finals?
in the finals. Like, it was fine, like, rather than Josh. But then,
I think you would have a chance against her. I think I get smoked against her.
really,
Yeah. But I think you would have a chance.
you really think that against her?
I just think like Gino's there. Gino's like we know Marty. Like,
Yeah, but I'd be advocating for you. I'd be saying everything. People wouldn't
but
know.
you'd be in the final 3. You wouldn't have time. You'd walk out on stage.
But you would advocate, hey, this is everything that happened. What is her game that she's gonna say? You have points. You have days of this. You have all of that.
The other thing though is like you don't actually have that long to pitch these days.
I know.
In the final, it's like
I know. You have like,
It's like
what,
a
a minute?
like a lot of our game is not making the episodes. It's not making it into 44 minutes.
I know.
Like how are we gonna make it into 30 seconds?
I know.
And that's why also we give Josh a couple weeks in the jury. We give him 10 days in the jury house to explain as much as he knows, which is probably like 70 to 75%. Like he knows what you've done with Marty. He knows what you've done with the showmans. He knows I picked Marty to pick you. Like he knows those things and he would share it with them. That's the other part. Because yeah, Gino's in the jury advocating for us. But if we send Josh to the jury, who, yeah, Luce and Herman are obsessed with him, and Josh starts saying, hey, Kevin and Alina, they're not what you thought they were. They've actually been pulling the strings since day 27. All of a sudden.
You're saying everything I was thinking from the beginning.
Well, you're smarter than me, so.
Oh, this is such a piss off because are you kidding me? Because then I got the emotional aspect of it. I know you're not supposed to think emotionally. I get that. But like, my heart would actually, I feel like, break sending that man home. And obviously the shit that I flipped, and him and I just had a heart-to-heart talking, what he would do with the money, I would do with the money, and then it being like, we've done this, now, you know, it being to the 3, da 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 da. Yeah, like I feel like JC Lynn, she's already preparing, she's gonna go home. She's like, oh yeah, Kevin and her are gonna have a talk right now. I go, yeah, that's why she went in to go talk to Kev, she's pitched to Kev, you know? It'd be a thing, like, and now it to go back, and he's like, yeah, you know, people probably rooting for the crash test. Like, you know, that's so weird to me to think, all of that? I don't know, but it's like, it's a game, and I get it, and this is a game flip and move.
What do you think is the best game move, personal aside?
Is it bad that I'd be really, really pissed off if I were to be cut by JC Lynn rather than Josh? That's personal though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
That's
personal.
definitely personal.
That's not game.
No, that's not game at all.
And you can vote for Betty or me to win in that case.
Yeah,
Like that's your right as well.
yeah.
And you can also vote for her to win. That's your right too.
Yeah, no, it's not that. It's just to say I think Josh's game next to JC Lynn's has been way better, and I think taking, not to say that it just sucks, I think that it's like, I don't know.
It's gonna be incredibly hard to do. And then you might have the thought, well, like if we're doing this, like would Kevin cut me if he thinks it's the right game move? And the answer is no.
No, I don't think that of you. No, I
Since
don't.
day 2,
Yeah.
I told you.
No, I don't think that of
I
you
know.
at
I'm
all.
just saying. I'm reiterating it. I have room for one person. You got the spot first,
Yeah, same.
and you've had it. Now the other thing we talked about is we said when we made the crash test dummies, if we're doing this,
We have to cut Josh.
we're gonna have to cut him at 5, 6, or 7, and we're at 5, and he's sitting on the block on eviction night, and I think we've been sucked in. And maybe he didn't tell Betty about us.
I don't think he
I
told
don't
them.
think he did either, and maybe he will take us to the final. Jace also mentioned his photographic memory. I don't know that it's at that level, but I do know that he doesn't work nearly as hard as us, and he's performed better at trivia.
Okay, and I know this is personal.
Yeah.
And I know this is personal, I'm gonna say it anyways. Why would it hurt me and upset me if it is, and to say Jason is deserving, I'm not saying that she's not.
Yeah.
She definitely is. But Josh's points, if I get taken out, I get taken out. Okay, I will take that, whatever. And then she's in that spot, not Josh. I'd rather lose to Josh than JC Lynn. Is that bad? Not personal
that's
though.
It. That's a you decision. That's not. I can't tell you if that's bad or not.
Yeah.
That's a choice you need to make.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what about another scenario or another thing to think about? Betty, yes, did say whatever is good for a game, whatever. Obviously, for selfish reason, personal reason, she'd rather take Josh to the 4, right?
Yeah.
If we say, actually, you know what, we changed our minds, we want to take Josh out. In that scenario, she is going to be pissed. She's going to think we're working together, boom, cut us. She will take JC Lynn out of spite. She's emotional.
She claims she's business B and she's playing with her head now. We can try talking it through with her and not saying we're committed, and we've just been thinking this way.
True.
I think she knows that we're working together. I don't think she's stupid. I also think she knows that we're working with Josh.
You think she knows that?
I think so. I think she knows a lot more than she lets on. I don't think she's.
But that's why I always thought, this whole connotation of Betty can't keep a secret.
Yeah.
Betty, she's so emotional. She's so this. I don't know if she's that emotional. I think she puts. She's emotional, yes.
Yeah.
But.
And if she really believes that the right decision for her game is to sit beside you and me, and not JC Lynn, then this isn't going to change anything.
That's, I think, the emotional part comes into it, where I think she thinks that emotionally, not saying Jason doesn't deserve to be here, but the 4, that we are all way more 4 deserving than Jason in that spot. I do believe that though for her. And I don't know if that's a factor or not, and I don't know.
Do you want me to have the conversation
With who?
with Betty?
I can be there, or is it gonna be? She'll be more open if it's just you two.
I don't know. What do you think?
Like, do we
Could be
say,
just
hey,
you
you know
two.
what? Jason spoke to us, by the way, made these points, not all the points, but, or just leave her out of it. Like, hey, not trying to go back and forth, but
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to tell her that Jason lives that obviously that she's cutting her for or whatever.
yeah, no.
It's like that. It's just that like Josh has a chance to win every call for the rest of the game. That's a fact.
But her answer to that, because how she's pitched it, but they're both strong players, is that Josh has, when in actual like pressure, has slipped a little bit. She goes, and I'm like,
Josh was thinking about throwing time machine challenges to me during the triple. He was waiting. He slipped up to time in. He would have thrown it to anyone if JC Lynn wasn't.
oh yeah,
in.
he did say that.
That's just like he's amazing.
He is amazing.
I don't know if JC Lynn's telling the truth. I can't trust her as far as I can throw her, but like I don't know what that term means.
Yeah.
I can't trust her. But like it's like she made some really good points.
I know.
And even if she's not telling the truth, like fuck, good for her. I don't know.
I don't know. I also see it as we've been playing this game with our heads a lot, all of it, really, honestly. And it's been really hard, but we've been, And now this decision, I don't know why. I know my head is. I don't know why my head is telling me you need to cut Josh, but my heart though is saying to keep him and hedge your bets, take the risk. Is what it is. That's what I'm at. That's straight up. That's where I'm at.
At the end of the day, we're gonna make this decision together, like
I
we've done
know.
every decision.
I know.
It's not straightforward. It's not easy. It might
No.
look easy to somebody watching this,
Yeah.
but let's even if we cut the heart for a second, from a head perspective, it's not easy either.
No, it's not.
Because I really think Josh is truly loyal to us. I do.
I do think so too. I do think so too.
I
we-
kind of wish we got Betty out at this stage.
But
I don't trust her at all.
oh, Betty, no, I don't fully trust her. She said like I caught on to the thing about the kitchen thing. She had, oh yeah, I was told that. No, and then she said, well, she also mentioned this. Is this? I don't know where she heard this. She said that she told her mom her entire game.
I want to have some. Thank you.
Ooh, yay! I'll have some.
Walk it.
Oh my goodness.
I don't think you closed it wrong. I don't know. Maybe you did. Okay, now we live here until eviction.
Oh God, that's it. It's locked.
No, you can't get out.
Good. What is?
Good question.
Will you open it so we can see him? Sorry. Like, what you do? Why would
I wish I could tell you.
Why would I walk into the pantry? Why would I be in the pantry with her and she tells me I don't know the prices? Like, what good does that do? It does absolutely nothing. If you don't know the prices on day 58 or whatever it was, like something's wrong.
She knows the prices.
I know. She knows more than the
She
prices.
probably does know the prices.
What?
She would have to know the prices. Everyone knows
She
the
knows
prices by now.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe it was a conversation starter.
I immediately was like, why are you lying to me? She's like, I'm not. She's got to have told you that she's watched more than the one season of Big Brother Canada, right?
I think she said 3.
God damn. I'm just frustrated with,
Oh.
What are you frustrated
with
with?
everyone but us.
What is
around. Are amazing. They're perfect.
Really?
Yeah.
I steal one of these.
I don't know how much this really put in. This will soften the kale.
Chad, these avos are like actually amazing. I know, I'm sorry, but like
No, we
there's
can't
not
stop
much to
talking
look
about
forward
them.
to
I
in these
know.
days, but you're checking this out.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It's absolutely incredible what we're seeing here tonight.
Can I help you guys with anything?
You're a little late.
Do you need lime juice?
I promise I will do the dishes.
No, don't worry about it.
Oh, good.
No, I will.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
If you insist.
I will do dishes.
Do you
I'm
need
gonna-
lime juice, Betty?
Yeah. I'm gonna grab some lime
Do we
juice.
have
I might
a
actually
bottle
cut up
of
some
it?
baby tomatoes in here.
Yes.
And
So
then,
good.
You want the
some
tomatoes?
salt. Yeah. Some salt, you know. Thank you so much. And some garlic salt. You know, we're popping. I'm turning to you. We're popping off tonight.
Popping out, we're popping out.
I think tomatoes right from here.
I don't know what it is.
Oh, Lord.
Okay,
Okay,
I know.
okay, okay.
Oh my god, I'm so glad those tomatoes didn't fall on that nasty floor.
Oh, no. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
What is this? Wait. Wait. Put that there. Get rid of this. Who eats the steak sauce? Like, this is bad.
I think steak sauce we acquired when we got slop, no?
Ew, don't talk about it. Seriously.
You said that you would eat
Is it
slop over
really
raisins, though,
pierogies
you
with the cream
freak.
cheese?
For sure, but I would also take
I
slop
put plain
to
yogurt.
Ian
Wouldn't
again,
that be
or,
like a healthy version
Uh,
of sour cream?
Oh, yeah, of course.
like see your mom or eat slop for the rest of this experience?
I know,
Hell
and
yeah.
then when they did that, it seemed like
It's evil?
it was like already finale. Like it seemed like they barely had to even sacrifice for very long. But I think that's just the episodes made it seem like.
Yeah.
It must have been like a full week, right?
Definitely. Who knows?
Didn't Netta have to give up her personal belongings?
Yeah, and she
What?
was like into like styling and or
She was a stylist, yes.
fashion. I think she was just wearing like one little thing.
Yeah. Yeah, she sacrificed her personal belongings. Adele sacrificed sleep for 36 hours.
I'm pretty sure
Heather's wasn't even bad.
you couldn't just go into the HOH room.
Yeah. I was like, okay.
I think Sabrina had slop.
Yeah, Sabrina's was definitely food. Food related.
Like, how lucky are we that our people like traveled this
Sorry.
way?
I know.
What?
We have naan in the freezer. Should I make pita chips? Would you rather the other chips as well?
My God, my underlines are hilarious.
The other chips it is.
I think we have chips like.
Yeah, you're right.
No. I love meat.
It's never made you sweat.
I don't think so.
What about you?
Spicy things.
I
though.
don't think so. I've heard people say that when they eat like massive, like two massive burgers or something, you know?
Or tomahawk steak
Exactly.
to themselves.
It's a lot.
I know.
I've definitely put a little bit of guac on that salad too right now.
Okay.
It really hits. I was originally gonna chop up an avocado with it. But
Yes.
Why I can't look at you?
No, it makes me nervous. I don't like it.
Sorry. Okay, so let's go around the table. What's one thing you learned about yourself in this experience that you didn't, or something about yourself that's been like more like elevated or amplified or something like that?
oh,
Is that a good one or no?
yeah, it definitely could be. I just need to think about it for a sec.
Okay.
I was just talking about this the other day and now I forgot what I said.
darling.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I think I've spoken to both of you now, obviously, separately. And I said to Kev yesterday I wanted to have a chat like us three, just to kind of see, like we've been working together in the game for a few weeks now. Obviously, a little hiccup in the road, but I'm not playing emotionally, and I'm just thinking about what's strategic moving forward. And I'm just thinking, of course I can sit here and I can be angry at both of you for blindsiding me, yada, 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 but I understand. Helena and I have had a chat about why it went down.
Yeah.
You guys said, you told me you didn't really want to have that chat yet, so that's totally fine.
Why did it go down?
I said went down. It was a game move, and
And I
by
respect
not,
that.
I think vice versa in any position. I feel like he's such a well-rounded, strong player that how could like
It was your
the gummies
opportunity.
did it. It was an opportunity. If I didn't take him out then, we wouldn't be able to take him out later on, and it would have been harder. And
Yeah.
obviously, blindsiding you wasn't just to be evil and like surprise you. It was game in the sense told you still would have been upset.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have changed the situation. It just would have caused a bigger
Commotion.
thing, more commotion. So yeah.
Yeah. So she told me that. I understand. Obviously, I was fucking pissed at first, duh, as you knew I was going to be.
Yeah.
But it's happened. What's done is done. I told you, Kev, that Gino's the one person that I didn't know what I would do if we were in Final 3. Like, I don't know if I would have been able to cut him. Like, I didn't know if I had that in me. Like, I really didn't.
Yeah.
So, in a way, I feel like it might have been a little bit of a blessing in disguise. And I realize that. So, I'm just moving forward. I just want to make strategic decisions. And I'm thinking everything through. It just makes sense for me to go with you two. It really just does. And so, I want to be genuine and honest with you. I don't want to, I've never wanted to play the game with either of them. I still don't want to play the game with either of them. So keeping me in this game, I feel like at least you know exactly where my head is at. You know exactly who I want to play the game with. I told both of you that I did tell Betty that you guys are snakes, obviously.
We are snakes, so are you.
Yeah, and so am I. In an attempt to save myself from going on the block, obviously. It just was like, oh yeah, Helena and Kevin just screwed me over. Josh just put me on the block. Of course, you're not my target, kind of thing. Didn't work, so that's fine. But yeah, strategically, I just feel like it. I don't know. Do you not think it would benefit you guys having somebody in the game where you know exactly where their head is at and exactly who they want to work with? Whereas Josh is more kind of like a question mark. Just because I even feel like Betty and Josh's relationship is always going to be kind of up in the air.
Yeah.
They may choose to hide it, cover it up, lie. I don't know. I just feel like at least you know my cards are on the table. I literally have nothing to lose. I'm just showing everything. The cards are on the table. So if either of you have any questions for me or anything like that, please feel free. Yes, Kevin? What's
your relationship like with Betty?
That is so funny because I just was in a little conversation about that the other day in an appointment, but it's a very odd relationship.
Yeah.
Betty and I in the beginning of the game, I feel like we didn't hit it off very well, and then she started coming to me being like, oh, Gino's talking about how cute you are, yada, yada, yada. So it started off as like a girl chat kind of thing. And then we'd like be in these beds because we were both, she was in this bed, I would be in this bed, and we'd like talk in the mornings just about like Gino, just like girl stuff. And then as the game progressed, we never had any game chats. And then of course when the Tanisha thing happened, I feel like that's when shit absolutely hit the fan. The only time Betty would talk to me is if she was trying to get information from me or try to pitch for a friend of hers that was on the block. But like she and I never had a game relationship.
Yeah.
She's actually like the one person, I think her and Moose are the two people that I've talked to the least game.
Yeah.
Like game wise.
Yeah.
So I just feel like it's awkward around her. I don't think she wants me here. I feel very uncomfortable around her a lot of the time. I feel like that might show. I mean, it's just weird vibes. Like we were sitting in Expedia together earlier and she literally had to leave. Because when you got up and left, I was like, don't leave. And then she got up and left right after because it's just so awkward when we're all alone together. So that's our relationship. It's odd.
There was an attempt, right, at some point to like make something happen?
She tried. She did. So Moose was trying to put together a final five with me, Josh, Gino, and himself. and that was like his attempt to kind of pull something together in his pitch.
Yeah.
And so he talked to like Betty and Josh, and they're like, yeah, we'd be willing to like do something, whatever. Gino and I were like, okay, what the fuck, man, just kind of like going with it. But no one actually made the attempt to come together.
Yeah.
So it didn't, nothing followed through. And then the next week I was on the walk anyway. I mean, triple eviction, Gino went home. So it's like,
And
there was nothing there.
There wasn't like a thing with you four?
Wasn't a thing.
'Cause she kept asking, like, I don't know.
I know.
One day.
Well, that's the thing, because, okay, how did that even come up? Because I brought that to you. And I was like, isn't that fucked up? Who said it? Marty said it, or she said it to me that you said it to her? It was
okay,
like some
it's okay
weird...
if there was.
No, Kev, I'm actually hashing out the situation. I have nothing to lose right now.
I know.
We had a conversation about it, and it just never followed through. Josh, and then the next week, literally,
So was it just like a ceasefire thing? Like it was just.
it was just a ceasefire that we had originally. That was like, so Betty. So when we had that conversation, I think Josh and Gino already had a ceasefire because they were both like two strong players.
Yeah.
Whatever, they had that. But then since they had, like, Josh's duo is Betty, Gino's duo is me. So I think there was just like a ceasefire with them that they discussed, but none of us were working together.
But like the noms were Moose and Summer to cover your bases with them too, right?
Why did you think one of them should have been up instead?
I just thought it would either be Moose and Josh because you take out a big target, or Summer and Betty because you like backdoor a big target. So
Okay,
for
I
it to be
see.
Moose and Summer together was sketchy.
I guess probably. Okay, you thought those noms were sketchy.
Yes.
Okay, why have you never?
did.
You've never said that to me.
I don't know. We're opening. I'm being
I've
very
never thought
direct.
about that.
That's
Actually,
good.
I like
I've never heard
this.
you
I've
say
never
that
thought
either.
about that.
I thought they were sketchy noms.
Okay, I do understand that. I guess probably Gino wouldn't want to put Josh up, because of that. Because he probably thought moving forward, Josh is bound to like win something. He was probably like, okay, at least we'll be covered in that sense.
Yeah.
But no, I never even knew you felt that way, and I've never thought about those noms being sketchy.
I never said it out loud before.
I think because
It's fine. It was one of the other two of the other four, but it was a little bit weird to me.
Yeah, no, I get that. Actually, I do. That is odd when you think about it. But I think Gino was kind of looking at competitors, like people that have actually won comps, and so Josh is like, yes, he's a strong competitor, but Gino didn't see him as big of a threat as like Moose. And then obviously he thought it was like Moose, Marty, and himself. So he was just trying to kind of like have a shield, but he knew that Moose needed to go first. So then at least Josh and Marty could kind of shield him, I think, is how he was thinking about it. So if he had Josh and Marty on his side, which Marty ended up doing what he did anyway, I think he wanted to have those two in the house still as like a shield, I would say. That's what I think. But they are kind of weird noms when you think back. It is a little weird.
Wouldn't it make sense if there was a little, I don't care, if there was a little side deal with Josh and Betty to like at least fake it for a week or something?
For 1 week, that's what it was. Like the ceasefire was for 1 week, and then that was it. Like totally dissipated, gone. And so Moose started. I felt like it was really weird when that got out because it was, and somebody used the word ceasefire, and those are like the exact words
That's
that I
what-
feel like Josh and Gino said.
Yeah.
Were like ceasefire. I was like, I've never
But
once
you and
said
Betty
those
weren't
words.
a part of this. You
Oh,
weren't part of the ceasefire?
We
Were
knew
you in
about
the ceasefire?
it. Definitely,
Were
we
you-
knew
wasn't
about
it
it.
a four-way ceasefire? I don't know.
Because Josh and Betty are a duo, Gino and I are a duo. So I feel like it was like a.
But they
like a
agreed
mutual
separately?
thing.
By the way, this is not, I actually don't care. I'm just interested.
No, and I know that. I totally get that. There was like a moment. I am saying right now there was a ceasefire.
Yeah.
Of course, like yes, there was, and I think Gino agreed that it would be like him and Betty are safe, and vice versa. Because it's like I think when it was spoken about, it was like we're two duos in the house.
Yeah.
We're going to be targets. Blah blah blah. But it was like a 1 week thing. Next week, Gino's gone.
Do you
and
think
everything
then,
hit.
like you know how Marty came? Oh, I think I'm gonna be back. Like I'm just being told I'm gonna be backdoored. I'm actually not gonna be backdoored.
You were
Their
telling
option.
Josh and Betty are two of the people that we were saying, we're backdooring Marty too.
Yeah.
And then Gino went and told Marty
Yeah.
that he was telling
Yeah,
people
which
that.
was
But
true
Josh and
with
Betty were
but
being played, and that's
Yeah.
why I'm on the block this week.
Yeah.
It's because Betty knows that I played her.
Betty knows that?
Yeah. Someone told her I had the secret power. Was it one of you two? Because you had the Wendy's date. Just
No.
kidding. We can let this out now too.
No, it wasn't.
Okay,
Would have been
that's
a
what I
sick,
was
would have been a
wondering.
sick move.
She was like, Marty told me right before he left, and I was like, it just wouldn't make sense for Marty to blow up my game before he left. You know what
Marty
I mean?
wanted to get votes.
Yeah, I guess.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So and I'm like, whatever. So I was like, yeah, I have no reason to lie. I was like, yeah, I did have it. And the reason I didn't use it is because I thought that, like, Gino and I both thought we'd be on the block next if Marty left. And it's true. Marty was a shield.
because
for
Marty
us.
also knew about the ceasefire, which he's the one who told Betty that or asked Betty something about the fort.
And
So
that's why
how
I'm
did-
confused. So
yeah,
because
so how did he
Marty's the
know?
one
How
that
did
told
Marty
me.
know?
So how did Marty know?
Exactly. Because Marty's the one that said it to me, and then I was like to Gino, I was like, what the fuck is that all about? And then
Oh,
Betty
Marty
was like,
told you?
Helena's talking. Yeah, Marty told me. And then Betty said, by the way, Helena's talking that we're like working together or something. And she's saying she used the word ceasefire. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, how would that have like been a thing? I'm so confused. So, yeah, Betty and I stopped talking right after that because she doesn't trust me. She thinks like I told everyone that we had a ceasefire. So it's a really deep
Whatever,
thing.
it's the past.
So that's Betty and I's relationship. It's absolutely gone, and there's nothing there anymore. I've owned up to the secret power. Yep, she knows about it, and she knows that I lied to her face about wanting to actually backdoor Marty. So she knows that I wanted to keep Marty in the
Okay.
game. So that's why I'm on the block.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Next question.
Yeah.
I see Betty as like a huge jury threat, like massive underdog. I've never said this to her face, but like Kyle used to go around and be like, she doesn't deserve to be here. She doesn't deserve to be here. For people to say that at the beginning of the game, to Moose saying it when Jess was HOH, to like be sitting there at the end. To me, that's like
Huge.
that's to end up there, to have to finally take yourself off the block, to win HOH at the final five. Like, to me, that's a pretty compelling case. And then you look at the jury, Moose, Herman, like those are people that she is close to. She's been talking whatever. Plus, like, I have a pretty good idea of your game, I think.
Mhm.
I have a pretty good idea of your game. I have a pretty good idea of Josh's game.
Mhm.
No idea what Betty is doing.
I know.
I have no idea, and that scares me too. I just want to make sure that, like, I don't know. Do you two see that as well?
I 100% see that. She's
I
one
see-
person that I do not want to be sitting next to in final two. Absolutely.
She's
not.
very strong. I do think they'll have hedge bets of like any one of us sitting next to her. Josh, next to Josh, she has a run for her money, but for her to be on the block literally 4 times after 10 weeks, that is a lot. And she's saved herself every single time.
Mhm.
Like, she's been saved. Like, she has not gone home. And then to win HOH, to win a veto when literally you're on the block after like everything is boom. And also her personal relationship she has injury. I'm sorry, that does matter. 'Cause
It does, 100%
That
it
does
matters.
contribute to her case.
And if we
That's
put
Josh
Josh,
and Betty both.
and if we put Josh in the jury in 2 days, that's an automatic vote for her as well.
Yeah. But in that case, if you get rid of Josh, then you're also taking away a number for Betty in the house, higher chance of her going home. If one of us win HOH, I think she's hitting the block. I would think. Right? I don't think any of us are gonna, if we win HOH, which it's up to us 3 to win, one of
Yeah.
us is gonna take it. I think if one of us wins it, I feel like all of us would put Betty next to one of us, right?
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't think either of us
Yeah.
are gonna put 2 of us on the block,
Yeah.
right? So I feel like high chances of her going home, and then they're both in jury. I see where you're going with that, but, and I know we do have to think about final two, but we also have to think about getting there.
Sure. And if Josh has, I mean, like Josh is not an easy guy to get out either.
Mm-hmm. No,
No.
he's absolutely not. We've been trying all
He
season.
might be the hardest guy to get out.
Yeah. So even saying that you had a hand in freaking taking him out, everyone knows how hard that is. And everyone knows how hard it is, even emotionally, to be able to vote
Well,
for
it's
the
also,
victim.
if I'm the person who survived the block against Josh, finally, that's a pretty good case too.
You just gave me that. I never thought about it.
You're welcome.
No. I think at that point, I mean, saving yourself in any capacity on the block is sick. Not hitting the block
Yeah.
is sick.
Yeah.
What about against the guy who, sorry, continue.
But also the guy that was able to get out the comp piece of the season that also nobody else could get out, Marty. Josh has that on his resume. As well as
Any way
Summer,
you
the
spin it,
person
though,
that.
I've been thinking, any way you spin it,
It's
for
anyways.
each one of us, we all have compelling cases, and it's going to come down to how the jury will take it next to whoever's sitting next to.
Right
I
now,
need
think-
another win or two to make a compelling case.
Yeah.
I'm not stupid, but that might happen.
Yeah.
I think right now too, we can spin it all these ways. Oh, then it's gonna be like a vote for Betty in final two. We don't even know if Betty's gonna be sitting in final two. We don't even know if you're gonna be sitting in final two. We don't know. What we need to think about right now is getting ourselves to final two. That's what you need to be thinking about, right? So it's like
Final three.
final three, yes. So it's like if we're gonna be scared or if we're gonna be scared and just like automatically assuming Betty's gonna make it to final two, and we're like, oh, if we vote with Josh, then she has an extra vote in jury. Who the fuck says that we even are gonna let her get to final two? Let's not let her get there then. Duh. Like why are we even putting her in that position? If it's 3 versus 1, one of us 3, she can't win HOH. One of us 3 is gonna win HOH.
Are you sure? She was saying we should go play H. Is that something? Because I don't remember.
Not this week. It'll be the next
She
one.
can't play in the HOH. She'll be able to play in the veto.
It'll be
Yeah,
the
so
very
you for
last.
sure.
I'm 100% sure, unless the rules change.
It's the very, very last HOH that everyone can play in. And that's like two or 3 parts. But if Josh is here, then you know that's you 2 versus Josh in the HOH. Whereas this way, it's us 3 all playing in the HOH.
I asked Jace. I'm not too concerned. This girls thing, this is nonsense.
No, it's not nonsense. Like it was brought up. I don't think it's legit. It wasn't a legit thing.
Who brought it up?
Betty.
So how do I know you 3 don't have something?
I already told you. I mean, I get why you'd be paranoid, but I already told you that Helena and I were both pitched that by Betty. And this is part of Betty's pitch being like, I think, just know that this is my goal is to get Josh out this week, but I'd really love to have a girls thing, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I understand actually why you're concerned about that. So you're worried if you vote Josh out, then you'd be the only guy in the house and
And then
that all
you'll
the
be
girls
voted
will
out.
target you?
Yes.
I get that. That's really sad. I'm sorry, I've never actually thought about it that way. No, absolutely fucking not. I'm not working with her. She makes me so uncomfortable. Helena knows how annoyed she makes me. I can't, it's getting to a point where it's out of control, but it's fine.
Okay, but like even if you're
But-
uncomfortable with her, the game's almost over. If you think she's a good person to take, like who
I don't
cares?
think she's a good person to take.
Okay.
She's literally the last person I want to be sitting next to in final two
Okay.
because she's such a good talker. I think she's going to be pulling out all the stops. Jury night, our finale night,
Yeah.
I don't fucking know what she'll say. She'll say anything.
There's no way to know
And she's
There's
like,
no way to
hype,
know.
you know what I mean?
'Cause-
She's like really hype. And
because her game doesn't make sense
I know.
unless she has some stuff to reveal, and that does scare me.
I know. And she's freaking smart. So that is literally one person that I do not want to see make it all the way. Not that I'd rather sit next to Josh because I think Josh will win. But in terms of the way that she even like presents her points and stuff, she's just such a good speaker. She's a very well spoken.
Very
I think
articulate.
She will
Yeah.
take it over.
She knows the questions to ask without even answering them herself. Like today,
Yes.
she asked, "What's something that you call whatever? What was the question?"
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, she just threw it out there.
I threw it out there,
we
and then I
all
go, "Why
have
don't you start us off?" It's always that. She's always first ask the question. Like, can she answer them? And I said, "Well, why don't you start us off?" I don't know. She couldn't think of it.
Yeah.
Jace went, then I went, and then finally she went. You know what I mean? Like, she knows the questions to ask. She knows what to say.
Are you going full Cassandra on us, or are you just lying through your teeth, like to just make it to next week?
I hate that you think this.
I know you like Cassandra. I don't know.
I do like Cassandra, but no, that's a way different game.
But
I don't have
Cassandra, who's
crocodile tears.
Cassandra?
She's like the one that will go around and just like fake cry in every
What
room
season
and
of-
stuff. She
4.
came back in 5.
And
I
she
think it's
did
4.
this. She did this.
I
I
don't
like the
remember
5
her.
and the 4.
Oh, I don't remember her.
Kev, I think you're
I-
really paranoid.
I am.
It's actually,
I am.
I
have to-
understand.
I'm bringing up all my concerns to you.
I know,
I'm
it's
just-
good.
I'm
it's good.
spitting them
I like
out.
it.
Would
I
you
actually am
rather-
happy
would you
that
rather
you're.
me not?
No, all I'm saying to you, and I want you to understand, is that I literally have no one in this game. My number 1's gone. That's who I've been playing this game with the entire game. So I'm kind of like, what am I doing
I have a
right now? Who do
question for
give my
you.
loyalty to?
I mean, we are the people that you've worked with separately. I think you two. I think I was closer with you to start. Then I think you two got closer.
But then I think you two connected and you two got closer.
I think you both express these concerns. You both think you're closer with the other one. You're
Yeah.
closer.
I was jealous of you and Helena. For
Shut
sure. I was jealous. I'll admit it. I was jealous. I was jealous of you two.
It's so weird.
I
I we had
I
these little
sensed that,
things
though.
within the
Yeah.
within the
Yeah.
line.
Yes,
I was,
and I
I was
sensed
for
that.
sure jealous.
Yeah, and I sensed that where I was like, dude, he is pissed off that, you know, you told me about the veto first, or what that dynamic where it like, you know, you brought it up in the meeting. You're like, oh, you told Helena
And
first.
the
That's
only
kind of
reason
like,
the
why
only
you
reason I
care?
told anybody is because I felt like you were bringing it up a lot in our conversations. So
Yeah.
I feel like Marty must have told you.
Yeah. No, but
You also,
Whether he did or not.
You also like got us to start working together. Like you brought us together
Yeah.
when the 5 was coming together.
yeah.
That was
I
you.
guess that's true, actually.
Yeah, so you were that middle person where I felt like, oh, okay, like you still have that with Kev. Because you
I
two
get
all
that.
did start from the beginning.
Yeah.
And that, well, not the, like, yeah,
Started
whatever,
like a
like you
cheese
guys were
crush.
like, you guys had that relationship. So in the sense of, I have a question to ask. I was like, we're like fighting over you. But like, did you, Gino, make, because we never had a final 3, you, me, and Gino. We never did. That was nothing. We didn't. I can admit that we never did.
No.
Did you 3 have a final 3? Because, yeah, did you 3 have a final 3?
There was jokes about it because of the relationships that were had in this house. Like Gino having the little relationship with Kev and the whole bed thing, the Andrew thing, all of that, like
Yeah.
the joking thing. So yeah, of course we made jokes about it. We're like, yeah,
Yeah.
trifecta, let's do it. Like
It
this
was
is
never.
a triangle.
It was never official, but I definitely like walked in the room a few times and said, "Oh, is this my final 3?"
Yeah, and Kev would come in and be like, so what are we naming this? And stuff like that. But we never actually had a chat where we like put it together.
We never committed to it, and I actually was like, I thought you two were good with me or Helena in your 3. I thought you two would be fine with like. I think you two were okay either way as long as you two were there.
In what?
Like I think you two would be good if like me, you, and Gino were in the 3, or if you, Gino, and Helena were in the 3. I think you were okay.
That's what Kev said. Kev was like, I think that Helena and I were very interchangeable.
That's
To you.
I do think.
And
that.
I think I have separate relationships with both of you. And I think you guys now have your own relationship as well.
Yeah,
I think so, yeah, it's
This
flourished.
is a weird
but
little triangle
Yeah.
that we
Yeah.
have.
It's flourished.
but
and-
you brought us together first.
Yeah, so and then
So
it, when
you're
then it
gonna-
went to like you
this
two
is
or
what it
something,
is.
then you two or something, but then it was like back, it was pulling either way, and then somehow we got pulled together, but then yet it was pulled that way, and then it's just now.
So you
we're
know
all
what this
pulling.
is like, right? If you vote to evict me, this is like when you have a best friend and then they introduce you to another friend and then they go on a trip together without telling you about it. That's
Yeah.
what that's like if you vote to evict me. That's really
Oh,
fucked
that's
up.
not a good thing. That's not a
It's
nice
not,
thing
it's
to
bad.
do.
It's really mean.
That's a really good point.
I know. It's just disrespectful at this point. So, just saying. But no, I'm glad that we're airing it out. I feel like we haven't really had like a chat, like Kevin and I's first game chat since the whole incident was today.
Since Betty won the veto, basically.
And so I feel like as a group, we especially haven't gotten a chance to like air everything out and talk about
Yeah.
it. So it's good. Just throw it all out there. So you guys never had like a final 3 with Marty?
No.
That was never
No,
a thing?
Marty had a final 3 with us that we never
Oh,
agreed to
okay.
or were
Yes,
a part of.
never
Right.
discussed with
It
both of us.
was I'm taking JC Lynn out at 5.
Mm-hmm.
I am not targeting Gino until final 4.
I love that.
It was I am taking you out at 3, and I am taking Helena to the finals.
And then to
Wow.
me, it is, you know, yeah, you know, you and Kev, you guys are good. You know, JC Lynn's a good person. He'd always talk really good. Gino never coming after him. He can't come after Gino, you know. I'll take Gino. We're going to, you know, just battle it out. Us, you know, at 4, we're going to battle it out. And you weren't in that equation. So,
I wasn't in it. Oh yeah, he told me in a final
Oh,
4
because
with
we had a
you
final
two,
4.
you two
Yeah,
and
which I
Gino.
didn't even.
Right.
And at that point, I asked him, I'm like, I didn't know.
Yes,
You
yes,
didn't tell
yes.
me I'm in a final 4 with you, Gino, Jason. I mean, you never told me that.
I know, I brought that up to Lena. I was like, okay, is he like telling you what his freaking final
Yeah, and I had no
deal? And she's
idea.
like, what? I was like, this man
Yeah,
is
and
out
I'd
of
ask him,
control.
oh yeah, so I was gonna tell you, and then it was like, you know, me and Kevin are very close. Like with that, you know, I spoke to Kev, like, you know, if I've had a bad day, like you know, it'd be a tough decision, but like, you know, I don't know. And I was like, okay, cool, whatever. Like,
It didn't make sense. I told you he was like, yeah, I'm putting up JC Lynn at 5. I'm taking her out at 5. And I'm like, okay, but you're not targeting Gino until the final 4. So who are you putting up beside JC Lynn? He's like, I don't know, like maybe you.
really?
I was like, okay.
Oh my god. Sick pitch, man.
I
What the
just
hell?
don't understand it.
But you were his number one. He was saying to me. But yes, even though
he had a Final Four with you, but Kevin was his number one, so it was all very confusing. It was very
Why would he
confusing.
tell me about that Final Four? I don't understand.
Dude, I wasn't.
get
I
it.
did not even know. I had to approach him about it. He didn't even ask.
Do you know when I started wondering if he was getting his stories confused and he was meaning to put Kevin's name in the Final Four, but accidentally said yours, or vice versa? So it was like, why would your number one not be in the Final Four?
Yeah.
It was very confusing. But okay, so that was never a thing.
I think the key point I'm getting is that you clearly want to go to the final three with the two of us.
Yes.
Unless you're lying. And I think you see how big of a threat that is. You see how big of a threat Josh is.
100%. The entire game, I've said that.
Okay,
That
question.
duo pisses me off.
Okay, but even that, let's say that was a scenario you had that power. If it was like
I can't
she
even run
pitched you,
through.
like she pitched you, I don't know what the hell she could pitch you, but you know, to make a compelling case, would it? I guess at that point you gotta hear the pitch, and you would hear the pitch. That's a dumb question. I take that back. Never mind.
Oh.
I think that was stupid.
Nothing about, and I get, okay, so is this where it's coming from? You guys are both paranoid about the fact that Betty and I might have been working together at some
Yes.
point?
Yeah.
Okay, and I 100% understand that. I get it. Do you see, even if that would have ever been a thing, if there was a ceasefire, and I'm admitting that for a fucking fact, yeah, I have nothing to lose.
Okay,
I will
you
say.
admit it now. Okay.
But, oh yeah, there was a ceasefire.
Okay.
But it was never working together. We never once
Okay.
discussed who anyone wanted on the block, who we wanted to vote for. No
Yeah.
conversations like that. Literally just
Yeah.
a ceasefire. It's not really working together, but it's just like an agreement. But do you see now, Josh put me up on the block in a triple. That
Yeah.
right there should show you that that is broken trust, whatever that Josh and I might have even
Oh.
fucking had gone.
Well, one of you's going home anyway.
You know for a fact that Betty and Josh, they probably talked about it ahead of time, who they would want up.
In the triple?
I think that
But
Betty
he
would
put,
have done.
he put Betty up. Why did he put
I
Betty
know. I think
up?
that was obviously shocking, but I think that if Betty would have won the HOH in that triple, I would have been up too. So, and then this week she just proved to me, like she put me on the block. So that right there should show you anything I ever had with Betty or Josh is gone. She's literally putting me
Yeah,
at risk right now.
you're right.
Anyone that you're working with would never put me at risk like that. Are you
Any,
kidding me?
Anyone, I would have put you and Marty up. I would have,
Exactly.
that they're just full. Like I think anybody would have put you two up. I know that's like not a great thing for me to say right now, but I don't know. You're making a really compelling case,
Yeah.
and things have changed. Like what happened then is different now.
So much has changed.
Josh won the biggest HOH of the season.
Yeah.
Betty won the second biggest HOH of the season.
Yeah.
Like things are different now. I do see you as somebody who played an amazing game, but also I'm starting to see it as not as amazing as Josh and not as amazing as
know.
Betty.
I know, and that's what I'm trying to say. I get why I
guess-
get why you're looking at my game like that, and you're like, I'm a fan of yours, whatever. But it's frustrating to me when you say that because I just feel like there's like this evil mastermind in the house. She's been controlling shit all season.
Yeah.
I think there's things that we don't even know about.
Yeah.
And it's like Josh is the muscle man, but he's also like the emotional guy who knows exactly what to say to people. And they've just been working us. Like I feel like we're just getting worked out here. And we're just letting them do it. Like I feel like keeping Josh is just letting them stay together. You're benefiting Betty 100%. You're letting them take each other. I feel like that's what's going on.
I truly believe that they had a rift that happened this week. I don't think she was in on the I don't think he wanted to go on the block this week. I think they really had that, but like
But I think
They're-
now she's trying to flip
To
it
say
back,
they,
you know?
to say they mended their personal relationship, I think so. Game wise, I don't know with Betty. I don't know if she is, business B type of thing. How she keeps saying like she's all business and think with her head, not her heart. I don't know about that. I think she may be like, Josh, okay, we're cool again, and then, things like that. And that is a concern because in the
I-
scenario of, let's say,
She's already told me she went from her goal this week as an HOH. She will freak out if Josh doesn't leave. Her goal is to never get me out on her HOH, yada, yada, yada. Now, when I talked to her, I just checked in today. She was like, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. I think Kevin and Alina and I need to have a chat, see what's best for our games. She was like, if Josh ends up leaving, it sucks, but I did it. Like, I put him up. Instant change. It's like right back to, like, she's I don't know what she's saying to you too, but I feel like she's gonna try to like make you vote the way she wants you to, which I think is to keep Josh at this point.
Yeah.
Just totally. She doesn't want me here for a reason because she sees that there's power in us three being here. I just feel like we're handing her the game potentially. You're handing her the game potentially if you let her keep her number one. It's like letting me keep Gino at this point. Would you do that?
No.
You didn't.
No.
You literally didn't.
No.
So it's the same fucking thing. You're letting her keep her number one.
Ooh, that's a good argument.
That is a good
I'm
point.
just saying.
Ooh,
It just,
that's
to me, it's
good
so
discovery
clear.
there. I could see you discover that live.
Yeah, it was a good discovery.
That is a good discovery.
It's just so legit. It's
Yeah.
just like it's so clear in my head. It just doesn't make sense to me. Why would we let her have this? That's all I'm saying. And I get your concerns totally about the girl thing. But you have two of us sitting right here, two of the three, saying that we do not believe her. When she said that, we think that she's lying.
I guess my worry, and I'll say this to you as well because you're in this, is that also you're in this. If I were to keep Josh, I have the concern of you and Josh and Betty having the three thing,
Okay.
and that's, But I also have the concern of keeping you, and it being, I know y'all's relationship run deeper than our relationship, whatever. That's personal. I don't really care about that, but whatever's best for game. But then I guess I have the concern of you could flip and be like, okay, Helena, Betty, and Kev, and then hedge your bets.
Betty and Kev, what do you mean?
Like, sorry, no, Kev, JC Lynn, and Betty. In the sense of, I guess, where you just flip on me because
Okay, and I already told Kev this, which is kind of fucked up. And I feel rude, I really do, like saying it, but it's legit just the facts. I would rather be sitting next to you in Final Two over Betty because I don't think that you can talk the way that Betty can. I don't.
Yeah.
And Betty is a freaking, I think she's gonna go there, she's gonna say whatever she has to say, and the energy that she has, the way that she can command an audience, people will be listening to her live, like the jury, and be like, holy shit, and might switch like that.
Yeah.
I honest to God think that.
No, 100%.
Rather be
Yeah, I
sitting
get
next
that. I
to
agree
Kev
with that.
than Betty, because obviously I feel like it's the same thing. Kev has his people, I think Betty has more people in jury, and I just feel like the way that she's able to command an audience and the shit that she can say, she knows exactly how to speak to every single one of those jury members. I'd rather be sitting to either one of you over her, and that's just it. So that's who you
I
want to
think
go
you
to
have
Final
you have a
Three
more you have a more fighting chance sitting next to one of us two
Definitely.
than okay.
and Betty or Josh. And I feel like that's with both of you as well. If we're really thinking about it, these
No,
are two
definitely, I
people
would
that have
say
been
that.
running this fucking house without people even realizing for half of the game.
Well, that was Gino's. One of Gino's like campaigns was like, if you flip, like somebody from the other side is gonna win the game because they have people in the jury.
The jury is stacked on their side, just the way things landed. And it's just like, I didn't really realize till like recently that was the case, and that is something that we do need to think about. It's not just about like how well you played the game, but like some people are going to be biased. That's just the fact. And I get that you both have concerns. You might think I'm lying, you might think I'm pulling a Cassandra, which honestly, that's a compliment. That's a really sweet thing, but I'm not. I'm nothing to lose. I'm answering all of your concerns, any questions that you have. I'm ready to hear them out, whatever. Yes?
Let's say me or Helena win HOH. Betty wins the veto. At that point,
Okay, wait. Betty wins veto.
so she has to decide between you and
Oh, I'm 100% out. I
one
know
of
that.
us.
I'm gone. At that point, that would just really fucking suck.
You think so?
But are you kidding me? I'm on the block right now. Should we choose one of you over me? 100%. 110%.
Really,
Yeah.
I don't think so. Really,
Are you out of your mind?
I think she's gonna be so flippin' pissed. So
Well,
flippin'
you're gonna
pissed.
tell
The
her.
HOH though.
You're gonna tell her at that point about the Spa Girls Alliance.
At the what?
About the Spa Girls.
That's not as
Oh,
alliance.
the bitch brigade? The bitch brigade?
No, I can't do that.
No.
You-
She will not. She will not.
Don't tell her.
I called you guys snakes. I told her everything I had to about you, but she still put me on the block. She doesn't fucking care. She doesn't like me. I don't like her. It's literally just is what it is. I do
At
not
that point, you
think-
wouldn't be petty.
Would I be petty?
Yeah, and just and
You can't put up the
explain that.
HOH who she wouldn't be able to vote out. Like, who do you think she would vote out? The person she'd be petty with is the HOH that put her on the block. The HOH is safe. So, like,
Oh,
you
yeah,
know
yeah.
what
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean?
that scenario.
Like,
Sorry.
she would vote me out over one of you, 100%. Also, I think just the fact that, and she's pointing it out, the fact that I've won in a double, won in a triple, blah, 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 I think she would vote me out because she's smart.
I don't think so,
she'd
but she
wanna
also
take me.
finds it threatening as well that I haven't hit the block yet, and I won 2 vetoes.
But at that point, you would have hit the block probably then.
Yeah, by then obviously I'd hit the block. So
Right.
yeah, sure. Then it's fair equal game.
Exactly. So I'm going. In that case, she literally just can't win the veto, and if I lose the veto, that's on me. That sucks, but that would be what it is. At least at that point, I got to see the fucking red door open, and I like fought, you know. At least I would get a chance to play in the POV.
Well, sorry, I was about to say something really rude.
Rude?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Should I just say it?
Yeah.
Oh God.
I want to give you a BB Can award for best campaign of the season. It's just a little bit condescending.
It's a little bit condescending, but I'll take it. Thank you.
I'm just like you're really messing with my head in a good way.
I hope you see it's in a good way. I'm not in here trying to be like, I'm out here manipulating people, blah, blah. I'm literally just stating the freaking facts in my
Right,
head.
no.
It's just so clear to me, and it's just frustrating if you guys don't see it. That's just how I feel.
I think there's less like at this stage of the game. There's less manipulation and less lying, and it's
Straight up.
kind of a lot more straight up.
Yeah.
Definitely. There's no need to lie. There's no need to beat around the bush. That's why I said right now, call where I was like, let's not beat around the bush. Tell me what's up. What are you thinking? I'll answer anything you have. I literally have nothing to lose. Nothing.
I sat down with Jace and I told Jace I was most likely sending her home.
So that's straight to her face.
He
That's
did.
how we started our
And
conversation.
then I cried.
Oh wow.
And I was like, I get it, though.
And then you flipped the dude in a way.
And then you,
I just
and
told
then-
him how I was feeling, what I was thinking. I really thought that was going to be the end of our conversation, though. And boy, did it take a turn. I'm happy you were actually hearing me out because I was worried that you were just like, your mind was made up. I've just been feeling really awkward around you. I just feel like I felt like your mind was made up 100%. I was like, is there even a point? And I was just like counting myself out already.
I don't know. I'm generally pretty logical. Like I'm happy to listen. And now I'm in a mental pretzel.
I get that.
So good work.
I'm sorry for that.
No,
but
it's okay.
I think you need to be in a mental
That's the
pretzel
also
at this
thing though,
point.
where I will say, I feel like you and I know how intelligent and smart JC Lynn is, and you are very intelligent, very smart. And I think the narrative of you being just a dumb girl chasing after a boy and just being putty in his hands, that's a narrative that the jury, I think, sees. And yeah.
I think
The
the jury
jury's
thinks I'm a dumbass. I straight up do.
No, not a
The
full
way
no.
that the way that Moose kind of talks to me, the way that Armand views me just as like a number, and like her mom would never speak to me straight up. He would always go through Gino and just be like, Gino, just tell Jace that. Like I was never treated, almost like how Marty treated me. It
Yeah.
was like that. So I feel like Kevin's saying, like, oh, you're saying all this nice stuff about me and like how you know that you know about my game, whatever. Those people have not gotten to see the way that I played this game the way that you two have. They wouldn't know that about me, and I feel like a lot of them think I'm a fucking idiot.
Yeah, but
And that's okay.
there's somebody in there who knows the great
Yeah,
game you
I
played.
just don't know if Gino would be able to articulate that. I really don't, and I don't think. I don't know. What is he gonna say? No, she was doing this. People are just gonna think he's just saying that, so I win. I don't know if people will believe it because at that point it sounds like he's campaigning for me.
I don't know. Marty really trusts him.
Oh my God, Marty, maybe. Someone would
'cause
be in there being like,
Marty
no,
also
she
thinks you're very
doesn't do
smart.
that."
Marty thinks you are very smart too. Like he
Wow,
does think
thanks,
you're very
Marty.
intelligent and very smart. And I will say that I'm not like pumping the dude up. He actually does think that. Just that he fully trusts you, I don't know.
Definitely not.
No,
He
but
definitely
he does definitely think you are very intelligent, very smart, and with comp time, he thinks you're a very strong player. Just because you didn't want HOH, he thinks of you as a competitor. I know that for sure.
So wait, what was your point with that?
Interesting. That's also somebody that, like, you know, you're saying, oh, he wouldn't listen, Gino would listen to him. Definitely that's someone in your corner as well that sees your game. Or even with Betty, I think as much as, you know, she may, I don't know, like, you think that she may have perceptive that you're not a strong player.
You know, I think Betty thinks I'm a freaking idiot. The way she talks down to me is like so condescending and annoying. Like she acts like she's my HR manager. That's what she acts like. I know, it's interesting. That's how I feel around her, and I don't like it. I just don't like it. I don't know. That's just how I feel about her. It really is. And that's not me. And I said to Kev, I was like, yeah, it's me being emotional that I would put her on the block. But it also is strategic. So it just happened to be that my emotions are lining up with my strategy. And I think that's really satisfying. Doesn't happen often.
That's nice when the emotions and the strategy line up.
It does.
Really nice.
That is really nice. Doesn't happen often in here.
What's on your mind, Helena?
I don't know. I honestly, and also I will be straight up with you, since we're all being straight up. I think there's also an emotional aspect of it. Sorry, excuse me. Of you're an awesome girl, and I said that to you, and I really honestly do believe that. But I also do believe Josh is such an awesome guy.
I know.
And you both are so deserving. You both are deserving in your own ways. And to say one deserves it better than more than the other, no, I don't think
It's
that.
not about either of us. It's
not.
about who's going to
But
get
yeah,
you further in the game.
yes.
You shouldn't be thinking about who deserves it, Josh or I.
Yeah.
It's about who's going to get you further in the game so you
Yeah.
get what you deserve too. Because
Yes.
you're both deserving as well.
Yeah.
I don't, there's no point to even be made about that.
Yeah.
I know you like Josh. Everybody fucking likes Josh.
Yeah, but I like you too, though. That's the thing.
Right.
And
I
then
like you too.
Yeah,
But
the thing.
that's not what this is even
I
about.
know, but it is. I don't know. For me, I don't know why at this stage now. Before it's always been, I guess, it's been like a little bit like, oh my goodness, like I like them both, and also they're both deserving of it in their own ways, and it's like,
That's why you take that completely out of the equation and you think about
Yes.
yourself.
yes,
Right.
yes, and I've said this to you, and I do think that I think it'd be a smarter decision, less of a risk, even though like you definitely could turn on me to keep you. I do see the value in that, and I'm not gonna deny that and say that it's not. I do, because I think, but then they're both risks, yes, but I think there's a less risk with you because yes, you can screw me over, but fine, take Betty, go bet your
I know,
chances.
how fucking fun with that. Exactly. What is your
But also, you're
benefit?
strong. I guess also you are a strong competitor. You're a very strong competitor. Under pressure, you excel. You know too. You admitted it. Under pressure, you
I'm
excel.
good when I'm on the block, it seems. Or when I'm in very high pressure situations.
Yes, high pressure.
But not in a comp where, like, look at the Expedia one. It's like, unless there's a buzzer standing right there and it's something really quick, that's where I seem to excel. Not like these long ass comps. You've shown that you're really great at comps lately too. And Betty as well. Out of fucking absolutely nowhere. I feel like we've all kind of shown that now. Kev has a
That's why I
veto,
also asked you
have a
too, though.
win.
It's like, did you throw that comp? Because I want, like, did I earn
Which
that?
one?
The Philip Sonic here one.
I know that you were worried that
yeah,
you
I was
didn't
just,
win
yeah.
that.
I'm like,
You
did I
won
not
that.
earn that?
No, I straight
type of
up,
thing.
I
'Cause
should
it's like,
have bet in that comp, and
yeah.
I was upset about it.
okay.
I don't throw comps. I just
Yeah.
don't. I physically can't. So when I don't win something, I am really hard on myself.
Yeah. No, I get that.
I get what you're saying about loving Josh and liking Josh and whatever, and that's great, and we can all be friends after this.
Yeah, yeah.
But
No, I know.
really,
Yeah.
like, that's what we're gonna come down to right now. Who we like more? It just
No, I
seems.
get that.
But if it's this hard for you right now, imagine a jury with Josh sitting there.
Oh, 100%.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. The way you're
100%,
feeling
I
now
know
about
that.
voting for
I
Josh
know that.
is how the jury will feel about. Like, he will win because of that. The jury will be like, I don't know if I can vote against Josh, and they
So
will.
what's your real career?
Social media manager.
Actor?
I work in digital marketing. Oh, marketing. It actually goes hand in hand.
Ah, marketing. You really are marketing yourself.
Thank you. I'm glad. I actually am glad that you're thinking this is a great campaign because I was like really nervous to talk to you about. But I'm straight up. I'm just passionate about this because I can't see it any other way. I really can't. I can't wrap my brain around it any other way. I don't see how you wouldn't be able to see it.
No, I
And
do
that's
see
just
it.
why I'm
and I
so
think that you
passionate
do
about
see it
this.
too.
Yeah.
Do you not see it? I see it. I'm not denying I don't see
see
it.
it.
I see it.
I'm feeling it. And I love that you're both being receptive. I feel like Kevin a little bit more, which I'm shocked about because I really thought I had your vote secured yesterday. So I'm a little shook right now.
No,
but
I'm
it's
just
fine.
like, no, I'm just like,
I'm not committed to anything tonight.
I know that.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
I know
need
you
to
just think
sleep
about
and
it.
like process.
Of course.
What's your vibe right now, Helena?
I'm just so overwhelmed, and this game is really hard. That's what I'm thinking. I cannot believe this, and
Because you were already counting me out.
no, I was
Because
not
you were
counting
taking
you.
the easy road. You're like, Kev's probably gonna vote you out, and I'm just gonna do what he does. So now you're shook that Kev is actually freaking thinking about things, and it makes sense to keep me. And now you're like, fuck, what do I do?
No,
I have to tell Josh what I think.
me.
No,
I'm just
don't.
saying.
No.
I think that's what's going on, isn't
No,
it?
that's not actually what's
I'm
going
sorry
on.
for making me. It's
No,
just
it's
so
always.
frustrating.
I'm sorry. No,
Is that what you're feeling like right now?
no, that's not exactly
Because
what
we had
I'm
a
feeling.
conversation.
Like.
I was counting myself out too, so I get that.
No, that's not what I was feeling.
Okay.
But thank you for letting me know how I'm feeling. I really
Sorry,
appreciate
I
that.
Sorry, it's just frustrating because I really the conversation we had
No.
yesterday. And this is just so
No,
different.
definitely. And I did say, like, I do see the value in keeping you 110%, and I do see the value in keeping you. I'm not going to die that I'm not. That I don't feel that way. But then, like I said, I see a value in keeping Josh as well. That I don't know why I think he would cut Betty. I just think he would. But maybe I'm wrong
really
though.
think he would?
I don't know. I think maybe he would. I think. Then again, though,
But why would
I
you
could
go
be
with?
wrong.
Okay,
Like
and that's
that.
fine.
And I'm not, and to say, yeah, I definitely did think though, like Kev, your vibe was to keep Josh. And for my game, if I couldn't, pitch JC Lynn, like, to you type of thing, it's like, the vibe I felt, okay, you know what, Betty, we don't know, I got the vibe from her, she wants to keep Josh. I was just like, all right, well, I'm not going to piss two people off that, if I don't secure my own flipping safety, I'm going to be done anyways. And I expressed that before. I'm like, I'm out. If I'm at the fort, I'm out anyways. It is what it is if I don't secure my own safety.
Yeah.
And yeah, and I guess to say, is it the easier route to? I'm not scared of pissing people off. That's not it. I'm not. I'm not scared to piss people off. I don't really care. It's a game, and I get that. And I have to do what's best for my game. But I don't know where I'm going with this. But
I just
I
think-
just don't like. I didn't know. I knew it was an option. I was talking about it, but at that point, you didn't have your full conversation with Kev. And the vibe that I did get from you and Betty, so I do think you two were close and you have gotten closer. I'm not going to act like I think I did say to Jason, like you two are working together, and maybe I'm getting played, and you know what, and I don't want to
Yeah.
piss both them off, type of thing, and then my game's screwed.
I don't trust.
So-
I don't trust anyone.
Okay, fair
Were
enough.
you just telling
Just
me
straight
that you
up.
wanted to keep me, so that it was like at least you have a jury vote?
No,
Thanks.
because I didn't mean that. I did mean it, but the vibe I'm saying when I'm speaking to Betty and Kev, I'm like, okay, I don't know where they're standing, and like, I spoke a
I
little
know, and I
bit, type
hadn't
of thing.
talked
It
to
was
him
like, okay, like, you haven't even fully talked to Kev. I'm like, it's just the vibe I'm getting. You and Betty are close. Like, Betty, I know Betty wants to keep caution. To say maybe I assumed,
Oh, I definitely
that-
assumed that Kev wanted to
I
keep
just
Josh,
assumed
obviously, which
to
is
say, because
true.
I didn't have that chat with you, and I was like, okay, Jason hasn't talked to you yet, and I
I
was,
didn't want to keep Josh until I spoke to JC Lynn today. And now I'm confused.
okay. Yeah.
I'm just
So don't you think, oh yeah, now I'm flipped. No, it wasn't.
didn't
What I
say a
said to you
word.
was straight
You're just
up real.
overwhelmed now. It's
Yeah,
like,
I'm just
yeah.
overwhelmed. That's,
get that.
Yeah, it's not that. Oh my God, I can't make a decision. What Kevin's voting on? No, I make my own flipping decision. And if if you're voting one way, well, screw you. I'm voting my own
Yeah.
way, and that's on Betty.
Same.
But really, I don't want to give it to Betty the power,
I
and that's
don't want you
honest.
to do that
I don't
either.
either.
I
She
don't want to
does
give
not
Betty the
care.
power.
I haven't said a word to her since me and Jay spoke.
I don't want, and even if I just don't want to give her that ability to be like, I will take it to you.
Yeah, and I'm
Oh my
not.
God,
saying,
that
and I'm
would
not
be even
saying
more
I wouldn't.
painful.
And I wouldn't want that. I don't want that.
Okay.
And I think also out of respect for you, like, oh, don't sign me, whatever. Like, at least I want to know. And I would want that as well, whatever decision it was, if you're staying here or if you're going.
Yeah, of
Like,
course I
I'd
would
want you
love
to
to know
know.
ahead of time, yeah.
Exactly. Wouldn't want it to be a blindside or Betty have all the power. Like, no.
My argument would just be like, yeah, Josh is I just say like, if you're questioning whether or not Josh would cut Betty, you're like, oh, Josh might cut Betty. I'm thinking Josh might. Okay, well, there's somebody sitting right in front of you who
That you-
100%
yeah.
wants to cut Betty. And so that right there is just like, to me, if that's what you want Betty out, you want to cut Betty, that's what I want. So if you're questioning whether or not Josh will do that, you're like, if that's like a reason that you want to keep Josh, like, oh, he might cut Betty. It's like there's somebody sitting right here that 100% wants to. So that's just a little bit frustrating.
No, I do know that. I do believe you. And I know you don't fully believe her, that Kev doesn't fully believe that you may flip. I do believe everything I do. Like, I do think, though, that you would take me or Kev over Betty. I do believe that. And for my personal game, taking you two would be better for my game.
Yeah.
110%. I'm not going to deny that. Like,
I feel like we'll at least have an equal chance against
Yes.
each other. Injury in terms of votes. At least we're all played in the same alliances for the most part. I feel like jury's stacked in a way that wasn't really with people that we really worked with.
Yeah, well, that's the point. That's why we put them there.
Exactly.
It's also
Exactly.
you also have 3
Who do you think the
Who's
three?
third?
really sick wins.
Oh,
I
also
thought
the
you were talking
people.
about Helena has 2, and the fact that she's never hit the block.
Oh,
You have a sick one.
I think I lose to both of you, but there's lots of game to be played, and maybe I'll get a win or two and
Definitely.
change that.
Yeah. It's your time. Your time's coming, man. We could literally all be leveled out. You don't know.
We could be.
Yeah,
You don't freaking know.
exactly.
It
And I
just
think we
makes
all
so
have-
much sense. The
and
odds
what-
of
This is
two
very-
of us,
Also-
the odds of 2 of us going 1 and 2, like final 2, are so much higher with us 3 in final 3. Obviously. Well, I mean, with us 3 in final
yeah.
4. Because then at least if we're all targeting Betty, we all want Betty out. We're all going to final 3 together, then we can like secure that. Whereas if we keep Josh, there's chances. He might cut Betty.
I do know.
he might
Honestly,
go.
I'm not gonna. I do see the value in giving JC Lynn. I'm not. I do see it. And I agree with it. And even before you and I talked, and we were straight up with you on the couch in the back. Like, yes, we were talking. I do see it. I definitely do.
I just feel like
I
if Josh
do see it.
stays-
Everything. Like, I get it all. Like, every pan situation, everyone can be like, injury. It'd be like, Jason took herself off the block, yada yada. I don't know. I see it. I
I
do.
feel like if Josh stays, there's a 50-50 chance. Like, there is a great chance that one of you goes home next week, and it's like 50-50 between both of you. Because it's like, Betty can't play. Let's say Josh wins HOH, he's putting you guys up. Or,
Yeah.
Betty wins veto, somebody wins veto, whatever. Yeah, that person's going to have the power to choose what happens.
Yeah.
It's a good chance.
I mean, let's just. I mean, there's a good chance the guy wins HOH, veto, HOH,
Yeah,
and then it doesn't matter who he's beside at that point.
exactly.
It doesn't matter who he's beside anyway with him.
No.
I don't think there's a good chance that with the 4 of us that someone wins all 3 comps.
No, I don't think that's pretty
I
intense.
think that's impossible.
think of how I am as a person in this game. Like, it really worried me. And I'm like, you know, being such a villain and making all these horrible, not horrible, like these decisions type of thing, doing the way I've played. And I go, I think, I'm like, your mom, like you said, is an honest person. She would not have been here if she not just a bad person. I go, how I've been thinking of it is, even I thought I'm a bad person. I lied to people's faces straight up. I manipulate, whatever. All of that backstab. I go, but I'm telling myself it's a game. Also, I've stayed loyal to two people. Two people I've stayed loyal to. So it's not some credibility. People are gonna think you backstabbed me. What's your word? Nothing. So I think I wonder if he's holding to that where his compelling cases. Hey, you know what? Actually, I stayed loyal to these two people, and that's why I had to do what I had to do.
I think he's loyal to us. I think the question is, can we beat him? I think we can beat anybody.
I do.
But
I know.
if there's a higher chance of us beating GC,
Yeah.
do all three people left want to take us to the final three? I think the answer is yes.
Yes. I do agree.
So I'd rather not go with Josh then.
Do you rather cut him now?
What?
You'd rather cut him now?
Right now, I don't know how I'm going to feel in the morning.
Yeah.
But
Also, don't you think we'd have to sell it to Betty?
Yeah,
Because she's going to be pissed?
yeah. I'll talk to her tonight.
She's gonna tell Josh. And be all freaked out. Because she asked me, how are you feeling? Everything's so good? Yeah, you know, you feel good?
Well, if she truly is business B,
Yeah, but for her game, it works out better to keep Josh.
because he would cut you.
Because he would cut me. Or she'd think that.
Or
at
maybe
least.
maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't.
Yeah, we don't know. I think she thinks that he would cut me first over her. Because 110%, he wins HOH. He's putting up me, I don't know, next to you or Betty, but I think he'd put you and me next to each other. And it doesn't matter because whoever vetoes veto. Just a face.
And like vision, like it looks
Good
better
vision.
to Betty if he puts up us too. And
Yeah,
we can,
exactly.
Like, yeah, like it doesn't matter.
I know. Exactly.
It's also like, since we don't have anyone to advocate for us in the jury, because nobody knows what we've done,
Mm-hmm.
other than the viewing audience,
Mm-hmm.
I think we need a couple wins.
Yeah.
I think me and you need to win 2 out of 3 of the next comps to win.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't see that. I know I said we're just as smart as them. I'm not going to speak for you. I'm not as smart as Josh.
I'm not as smart. Are you kidding me? I can be real. We all manifest everything, but like, damn, I ain't smart as him. I don't know. I think he's doing his master's or PhD. I do.
Even if he's not, he's one of the smartest people I've ever met in my
100.
life.
Even if he's not, I'm not even sorry. I don't know why I said that. And even if I genuinely just think this man has intelligence like no other, and I respect it, I think it's not
I
an amazing
revere
thing.
it.
Yeah.
I think it's sick. I think the fact that he might just be saying that to us about the wall because he already has everything done.
Yes. He studies. I think he studies late at night when he has his late night snacks. Goes down, boom, gets his studying in.
He knows every detail.
Yes.
I think he knows like as much as Marty.
Mhm.
He told me that we needed, before getting Marty out, to get all the information from him about things he's memorized. Because I think that's the only person who, the more we talk about it, the more I'm leaning towards making a deal with the devil. She was like insulting you.
I know. But I really don't give a fuck. Sorry for swearing.
She was like, oh, like you couldn't think for yourself. What the
I know. She's 24 and I really don't give a shit, honestly. I really don't care. You saw that. I was like, Actually, I don't care. Think whatever the hell you want to think of me. I really don't give a shit.
She just.
Yeah, but that's her though. That's her. She's a big personality thing. You know what I mean? That's what everyone in this house has treated me like. They think they can speak to me and act this way behind my back. She did to my face. That was little. Behind my back, she did way worse. Everyone in this house has done that. Treated me that way.
Yeah.
Spoken to me that way. Alongside Betty and everything.
Well, they're gonna.
So it's just I really don't give a shit.
Well, they're gonna watch this back and they're gonna see that you're the best player in the game.
Thanks. So are you. You know, I think it's
no,
such
I'm-
an easy win next to Kevin.
No,
It's like you
I'm
never know.
number 2 or 3 or 4.
No.
You're
No.
you're without question the best player in the game.
Okay, to be honest, my head is telling me keep JC Lynn.
Yeah.
My heart is telling me keep Josh.
I'm a head guy.
What's your head and heart saying? And what's your head saying?
My head says keep Jace.
But then, doesn't that? Okay, I know it's a game, and I'm just speaking openly with you. I feel like a bad person in this game because I'll say the optics of it. But yes, what I've said and done, people are going to think, holy shit, you're a shitty person. Also, the fact that we said we're going to say 1 to the 3, and we have that chance to actually do that, and we're going to turn our back on the person. Aren't we horrible for that? But it's a game though, right?
That's a you decision. That's a you decision.
Yeah, we're making decisions together though. So it's not, I don't want to be
Yeah.
selfish. I don't want to be like, well, you know what? No, it's not. It's a us decision. We're doing a decision together. So if it's not making that tough call, you know what? We're going to be bad people. We're going to be bad people together. And it may not even be bad. It's, what is bad? No, not, it is bad. I think just the fact that I kind of made myself feel better, that I'm loyal to these 2 people, so it's okay, some game. The fact that now I'm turning my back
Yeah.
and really gonna hurt somebody that has had my back, and also has had my back in game wise, also personally when people have come after me and said mean things
Yeah.
about me and stuff.
He really has had your back.
He really has had my back. I think sending him home, I don't know why it hurts so much. I feel like it makes me a bad person, like an actual bad person. And it's like, okay, if I lose, I lose, but at least like crap. And I know it's a game though. And I think this is the part of the game that gets us like, are you flipping kidding me? Because it's like, you see it, the way she talks, everything. It's like, I know, but
the worst case scenario, she's sitting with Betty and neither of us.
I know.
And maybe she wins, and maybe that's
Yeah, I
something
know.
we have to live with. But
Yeah.
like, what do you think is best for Helena?
Oh my god.
What's best for Helena? Just say it, game wise. You don't have to make a
Keeping
decision.
JC Lynn.
You got to put yourself first. You got to put yourself first, Helena. You
Then what
can't.
if there's a chance that Josh is loyal?
He is loyal.
He is loyal. Oh, there's no chance he
He
is
is loyal.
He is
That's the
loyal.
it thing.
We can't take the risk of winning next to him.
He can win. He can win all 3 comps. He's gonna win one of the 2 next week. He's not going home at 4. He's not going home at 4. He's going to the finals, and then we have to beat him and he'll win one of the first 2. It is competitions now, and we got to give ourselves a chance at the comps. And we might do this, and JC Lynn might win, but like, it's like I said to you, I'm just a guy from Toronto that you didn't know 60 days ago.
Same. I'm just a girl from Surrey that we didn't know each other.
I know, but
So what is best for your game, Cam?
I came into this before the game. If you don't know by now, you know I'm the preseason villain. I'm the villain. You know that.
Yeah.
You know that, right?
Yes, I have it. I see it in you. I
Yes.
twinkle in your eye and say, yes, I see
Yes.
the twinkle.
And I said, I will do whatever it takes to win this game, but I need to find a ride or die, and I need to find one person only that I will never, ever, ever turn my back on. Because I know that being in this house, I've watched the show, I know how difficult it is, and I need one person that I can trust the whole way. And if that person is the person to end my game, it is what it is. That's something I've known I'm gonna do.
I'm not gonna end your game though. That's what we're not.
I know that. I know you won't. I won't end yours.
Yeah.
But we brought someone in from a strategy perspective,
Yeah, we did.
and
We knew we had to cut
and
him.
when we did it, we knew we had to cut him.
And I asked you back weeks ago, I was like, should we cut Josh now? We have opportunity. And you're like,
When
what week was that? That was
when Marty was HOH.
when Marty was HOH. And I asked, like, should we cut him now? This is our opportunity. Are you
Yeah.
sure? Should we not just cut him? And you're like, no, not yet. We shouldn't. I go, okay, yeah. I had that moment of, no, he's working with Benny. You know, is he loyal to us? I don't know, and I doubted
He
him.
is.
And he is loyal.
But now we're here, and we've gotten this close to him, and we see how amazing he is. And today, maybe I got manipulated by a really good 24-year-old girl. Maybe I didn't. Maybe because I was really direct, and that's what was tough. Because I told her all my thoughts, and she made a really good argument. And
Have you been direct with Josh?
about my thoughts with this, no, I've told him I'm keeping him, and that he doesn't have to worry about me.
I know, same.
Um,
With him, I'm like, you doubted me. He's like, no, I don't doubt you at all.
but what?
He's like, have you doubted me? Like, no, you doubt me at all.
Same. And now here's the thing. I care about you so much. If I don't win this game, I want you to. We don't know that this is the right move, but
Yeah.
it seems like it is to both of us. I don't want you to throw your game away for someone. I don't want you to throw your game away for me. Like if you think that if we're at the 3 and you in the HOH and it's us and Jace and you think you can beat Jace, yeah,
No,
I'll be
taking you.
pissed at you.
No, I'm
but
taking you. I'm not. I'm telling you, I'm
I'm-
taking you. At that point, I don't care.
I am
just
too.
went the 2. I just went the 2.
I am too, but like, I want you to do what's best for your game, what's best for Helena.
Right now, we're not at that point, though. It's what's best for both.
I know.
So what is best for both of us? I'm not thinking like that right now. I'm not even going to think that you already know that. I'm not thinking like that right now. What is best for both of us?
I think what's best for everyone left is to take Josh out. It's like behind Marty and Gino, he's the best. Betty's studying all day in her room. We can beat JC Lynn at the end. We can also beat Betty and Josh, but JC Lynn, she might win. She probably will win the physical part of the final HOH, and then it's going to be me versus you, and we'll do it. And then we gotta just study together for the next however many days, because otherwise it's like.
Who did we tell him? Because we had to calm downstairs, him and I was like, yeah. Alex, I was like, yeah, Jason wants to know she's wearing a dress or not, yada yada. He's like, at this point, you have to be straight up with whoever, you know. You can't just be horrible, mean, or whatever. You have to be straight up to enjoy.
He
the
said
time.
that?
Yeah. He'd want to know. He's like, oh, I would definitely want to know. He'd want to know.
I won't tell him before Thursday.
I won't tell him before Thursday. How do I know? But I'm not telling him before Thursday. My God, no.
But he could blow it up, and that could get us in trouble with Betty and with Jason.
Okay, so him blindsided him?
I don't know. I think we should have a discussion with Betty. I don't think we should say that where we're at, but I think it's worth.
Isn't it scary that she's gonna go tell Josh? By the way, so I told him like, hey, by the way, you know, don't worry. Like Betty thinks I'm like debating between the two. You were there, right? You know, on the sofas. I was like, she just thinks that's good that she thinks that.
Well, if she's going to tell him, then we know we can't trust her, and then we know that taking him out is the right call.
Sure. Oh, sure.
Even
Would
more.
you bring it up?
I don't know.
I think that she's being paranoid. Sure.
We also shook on it this morning, so like, who knows how we'll feel tomorrow. But like, what made you come around to Josh today?
What came around yesterday?
You did? Well, like at
What
night?
came around to me was first I was coming to JC Line. I was like, you know what, so we talk about it. Then that she will lose to Josh. She will take them into a spot. Josh, on the other hand, which is a good odds because we don't know if he's going to win both. And there's that sliver of chance, yeah, we can beat him. Also, I think that Josh's campaign strat, whatever the hell his thing is, losing that comp, and he hasn't had to win the comps, and yet he's gotten to this point.
Yeah.
And he may throw it just to be.
I don't
make
think
those
he's
shots.
throwing anything at this point.
Yeah, not at this point, but
I think there would be a chance at the final HOH, just because he's twisted like that. But I don't think so.
yeah. And I see that honestly sticking to the 3 because I've been loyal to the 2.
Yeah.
Why not take that risk? We've taken risk before and it's flipping worked out.
Yeah.
Take the risk on him and be like,
Yeah.
all right, put your money where your mouth is. We took the risk, and with the Hojino Josh thing, it was a risk, and we literally were like, what the heck? And what do we do? The easier route was to keep Gino.
Yeah.
We took the risk, and Josh pulled through. I was like, why not take the risk at this point? What I have to lose, if I lose, I lose. But
Isn't it all risky?
it is all risky.
I don't see
know.
what's the easy route here.
It's not. There's no
There's
easy.
no easy route.
There's no. That's what I mean. There's no easy route. Now I see that Jason. So she doesn't get it, obviously, but there's a risk either way.
There's a lot she doesn't know. She, like, imagine sitting beside her and she goes, "We were part of the dominant alliance of 5," and then one of us goes, "Actually, we had a 3 with Josh, and we had a final 2 that nobody knew about, so we had different like imagine just like countering her live. She would just freak like. Yeah, people think we're working together now. The first time that one of us in jury or in the final 2 says we made a final 2 on day 2, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck? You made the final 4 with one of you touching the block once? What?"
That's why if we tell Josh, he says he won't pull it out. And I think I do trust him. I do trust Josh. Like, I feel I love the guy. I do trust him.
Love the guy.
I love the guy. I do trust him. But pettiness, I know he has a pettiness in him. I know he does.
So we could use our goodbye messages.
Yeah. And then blindside him. What if that in that moment he freaks out? He's like, "You're snakes." Her mom and Gina were right. These 2 are snakes.
He has 2 minutes to freak out. What's he gonna say?
Yeah. Betty would want to know before. She said that she wants to know before. Whatever decision you and I make, she does not like surprises. You couldn't blindside her because that's
Who cares?
Blindside her?
I don't know.
No, at that level, I'll tell her, "Hey, Betty, you know what we decided? Done." You can't blindside her.
We gotta make a decision tomorrow. We can't go into Thursday still up in there. We gotta like make a decision and stick with it and lock it in.
Yeah.
If it was right now, I'd want to send Josh home. I would be comfortable. I would be okay with telling him. You?
Yeah, obviously I would have to tell him. It'd be really hard.
Want to take 5 minutes? I'm gonna go to the washroom. Want to wait here?
Okay.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
Oh, telling him is full drama.
Uh-huh.
I'll be back in 5 or less.
Helena, please go to the diary room.
Coming. Oh, God. It's just like sometimes it was like, why me? Why can you make deals with everybody in this house, but like I'm not in it? And me being stubborn, I'm like, okay, well, if you don't want to work with me, I'll never work with you.
Yeah.
Like it was like the summers, everybody had an opportunity at working with Marty, and I didn't. I'm not saying it was an opportunity. I just felt like he was more welcoming to other people. Instantly, it was he needed me out, and until he got me out, he didn't feel like it was.
He just didn't recognize your skills either.
Exactly. And I think that happened. I think that was something that a lot of people didn't see in me. And I didn't let it bother me, and I still don't let it bother me. But like with him, it was just much more apparent and like in my face. You know what I mean?
I think that's something you should mention if you get to final 2.
Yeah, I will. And it's not even just saying like I was an underestimated player. Like it was like I really feel like I'm not saying I got further because people didn't value me, but like it was like I was so expendable to everyone. Do you know what I mean? People didn't want to work with me. I was always like, there was always like, I felt like I was really by myself in this game except for you. And that's why it feels really good to be doing this. And it's just like, it really, it just hits differently, even to be HOH right now. I know there's not a lot of people, but like, I was really by myself this entire game.
Yeah. And even Helena, like, her mom telling her like she didn't expect her to get this far, and now she's in final 5.
Final 4 guaranteed, baby. It's just different. Like I think her and I, again, me being on the block is a bit different, but had a lot of the same experiences in terms of, you know, it'll be interesting to hear. Like, I don't know if everyone's gonna have some big elaborate strategy. I know I won't. Like I think I can speak to some of it, and like some of it how it evolved throughout the season. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Like that's gonna take a lot of thought from me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to be here being like, oh, I was this, like, mastermind, and I did this and that and this. Like, no, some of it's going to be really authentic and from my heart. Like, that's because that's how I played the game.
Yeah. I think that's so important.
Yeah, like, because it's really true, and I don't want to be bullshitting either. But, you know, who knows what happened. Why are you making
Sorry to do this.
It's okay.
It's not the easiest. I mean, I went into our conversation today being like, I'm studying home, and now I'm thinking about it. I'm sorry to like put it up in the air like that.
That's okay.
I'm just being real.
That's good.
It's not an easy decision.
I know it's not. I'm happy you're at least listening to me, hearing me out. You really sounded dead set earlier. So I appreciate you even listening, honestly. All I'm doing, I'm craving is another creamy beverage, but I shouldn't. Like a chai or something. Chai latte. Why are you making
Sorry
it?
to do this.
It's okay.
It's not the easiest. I mean, I went into our conversation today being like, I'm studying home, and now I'm thinking about it. I'm sorry to like put it up in the air like that.
That's okay.
I'm just being real.
That's good.
It's not an easy decision.
I know it's not. I'm happy you're at least listening to me, hearing me out. You really sounded dead set earlier. So I appreciate you even listening, honestly. Oh my god. All I'm doing, I'm craving is another creamy beverage, but I shouldn't. Like a chai or something. Chai latte.
Okay, we gotta get back to it.
Okay. Enjoy.
Are you done at the doctor? Oh, okay, great. Never mind then. Okay.
Hello.
Are there any concerns that you want to talk about?
No.
Okay. It's more so just hashing it out.
I don't have any concerns.
Okay.
What are your concerns?
No, I don't have any. Just wondering if you guys are talking about concerns or something that you have, and then you wanna, I just want to know what if you have, if anything's going on that I can be of assistance with. I'm just so nosy. I just want to know what's going on. That's all. That's all. Of course. But no, I just want to know if you guys are talking about something. If it's not in front of me, I just assumed it was a concern, but I know that you obviously have to hash it out. You go back and forth. I'm just nosy. That's all. Why are you smirking?
You're just so mischievous.
Why? You're making me feel mischievous.
This is mischievous.
Is it really? Or is it just me fighting for my life?
You're doing a great job.
Thank you. I'm glad you think so.
I already had my savage but funny goodbye message to you. I'm really mean in them, but in a funny way.
Really? Oh my god, I haven't been mean in any of mine.
Really?
With Marty's, I would have been though. I'm pissed I didn't get to do one. No, I'm like really nice in them for some reason.
That's probably a better idea.
I kind of wish that I was a little bit savage though. It's fun. I can't believe you already had your goodbye message done for me. That's really sad. Wow, you were like decided.
Obviously not. Well, I didn't know you wanted to take me to the end.
I didn't want to tell you that.
Well, it wasn't a good time to tell me.
No, it wasn't a good time to tell you.
I'd rather have a chance than no chance. Rather be second than fourth.
Definitely. Me too. Second's sick. It's 20 grand. And to say you got second.
Yeah.
Just to even be there, like, sitting here on finale night, that's so sick. Is that rain? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. We all pick up each other's sayings, eh? Oh my,
Oh my goodness, it's
oh my
Helena.
goodness. Yeah. Yeah, eh?
I just caught myself. Yeah, yeah. I just caught myself. I can't believe I said, oh my goodness. And right after I said that, I was like, that was weird. That's weird. I never say that.
And
What's
just
your
like,
saying?
like any way I look at it, like, I don't know, you made a really good case that like
I'm glad.
that Betty,
I'm glad
that
you're
Betty
saying that.
actually probably wins against most of us, any of us.
Yeah. I'm glad you're seeing it. Like, so glad. Because you were like decided.
So the threat.
Necklace involved.
Let's practice putting it down.
You know I'm right. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Well, I currently think you're right, yeah, but I also think that
Josh will make his pitch. And she'll probably pitch for him too. That's okay.
damn
You just come back to this conversation. And I think their pitches will just show you how good they really are, probably. I'm just stating facts. That's all I do out here. General, or you mean it's wrong? You actually feel it in your gut?
we'll make decisions and you've made some really good points. What is he doing?
It's just at this closed bed, he said.
I read one. Look at this guy. I read once about this actual neurosurgeon who had a stroke, and the whole time she was like thinking about her stroke from like that point of view. I feel like right now I'm just getting a taste of my own medicine, and like, but I know it's happening, and she's so in my head.
Yeah,
So I
she's
need your
very
help.
intelligent.
I need your help because you're the only person that I trust. And this will clear up like by tomorrow, but like right now, like I can feel the emotional part. But and it's not the emotional part like, oh, like I love
Yeah.
Josh. It's the
Yeah.
emotional part like we make decisions for whatever reason, and then the neocortex, the front part, we like use it to rationalize those decisions. And like I don't know if me rationalizing all this right now is doing that, or it's because like she's just hit on something of like a, I don't know, like a jealousy of how good Josh at things, or like how well he's played, or the epic, you know, like I
or
don't
like
know.
like the ego and the confidence. I think also like the doubt, the self-doubt of like, we know he's a strong player, and having that chance of he will not be taken out if it's not now.
Yeah.
That's something.
Yeah, so where you at?
Where I'm at, I think, and I'm gonna get emotional right now because I don't know. Like, one thing I can say, like, it's just right now, just thinking, whatever, talking to myself. It's in this game. In the real world, I think with my heart, not my head.
Yeah.
And I've been thinking with my head this entire time.
Yeah.
And like, look where we are now. We've been thinking with our head.
Yes.
It's been tough. And like certain things, like, okay, I'll explain this. I don't know, just to make sense.
Yeah.
Okay, I regret. I'm like, I should have bought ADD meds, and I didn't in this game. So like,
Yeah.
you know what? I don't need it. I can do it, whatever, without it. And I didn't. But certain things, I'll be in situations where I'll be studying and I know it. When it gets down to it, I know it doesn't make sense to anybody. Someone will repeat something to me, and they'll repeat it to me. I have no paper or pen to see it,
Yeah.
but they'll repeat it to me, and I'll say it.
Yeah.
And then, okay, I'm gonna just say this, or I'm gonna, this answer, and I instantly, there's nothing in my head.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. There's nothing in my head.
Yeah.
And I just said it.
Yeah.
I was just told.
Yeah.
I was just said it, and there's nothing. I just blank. It doesn't.
Yeah.
There's not like you didn't even say it.
Yeah.
And I think I get so frustrated. I'm like, but I just said it, and I know what to
Yes.
say, and and then when I have to say it, I
Yes.
forget exactly what to say. So when it comes to, like, let's say, for example, trivia, like, I know the answer, but it doesn't make sense, and I get it. To be
Yeah.
like, but I just go blank.
Yeah.
And at this point, I've been playing the game, and I've been using my head, and I've been like, okay, these are the scenarios. This is what I can think here. And map it out, and I haven't been blanking in that. So I'm kind of like, in this situation, I see it like, Josh needs to go.
Yeah.
And I see that, and it's not blanking.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not blanking. But my heart is like, dude, you need to keep Josh. He's been loyal. It doesn't make sense for you to cut him now. It's been you've been in an alliance. Why would you, cut him? Like, he's deserving. He's kept you safe. All of that.
That's not about you.
No, I know, but it's just also it's a part of game too, though, where also he could be like, y'all are snakes. Herman, Gino think that of you. So does Marty. We've pissed off 3 people already in juries. We're gonna piss off a 4th one.
Yeah.
And he can flip it and be like, actually, yeah, they are snakes. And it'd be a whole thing. And then Betty and Jace be like, wow, we see it now. Oh my goodness. Yada yada. I don't know.
Betty and Jace already know we're lying.
Yeah, true. That's true.
Everybody knows we are.
That's true. The whole thing is, yes, trust Josh. Josh trusts him. But there's a high chance we don't.
Yeah.
This man can win it all.
Yeah.
He can win both, just to have the power and be like, hey, you know what? Will he want that though for himself? I don't know if he will be emotionally able to make the decision himself. He may be able to detach. He did it with Betty and Summer. That was hard. When it comes down to it, though, will he? Because he does have an attachment to us. He does, like he does with Betty. But he may not want to have all the power, as it would put him in such a difficult position.
But what if he wins HOH and he throws it to Betty?
Yeah, true. That's true. Exactly
Then we're
that.
done.
Yeah. Exactly that.
No matter what, one of us is in the final 3.
Mm-hmm.
How do we get 2 of us there?
Betty, JC Lynn are taking us both. Are they not?
So let's do it.
Like, when you see it, like, Josh is yes. Yes. Betty is yes. Josh is, I don't know. I do think it's a yes too, though.
I think everybody might take us to the final 3, but I also don't know because you scared people. You scared, and it doesn't. And like.
And I love that though. Sadly.
I love that too.
I love that. I absolutely love that.
You dominated that shit.
Yeah.
It's sick.
Yeah. I'm. That's a risk. I'd rather, sadly, I guess, take with JC Lynn because unless it comes down to it, let's say it's me and JC Lynn on the block, and Betty makes a decision, right?
Yeah.
Will Betty, at that point, Betty will keep JC Lynn, and it is what it is, because
You think she'll keep chasing it over you?
emotionally, I think she'd keep me just because emotionally, I think she would. With JC Lynn, she doesn't have. There's also I'm thinking, she can tell JC Lynn, by the way. Helena told me that this is part of you. JC Lynn's already thinking that.
Yeah, she already.
Duh.
Yeah.
Also, Helena told me about the whole 4-person alliance or that ceasefire thing. But Marty did tell her whatever, that whole thing. So in that way, it's kind of like, actually screw you. So, Betty
Actually,
really is
screw
an
what?
issue. Betty is our issue.
Betty is our issue.
Yeah.
I wish we could go to the Final Four with Josh and Jay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But we didn't know our speeches.
Mm-mm.
Are we wasting time not studying now?
Yeah, pretty much. We beat out 12 people. We're in Final Four.
Yeah.
That's fact. We beat out 12 people.
Yeah.
We need to beat out 13.
We need to beat out 14.
Well, 14, yeah. But week by week. What if we convince JC Lynn really hard? I'm taking you to Final 2, by the way. I'm taking you to Final 2. You pitch that to her. I'm taking you to Final 2. Pitch it flippin' hard. Pitch to Betty. You pitch to Betty. I'm taking you to Final 2. I can't beat. I'm not beating Josh. Also, I'll pitch to Betty too, and then as she threw when she mentioned the whole whatever. Because they're gonna have pair notes anyways, whatever they do or not. We pitch, you know what, to Betty, hey, realize it can't. Josh is a sliver when he does crack under pressure. End of the day though, anyway, look at the chance, the risk of him winning and him going further. We just can't take the risk.
Yeah.
Like, we have better chances of sitting next to Jake. If we do, it ends up being like that, which we don't want it to. We want us 3. If it is, I'd rather risk it with JC Lynn because with Josh, automatic loss. And you're like, Betty, I want us 2 sitting next to each other.
Say that sentence
If
one.
we take the risk with sitting next to Josh, it's an automatic loss.
Yeah.
I want to be sitting next to you, Betty. That's it. I want to sit next to you. With me, I could be like, yeah, obviously, I can't beat Josh. With JC Lynn, I did beat her. With Josh, has always been very like slightly. And realizing like I don't want to take that risk. I want to sit next to you, though, Betty. He said I want to sit next to you, JC Lynn. Honestly, she has Gino, everything. And with Kevin, Josh and him are close. I don't know what I'll say about you.
There's a really good case right now.
Yeah. But in that way, it's like, Betty, I want to sit next to you. And Jason, you know, you've been, you know, I want to sit next to you, like, 2 girls, you know, pull that cold card. So when they don't,
We can say whatever we want. Like, I don't know that it goes. I think we need to talk to Betty.
yeah. Why does the emotional part of the heart feel like, I know it's so stupid because I'm not saying she isn't deserving, she is, but like, I don't know.
Oh, at this point, if she's sitting beside Betty, I'm so sorry to say this, I might vote for her to win. If she flipped me and you, and she ends up sitting there, and Betty doesn't have a good case, like, I literally might vote for JC Lynn to win, which, yeah, that sucks, but I'd also rather I win than Josh or JC Lynn.
What are your points? What's going through your head?
I've actually gotten a lot more simple in my head. I think Josh has the highest chance of winning all 3 comps.
Yeah.
I think Betty has a high chance of winning all 3 comps too.
Yeah.
I think she's a huge fan of the show. I think she's been
100%.
throwing comps the whole season. I think she's using her goodbye messages really strategically. And I think she would have a lot to say if she was in the final.
Oh, definitely. I don't
And
doubt that.
although I was on the JC Lynn as a huge threat to win at the end of the game, I just see the way that, like, she behaves around like Josh and Betty, and like, let's say you or me are sitting beside her. Let's say you're sitting beside her. Me, Josh, who I don't think Josh would. Me, Josh, Betty, Summer. I'm taking Marty, or I'm taking, or well, I don't know if somebody's getting cut from. I don't know what's happening with the jury. Even moose for me or you. Herman
And
and
vice versa, you would annihilate Jason Lynn in this speech.
I don't know. She was really well spoken when you had the veto, but we'll see. But like as soon as she brings up the 5,
Yeah.
boom, I'm coming in with. We literally had it.
I know, that's why you'd have to have her go first.
What?
You'd have to, if you two sitting next to each other, you have to make her go first.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we choose.
True. Just make sure you're on the right, not the left.
I don't think we choose either.
No. How do we spin it to Betty?
I think we just need to be direct. This guy can win all 3 comps. I think it's just that. It's like
Like we all can beat Tracy Lynn.
competitions are so important at this stage. They are. It's how people are going to choose a winner.
The funny thing is, Betty thinks you're a super fan, right?
Yeah.
Yes, she's sussing you, thinks, I don't know if she's just testing me because she
Yeah.
thinks that.
No, I told her at Wendy's. I didn't use the word super fan. I hate that word.
Oh,
But I was like, yeah, I'm a huge fan.
okay, that's fine. But whatever. Anyways, she is one. 110%. I know
Yeah.
she's one. She acts like she's not. And that whole like, how she's there, I don't know. It's just.
Why doesn't she tell us? She doesn't trust us.
No, she doesn't trust anybody.
It's right.
She doesn't trust anybody.
Do you see her looking at this place every day? She's like, and I do it too, but
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
everybody does it.
Yeah.
But the way she looks at it and be like, I can't believe I'm here, you know, like
Yeah.
she's a huge fan.
Massive fan. Massive fan.
Which doesn't mean anything at this point.
No,
like,
it doesn't.
But it does mean that she knows the end game, and she's probably studying. We'll never know, but she's probably studying the same things we are. And like,
I
what
just
do
don't get why she acts like she doesn't know anything though.
I don't know. It's very annoying.
It's just really annoying.
Don't pretend like you don't know the pantry.
Right?
That's embarrassing.
Right?
That's actually embarrassing. Like that is a part of why. Like I said to Jace also today. I said, yeah, I'm huge. Like we're 60 days in. Like it's kind of
For her not to know it. You're telling me you don't know what the teddy bear is at this point? You're lying.
She said the teddy bear.
Yeah, like the question of like, I asked her, oh, what is the green dinosaurs? And I asked her, I don't know the dinosaurs. I don't remember. I asked her a couple. Dude, you're bullshitting me.
Yeah.
You're literally bullshitting me to the extreme.
So how can we trust her? We can't.
We cannot trust her. I know that. I don't trust her. Are you kidding me?
She'll cut you.
I know that.
The more we talk about it, she's gonna cut you.
Yeah. I know that. I'm not dumb to think
She
that.
took me to Wendy's because she wants to sit beside me at the end.
Yeah. I don't doubt Betty. How she told you she first didn't even mention a final 2 at all. Then afterwards, she was close to you. Hey, yeah, Helena brought up a final 2. She was disingenuous. Then that day, she brings up a final 2 with me.
Yeah.
But then don't want to say it 'cause you don't want to jinx it. I'd love to sit next to you. Like, she's very calculated. You don't think
Is
about
she?
that?
I think she's sloppy. I think she's trying to be. I think she's a bit sloppy with it. There's some things that don't make sense. And like that's why like I'm so thankful for this because like like JC Lynn says she's gonna take me to the finals. I could easily not tell you that,
Yeah.
but because we have this, we can
Yeah,
compare notes.
exactly.
You know, like
Yeah.
she proposed a final 2 to me earlier in the day, and I said no.
Yeah. I told you Betty didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, and then I'm like, whatever. And then that day I'm like, she brought it up. And then she asked me. And I will say yes to your face, and then I will say, and I make that decision, I will say no, so I'm taking Kevin. Like, I will do that. At that point, that's the weird thing I think is so weird. even to Josh, I'd be like, yeah, I'm taking Kevin. And to say I wouldn't feel bad? No, I wouldn't. I don't know why I don't feel bad for that. I don't. Jason, you can think, yeah, we're cool, close, whatever. I will cut you like that. Literally cut you like that.
I know. Same.
Even with Betty, I'll cut you. I don't really care. Like, I don't, I'll cut you. The point right now, obviously, they have a good chance to have power, so I can't be all, say with my chest. But
Well, you're going on the block if me or you don't win.
yeah,
We know that.
yeah. Also, I kind of, if I don't win, which I want to win HOH. I want to win HOH. I want to win HOH because I do also think for myself. To Betty.
Yeah.
Give her a heads up.
Do you think it should be me?
To tell him?
No, we gotta tell him
Yeah,
together.
I was like, what? No, what?
No, do you think it should be me to talk to Betty?
Well, you know her. Does she not trust me? Not fully, right?
I think she trusts you. I think she sees you as a threat to win. Do you want to do it together?
I feel like if we do it together, she's gonna think we've been thinking, and then from there, I want her to think that you two are like this.
Yeah. So she's gonna ask if we've spoken about it.
Yeah.
What should I say?
Say I haven't spoken to her yet.
Yeah. And the reason why we're together so much was we were studying, and JC Lynn pitched us, and her pitch was basically Josh is a huge threat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you speak to me, because she needs to think that you two are like this.
Yeah.
And you have to be like, you have to push the whole narrative of business Betty. Betty understands.
Yeah.
Like, you can beat JC Lynn.
Yeah.
You know you can. At this point, I'm thinking also personal, and I think Kalina has also been thinking personal. Josh is all of our friends, but we all can beat JC Lynn. We've done it before, where with Josh we've always been close to beating him, or he's been close to beating us, whatever. We all would take each other over JC Lynn anyways. To say that. We know that for a fact. We're taking us three, and then you throw in your. Obviously, I'm taking you, like you and I.
Yeah.
Or I don't know if you guys had that talk, or you're saying you're undecided, but to her, but
No, I just told her I'll do what's best for me.
okay, yeah,
Do you think I should go for the final two?
yeah. Well, I don't know.
I mean, she
unless-
wants it anyway.
If she wants it, I guess to lock it in, be like, ready it this way. You and I have a chance. You can pump the. You and I have a chance of beating me and Helena, and JC Lynn. With these odds, we have the chance of beating them. We lock it in.
Okay. All right. Let me think.
Think
for,
about it, though,
Let me think for
'cause-
like 20 minutes, and I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna
Yeah,
chat
yeah,
with her
think
because we
about
got
it.
to get in her head over the next like she needs the night to.
Yeah,
Okay.
but she can't tell Josh.
She might.
She might. True, she might. And she does. Whatever, Jason pitched really flipping hard.
What?
Jason pitched really hard. She did. She
Yeah.
made a compelling case.
I'm happy to tell Josh that too. And like I'm good. I'll just be like, yeah, I'm good. She just made a really good case.
We do it the morning of, when there's 1 hour left,
Yeah.
or what, half an hour. I'm gonna cry
I'm
when
gonna
I
cry
be
too.
telling him.
I'm gonna cry too.
Yeah, and it's gonna be like, we are so sorry. He's going to hate us, but then I hope he respects it's a game. in his speech, he may change up his speech and come for us.
Yeah, he might.
Okay, think about it.
Okay.
Also, is something to put on the case, by the way. You said, you know, if you have to another comp, you can say, you know, you took out a duo, Betty and Josh. That point of they have been playing this game since day one.
We took out Betty and Josh 30 days ago.
Sure. But the jury don't know that. Marty will respect that. In the sense of, yeah. Like you think that we were all working together, you know? Like I cut Gino, I was in the Alliance 5, because, you know, boom. Got Josh to cut Marty, boom. Then I had to cut Josh.
Yeah, we have that. This game's tough, eh?
It was so tough.
I'm going for so much therapy after this.
No.
Like, so much.
I know. I honestly think, like, you know what the funny thing is? Robbie's biggest hate in life are liars and backstabbers. I'm thinking Robbie must hate this game or he must hate me, but he knows it's a game. It's like, babe, it's not me. But like, seriously though, he hates, the number one, hates shit talkers. Robbie hates shit talkers. Hates. Like, he will stop talking to somebody if they're shit talkers. Like, he does not like that. Hates shit talkers. Like, constant negative shit talkers about each other. You know, like a friend, they're two friends, they're shit talking each other. He's like, I don't understand that. He's the most loyal person ever. Most loyal person. Hates backstabbers. Cannot stand. Hates liars. Does not get it. This whole game is that premise. And this Matt has never watched it, so I just find it so funny. Obviously, I know he's rooting for us and cheering, you know.
Yeah.
But it's just so funny that everything that he is against and does not believe in, this is what this entire
Are
game
you a
is.
liar and a backstabber
In the real world?
when you're working with little kids
No.
in the real world?
No. Even with my friends, I'm not. Even with my family, I'm not. I'm not this manipulated person. I'm not this calculated person. No, I'm not. At all. But I'm playing a game. I know my family and friends, I know they'd say, if you're playing this game, do whatever the hell you have to do. Say whatever you have to say to win. That is it. I know they're saying that to me.
Yes, they are.
And I know that it's like, that's not who you
Robbie's behind you. He's your biggest supporter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe Susan.
are. Yeah.
Unclear. But he's got your back.
Yeah.
I'm not a liar or manipulator in
know.
my regular life.
I know. We're playing a game.
We're playing a game.
And this is the only chance we get to do be this person.
We're
'Cause we're
never-
never going to be this person in the real world. We can't.
I'm never doing this again.
How draining and
I
mentally exhausting.
don't think they would invite me back, but I'm never doing this.
Never say never, but I don't.
It's amazing. I'm unbelievably thankful.
Beyond
But like it's
the exhaustion it takes out of you, I can't.
this is intense. Like this is really intense.
Like
And
I'd
it's
rather,
intense all the time.
I would rather study for an exam or write a flipping paper. You know what I mean? Like this,
Yeah.
thinking this, I don't know. It's just so
How
much
do you even
more.
sleep?
I know.
You can't.
It's all you think about.
Like the bags under our eyes are just
I know.
like this is day 60 of playing a game. Like yeah, the way I think about it sometimes is like the only time I'm like this in my regular life is when I'm playing a board game. Like there's a board game with sheep. You ever-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You ask me if I have sheep or wheat. I'm not telling you. I'm gonna lie.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna
Yeah.
lie to your face. And
Yeah.
here it's like, yeah, and also like I don't think we lied to like actually maybe the reason why like JC Lynn like was able to do that today is because to me at least, I was just the most direct I've been to I've been to her.
Yeah.
I put it all out there, and I said, listen, like, you have 3 amazing wins. You have Gino in the jury, like, and I don't even know what she did. I can't even put it into words.
It's true though, I guess, and she made that point, so I didn't think of. Gino may not be able to articulate as well as she can for herself, in the sense of the game she's played, because it's gonna look like, you're just pitching for your girl. I do see that point where
Yeah,
it's
but
gonna be like,
you think Marty's not going to be convinced?
yeah, but
We got Marty to do some crazy shit.
we did.
Like, what's our pitch to him? We completely manipulated you the entire game.
Yeah. No, I think he'll respect the Josh thing. For sure. If Josh is thin, Marty's voting for him.
Yeah,
Gino's voting for him.
yeah. Everybody's
is
voting.
Moose's.
It's a unanimous.
It's, yeah. So why are we even taking the risk when we know that for a fact?
We shouldn't. We should.
Like, we know for a fact.
He's on the block on a vic. We said 30 days ago.
I
He's
know.
there at 5 or 6 or 7.
I know.
And 5's the last stop.
It has to be. Like, we know it for a fact. We're taking the risk. We know it. Right.
This one's
it.
This
Fine,
one's
I'm
it.
done. I don't want
we're
it.
not-
That's
I'm not. And if Betty doesn't like it, deal with it.
It is what it is.
But I'll try with her. And if she tells Josh, doesn't matter. If he blows up our game, doesn't matter. It's that simple. He can win the next 3 comps.
Mm-hmm.
We can win 2 out of 3.
We can win.
We're
Yeah.
gonna be able to win 3 out of 3 if we're awesome. But if he's here, we're not winning 3 out of 3.
Yeah.
We're not winning 2 out of 3. He's
No.
winning 2 out of 3.
He's definitely winning. 2 for sure.
And then we put our whole game, like, part of the reason why we built the crash test was because we didn't want to have a 5 versus 4 situation where we're just crossing our fingers every week
Exactly.
that somebody on our side wins HOH. And now, like, what are we doing? We're crossing our fingers that we beat him in a game of trivia about what order of people
Exactly.
we're in. Like,
And
that's,
in the end is the numbers are on his side, and also where he hasn't had to evict anybody on the 5.
yeah.
He has no blood on his hands. I'm sorry, are you kidding me? Summer, she's gonna get over it.
When do we tell Jace? Tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah.
And then we gotta lock in the spot. I don't trust her at all, but we gotta lock in the spot, girls.
Yeah. Do we tell? No, but then her mood's gonna be different. And
We gotta tell
Josh
her
is
to
gonna know.
act.
I know that, but we have to tell her tomorrow.
Do you want to do Thursday?
Or no. My whole thing is, I'll tell her. We can tell her before. She's like, what the hell? Why bullshit? Whatever, all that bullshit. My thing is, I don't want her to act any different. Once we tell her now, then she'll be like, oh yeah, what are you guys thinking about? Yada yada. It's like, hey, we talked about it now.
Yeah.
We made the decision. We locked it in. We know it's best. We locked it in. Like, this is it. Pull her in now. We're done. We should call it tomorrow, not today. Today's a bit hasty.
You can do whatever you want.
I don't know. You want to talk to Betty
My
first?
brain's exhausted.
I know. Should we talk to Betty first?
I want to talk to Betty.
Yeah, let's talk to Betty first before. Because what if we, not saying we are going to. It's, we didn't burn that bridge by flipping blank, yeah.
I'm ready to burn that bridge if it means making the right decision for us.
Okay, talk to Betty.
Okay, but I'm telling her that I haven't spoken to you about this.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'll do it in the next hour or 2.
Okay.
I would pass away here without you. I would
Same.
actually pass away.
Same.
And like,
Dude,
If-
we
you know
have
what?
a chance of winning. We can do it.
and you know what? If we get 3rd and 4th place, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
But let's try.
And
and
I'd
win
go
it.
to Josh and be like, buddy, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Either way, I'm sorry, but
It's decision making with incomplete information.
exactly. The probability of it, though, when you look at it, the stats of it, in every scenario, this man has higher chances. He has the higher numbers in any comps and in votes and everything.
I think we might have a chance, either one of us, beside Betty or Chase. I think they probably beat us, but I know we have zero chance beside Josh.
I know, that's a thing.
Because perception matters, and perception all game has been he's a big threat. You know what's going to happen. One of us is going to win the veto, and we're going to have to choose between Jason and Betty, and it's going to be tough also. But great. Let's put the power in our hands.
Yeah. In that scenario, just for fun, what's the first instinct that comes to your head?
Cut Betty. You.
Cut Betty.
Maybe it'll be easy. We'll see what happens. It depends. You know, maybe one of them wins HOH, and then one of us wins the veto, and then it's easy.
Sure, then they make that decision, they cut them. We'll hope so.
No, maybe
hopefully.
one of them, maybe Jace wins HOH, and then we win the veto. Or if Jace wins both, you know, like,
Oh, true.
fuck it, let her.
True.
Not let her, but like,
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
Worst case is Jace wins HOH and Betty wins the veto.
I believe more that JC Lynn would take us too.
I believe
Then-
Jace Lynn more than Betty.
Yeah.
Is that what you were gonna say?
Yeah.
Do we have the same brain?
Yeah. It definitely.
Betty probably cuts you.
Yeah.
Does Betty want a girls thing? Is that real? Is that her hedging her bets?
No, I'm not hedging that, but that was fake. They're just saying that to hedge your bets in case JC Lynn won veto.
Yeah.
That was just that.
I'm gonna pump you both up as threats to her. Okay. All right. I'm gonna take a 10-minute break and then go to work on
Yes,
this.
sounds good. I'm gonna study here.
What?
I'm gonna study here.
Yeah, good study
Just chill.
session.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I love this game, I love this game, but I cannot handle it. This game makes me feel alive. It makes me feel completely illiterate. It makes me feel completely stupid and dumb. It makes me feel intelligent. It makes me feel smart. It makes me feel physically incapable. Then it makes me feel capable. It makes me feel every single thing you could ever think. I know it sounds so stupid, but it's true. It's mentally exhausted. I'm tired. I'm drained. But my mom said I can do it. My family is rooting behind me. My friends are. My hometown. Hopefully Canada. Hopefully my hometown, I'm saying that, but you know, I hope Surrey has my back. I hope Canada has my back. I'm just so tired. Hope everyone doesn't hate me. I know I can do this. I know I can win this. Why can't I win this? Of course I can win this. I know I can win this. Do I do the right thing or do the smart thing? Do I do the right thing or do I do the smart thing? The right thing is keeping Josh. I know it's that. I know to my core it's keeping Josh. But the smart thing is getting rid of Josh. The right thing to do is to keep Josh. The smart thing to do is get rid of Josh. My friends and my family and everybody's like, you're so horrible. Are you kidding me? But I knew from the beginning, it just makes sense. How am I supposed to look at this man and tell him I'm not keeping him? We shared a bed together. We've been roommates. It's been 60 days. 60 days. 2 months. 2 months. This man has had my back. He has spoke up for me. He's been absolutely amazing. Also, I knew from the beginning this is not going to be easy, but I didn't think it would be this hard, that I was going to get this attached, emotionally attached to these people. Why do I care so much about them? Are you kidding me? In my opinion, I feel like Josh deserves the money more. I can't even look at myself in the mirror. I feel so flippin' dirty and horrible. Like, oh. It's like a shit human. Complete shit on a stick. And everything that I'm not supposed to be in this game. But yeah, maybe that's why I'm here. This is not real life, I know that. But this has been my life for flipping 60 days. I'm winning HOH day 62. Helena wins HOH. I have to win HOH. If I don't win HOH, I'm not flipping winning. I'm not going anywhere. If I don't win, I'm done. I haven't hit the block. 1-2 comps. Are you kidding me? These people aren't my friends. My friends are back home. And honestly, I miss them so much. My friends are literally the most amazing humans inside and out. Every single one of them. I finally, actually, I'm so tired.
Me too.
So tired.
It's bedtime soon.
Do you think it is?
Oh, this one's dirty.
I hope so. Oh my goodness. I'm so bad. Why am I such a shitty person? It's a game, it's a game. I know it's a game, but what does not make it any easier?
Helena, please wake up.
Sorry.
Nap time is over.
Sorry. I had my eyes closed for 2 seconds, my bad. You scared me, big brother. You startled me. keep Josh. I'm a good person. I take Josh out. I'm a bad person. I keep Josh. I lose the game. I take Josh. I have a chance to win. I keep Josh. I do have a slight chance to win. Don't know. Batteries. Is it bedtime soon?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Ew, what the hell is that? Oh no. What is this off of? Oh my. Hi. Studying?
Yeah.
Very nice.
What are you up to? I saw that you got in trouble for sleeping.
You heard that?
Yeah.
She holds my eyes for 10 seconds.
Holy nap. Nap
It
time is
scared the
over.
shit out of me.
Scared the shit out of me too. I was like, what is that girl up to? What's up?
Right. A question for you.
Yeah. Lots of questions tonight.
I know, since we're just laying it on the table.
Yeah, I love it. I actually have one for you too.
Hmm?
I actually have one for you too.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. You give it to me first.
No, you go first.
No, you go first.
I'm just curious if do you and Maddie have something?
No. That's what I want to ask you.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to ask you. Because I feel like you two are getting awfully close. Which is like you have to at this point in the game. But I'm just like, oh my god, what if they have a little something,
No,
something?
pretty much wanted to ask you is, at this point, I expressed to you and I was straight up with you and everything like that on that couch, and I meant it. What, 2 days ago? Was it?
Mm-hmm.
And I do mean that, and I still stick by that. At the point of, I guess, you know, if you hold power, would you, you know, pick Kevin over me? I do believe you, you know, you may be lying to me or whatever you see it. I do think that you'd pick me over Betty.
Oh,
Yeah.
100%. Okay, this is the
But
thing.
with Kevin though, would you pick Kevin in that sense? Would you want to sit next to me in final two, or would you at that point be like, hey, you know what's better for my game type of thing?
Right now, I'm telling Kevin that I want to take him to final two game wise. It makes a lot of sense, I think, for both of us to be sitting next to Kevin. But I think there's part of me that really, something about seeing two women in final two really gets me riled up.
I know.
It just really makes me feel
I know.
like that would be so special. And I feel like that's something we've been talking about all game, but that's something I know that Kevin really fears.
Yeah.
Is like women wanting to go all the way together, kind of like that. So it's never something that I would tell Kevin, so you can't ever say anything like that
Yeah.
to him, because
Yeah.
I think he's really stressed about it, and I think he would cut us because of that.
I get that.
But of course, that is 100% season 10. If there was two women sitting in the finale, I think would be iconic.
I know.
It hasn't happened since season 7. Are you kidding me? Like, come on. It would be so sick. So that's where my head's at.
And then I guess my other question is, or kind of worry or concern, but it's a worry. Let's say Betty is going to go to the ends of the earth to be able to stay.
Yeah,
She's
I
gonna-
know that.
She's gonna pitch. She's gonna talk.
Yep.
She's really good,
Yeah.
and I think,
I'm not easily swayed.
yeah, I guess in that way of like, you know, I don't
Literally,
know.
when Kevin was
She
packing
knows.
his bags, I straight up thought he was being strategic and he was doing it so he didn't end up on the block. That's literally just how my brain works. I
Yeah.
see through people's bullshit, and I know how Betty's treating me now, and I know that if she's ever in a position where she needs me to help her, her act, it switches like this. And I'm not blind to that, and I hate that behavior. And I'm so done with people treating me like
It's
that in the game.
I've seen it. Like I saw something. Obviously, I know it's smarter for me to keep you over Josh. I know that. I've known that, and
I'm glad that you see that.
I knew that moment. Like, oh my god. And obviously, it wasn't smart for me to use a veto, and I, thought about it. Yeah, like
I
you
know.
made that case. It just didn't make sense to me.
I get that.
But at this point, and
So
it's
what's
funny when I spoke to Kev about it, he just wasn't really,
he wasn't
about it.
yeah, wasn't even thinking about it.
Thinking about it. And it was kind of like, okay, that's a vibe. And obviously Betty now switched up and wants to keep Josh. And
I
it's like,
think it's because I'm
more
so-
personal for her, I guess, in a way.
Yeah.
But it's like, game-wise, it's not the best. It's best for her game, yes. It's not best for my game.
To keep Josh.
Yeah.
Of course.
And I see that, and I think the personal aspect of it to be like, not to say, I know this sounds really dumb, but like, I know that this money would change Josh's life. Shared like, you're shared with his siblings every day, and that's also like, to be like, oh, you switched up. I think it's just because that like emotional aspect of it, gets in it, but like, I know like it's not.
I think this money could change everyone's life.
And
I think about how it could change yours too.
Exactly, and that's not to say that you don't deserve it any less than him. I'm not saying that at all.
I do
I'm
think
not
that
saying
he's
that.
very smart though, and I think he does know how to pull on people's emotions, right?
Yeah.
I will say that. And I don't think that he's dark and would lie about
Yeah.
anything or any of that. But I think he does pull out some things from time to time to just amplify,
Yeah.
to remind people.
Yeah, no,
You know?
because it's like they're hard, we're all deserving of the money. We all, whatever. Like, I've been candid of my thing. Like, I'm using the money to change my mom's life, and that's something that, like, I want to, I need to do, and whatever. And like, I know that you deserve the money, and you're whatever, all of that. So that's not it. It's just like, oh, that makes it like that. So
I know
then
that.
you're kind of like, well, you're just thinking because Kevin's gonna vote whatever. It's like, no, it's not that. It's just I've known that you're better at my game, and I see that. And I told you 3 days ago, whatever, how many days ago it was, like the emotional aspect of it, and it's like telling Josh, it's just gonna be really hard.
I know.
And to say that I'm gonna do it tomorrow, no. I think maybe Thursday morning. I don't know, but then it's like, is it better to tell him tomorrow? I don't fucking know. And I know Kev told me, he's like, I want tonight just to think about it, but like, to be honest, I think we're on the same page. We discussed
love
it,
that.
and yeah, but you can't act any different.
Absolutely not. I can put on an acting face. Did you tell Josh to act that one day?
What day?
The day that Gina was leaving?
No, I didn't tell him to act one day. No, I didn't tell him to act.
Okay, because he came out of this room looking really sad, and I was like, oh, they must have had a chat with him. But don't worry, I can do this. I'm gonna act very chill.
Not to say that act, but I'm just saying like, because it isn't like Kev
Well,
said
it's
he
not
wants to
even
sleep
set
on
in
it.
stone,
Yeah, it's
I
not
know.
set in stone. I'm
Exactly.
just saying, but like, yeah, you know where I stand, and I haven't wavered with that, and it would be flipping pretty epic. I honestly, I do think we do have a very fair chance.
I really do too.
Also, another thing, which I really don't give a shit about. I honestly really don't. It's a game. It's whatever. But the shit talking of me, that's
To Betty?
yeah, to Betty,
Yeah.
and apparently that was
I
said.
took about Kevin too, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah, I straight up said what I had to say to stay off the
Yeah,
walk, and it
okay.
didn't work because I was literally giving her my game. I was like, Betty, it just made the most sense because I was mad at you guys.
Yeah.
And then Josh had put me on the block in a triple, so I was like, I was laying it out for her. I was like, they're snakes. I was like, Betty, and I said, Helena and Kevin are fucking snakes.
Yeah.
Don't want to work with them in this game.
Yeah.
Josh put me up on the block in a triple. I'm expendable to him. I don't care about him anymore. Like, I would throw him out, whatever. Literally laid it all out, and I was like, you are literally one person that I would even consider working with moving forward in this game. Laid it all out for her like that.
Yeah.
Because it's just what I felt like I had to do to stay off the block, and I was really angry at you guys. But then she just like, she made an emotional move. She felt played by Gino and I, and she was like, she I guess put me on the block because her ego made her feel like she should, right?
No, I
like she
get
was
that.
playing emotionally.
And even with that, it's like I get it. It's fine. I respect it. Whatever.
It almost works better for
I
us.
respect it. But in the end, yeah, it's like whatever is said and done. I just know, either way. Even I'm just thinking, Betty's gonna, Betty's very smart, and I think
know
people
she is.
underestimate. She's very, very smart.
I know that.
And
That's
the
why I
fact we
think
said,
giving
like, her
her
speech, everything, all that, she's very well spoken. You see the question, she knows exactly what to say, but won't say it herself. Because I can admit, I don't know where shit is exactly. You're telling me, you know what I mean? Like that. No, it's difficult. I know people. I know you know where shit is in the wall. I know
Yeah.
you're smart. I know you know that whole wall.
I know.
Like you do, and you admit, it's like, yeah, I know it. Why would you hide it at this point?
I know.
Like, but yeah, I fucking know it. Okay, great. That's good for you.
We all
Love
know
that.
it's like
But at least
it's not something
you
to
know what the
hide.
green dinosaur is. Why you act like you don't know what it is?
Yeah.
Like I would believe because, I guess I'm saying it for me. Like I don't know where exactly everything is. I know position wise, but like. You know what I mean? Like, I know that you know where everything is. And I know you're not going to be like, no, I'm not going to know. I don't know where everything is. I know that you do. And I don't feel any type of way about that. I fucking love that. It's good. Great.
Well, I
I'll
know where
get there.
things are like in general, like this
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of. I feel like you and I are on the same page with that.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I definitely
The
think she knows
rebuilding
it.
of the
She's
wall.
Marty level. She knows where laugh at the
I think
wall
so
is,
too.
but she's not saying it.
I don't think she would ever. The fact that she was that smart about the whole kitchen thing, like not cooking for everybody, and she said that that's something she thought about, but she was never going to tell, and she didn't want to say it out loud. Some people think she's a gamer. I'm like, what else are you thinking about that you don't want to say? I'm just thinking she is so smart, and by letting her keep Josh, you're letting her keep like muscles, and you're letting her keep another number that's going to fight for her moving forward. That's the way that I look at it. And yeah, maybe she does end up cutting Josh. But she's not taking us. She's taking Kevin.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
So I don't think she's good for either of our games. So the only way to weaken her is to take away Josh. That's just, it sucks that Josh is in the mix there. But Betty literally put him in that position. It's not on us. It's not on you. You're not the one that put him on the block.
Yeah. This game is so mentally draining.
I know.
Like, how do you not feel like a shit person?
I know.
I don't know.
It sucks. But that's why it's so important. Like, it's honestly a lot easier if you just act very cold. Like, if you had no emotions, you know how much easier this game would be?
I know, but who
That's
has no
what-
emotions? I'd love to know.
I know, but very, like, if you're gonna think strategically and logically and just, like, play a game like that, straight up tell the person it is strategic and it's a game move. It's nothing about you personally. What are you supposed to do? And you know that's exactly how Josh plays this game.
Yeah, but
He
this
is freaking
this was even hard with Gino. Like, I struggled really flipping hard.
I know. Sucks. The game is not easy.
I was like, no, I can't. I cannot do this. Like, it was, you know what I mean? But it's like, okay, I know it was a game move. It needs to be done. And in this position, I've known to ride it out with you. I know that.
I just honestly think,
But
and
it's
I'm-
just like, oh, it doesn't make it easier.
I know. I know you and Kevin are like, oh, you little scoundrel, you're doing your thing, you're so good, but and we're like making jokes about it. But I'm not trying to like manipulate anybody. I'm straight up. I hope you know, like I have nothing to hide. I have nothing. I literally won in this game anymore,
I
right?
think
so it's like,
no,
you too.
Yeah, no, but I think it's, my thing is when I pitched him first yesterday when I talked about it, he didn't take me for anything. Like, he didn't take me seriously.
He didn't know that I wanted to go final three with you guys. He didn't know.
Yeah, and that
Yeah,
it
he's
just
like,
was
you
like,
want to go final three
you
with
know,
us?
and you spoke to him, and you flipping got this man's gears going. There's something you'll obviously, have that, which is good. And I'm not saying I'm, like, oh my God, how jealous that he said he was jealous, but like, and that's great. But I'm like, okay, wow, great. I think I lost a little bit of hope that there was a chance to keep it, because when I spoke to him, I didn't think there was. Not say I didn't think there was, but when you spoke to, like, I
When
was like,
I spoke to him, I thought that was game over. He straight up told me I'm voting to keep Josh.
yeah.
And then I just started I was like, okay, well, I have nothing to fucking lose in at this point. And I just, like, I don't even know what happened. I was like, we were just talking, and then I was like, I'll just explain to you. And I was talking in circles. I sounded like an idiot at first. I was like, I don't even know what I'm saying. And then as I was unpacking it was like clicking for me too. Like, it's like I was making discoveries as I was saying it. And I was like, oh my God. So then as I was figuring more out, like why it makes more sense to keep me, we were like figuring it out at the same time. And then I was getting excited and really like passionate about it. And then he was like, holy shit. And I was like, holy shit. And I think that's why it's like I didn't even realize how much it made sense until I was like unpacking it with him. Because he's very just blunt. He's like, no, that's fucking stupid. He's like, you're lying or whatever. And I'm just like, he puts you on the spot. He makes you like dive deeper into like why you're thinking that way. And I was like, holy shit.
He's flipping smart too, man.
He's so smart. He's not messing around. But I think he knows that going final three with us is his only chance. The fact that the jury is our side or alliance that did a lot of the winning at the end of the games. That's why, like, the other alliance is stacked in a jury because our alliance was doing the winning. So we literally have no choice but to cut people that are remaining in that alliance to ensure that our alliance has the chance to win. Because if we're sitting next to somebody from the other alliance, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
We don't really have a chance because we put them all there.
Yeah.
So the only fair shot is to have 3 people from the same group.
Yeah. Okay, another question.
Yeah.
And you can be honest.
I love this.
I know you will be
Let's
honest.
hash this out.
If you win HOH, even though I really want to win HOH, and I think the only way I will stay if I win HOH, but you know,
Yeah.
I know us 3 will be only ones playing HOH. We're all going to want it really bad, even though I want it more, because I know that people are like thinking, obviously she hasn't hit the block. If you win HOH, are you going to end my streak?
I haven't actually thought about who I'd put up in HOH as Betty.
You have 3 options.
I could
It'd either be, would you put
Betty.
me and Betty, or
I
you
would never
put
put you and Kevin. And I would never put you and Kevin side by side. It would either be you and Betty or Kevin and Betty. But I haven't decided that.
Okay.
I haven't actually thought about that, but either way it's gonna have to be one of you.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I totally
if-
get that.
honestly, who knows who wins? I think that I end up hitting the block with one of you too.
Yeah.
I think that you would put me and Betty and not Kevin. That's how I feel. And I think
I would see both options,
exactly.
to be honest. But yeah.
I haven't even like thought that far, but honestly, it shouldn't even matter. I don't want to be the one that you're streak. Don't worry, I really don't. I really don't. At this point, it's hard for me to even think about fucking HOH because I don't even know if I'm gonna be here. So I haven't even thought that far. Honest to God, like. But that is obviously something that we would have a conversation about.
Okay.
All of us.
Yeah.
If that's what we're doing, if we're
No,
working
that's fair.
together. And all I know is it all comes down to the POV anyway.
Exactly.
Like, one of us would just have to win the POV, vote out Betty. That's literally it. One of us is going to hit the block next week, if I'm still here. It's just
Yeah,
it's
that's
just a
just a
fact.
fact.
Yeah.
Either way, I guess it's just like. It's just a question, just curious.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
saying,
actually,
no, you
I
can't.
actually haven't
or
thought
don't
about that.
do that. Otherwise, I'm not going to vote for you. I'm
No.
not saying that. It was just a question.
Obviously, it's tempting to end the streak.
Yeah, of course,
Just
of
kidding.
course it is.
But no, of course we would have
The
a
only thing I
discussion.
got going for
if
myself.
if I won HOH, of course we'd have a chat. I would
Yeah.
give you and Kevin both a fair chance
Yeah.
to chat with me, and the fact that I see myself going further with you in the game, obviously I value you, and so I wouldn't want to piss you off. So I'll just say that.
Fair enough.
That's how I'm looking at it.
Hopefully, I made HOH, and that doesn't need to happen.
There you go. Exactly.
I know, I just have this feeling if I don't win HOH, it's just my days are, ugh. 'Cause everyone wants Kevin, and I know that.
I know.
Just makes sense.
I know. But freaking Kevin, he could just pull out a win this week. We have no idea.
I know. Watch
And
him be
then
a
we're
super,
literally then we're
watch him
all
be
equal.
a super flippin' genius, and next thing you know,
Next thing you know, we're all equal, and it's like, do we even want to? Would that even
spits
be
out
a
a bunch
thing?
of facts and flippin' shit, and just be like, what?
I know. I'm glad that you're like hearing me out. I got frustrated, and I'm sorry when we were chatting, but just hearing you say at this point in the game, like, and I know that's not how you're thinking, but even just hearing the words come out of your mouth that like Josh is so sweet and nice, it just makes me,
It triggers you.
it triggers me. It does. Because it's just like at this point in the game, that shouldn't even be a factor. You should be thinking about yourself. Like, you deserve to be here. You deserve to win. So you need to think about who's going to get you further. Don't think about Josh, what Josh wants, what he needs. Just like you yourself, like, you deserve to be here. It's not about...
Yeah, we all deserve to be here. We're all here
Exactly.
for a reason.
So like, you
We're all
need to think
representing
about
something.
what helps you
Yeah,
get further.
yeah.
So that's why I got frustrated. I'm sorry.
No, I get it. No, I think it's just because, I did a shitty thing last week, and I just feel, and it'd be a shitty thing to do to you too. I'm not saying it's not. It's still, either way, it's like I did a shitty thing, and this week I just thought maybe it wouldn't be shitty, but it's just as shitty. It would be shitty taking you out. It'd be really shit taking Josh out. It'd be really shit taking you out. You know what I mean? Like, both, I think, it's just both shitty.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm not going to act like it's not.
No, and I know
Because
that.
it
And I
is.
think that's why this game is so hard, because the relationships are so much deeper at this level in the game now.
Yeah. But I know now, obviously. I want you in this game, so.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys actually like hearing me out. I feel like you've been very like receptive to what I'm saying, which I appreciate a lot, because I was counting myself out. I was like, there's just no chance.
I told you, why? It's not never say never. Like, you haven't even had
know.
your chat with anything.
I
You don't even know.
I just thought there was just absolutely no chance. So I'm just really happy that at least like you're listening, Kevin's listening. You didn't expect that. Him.
Like this man, I don't know. He's just different. I don't get it. I don't know it. I don't know. You introduced me to him, and like I don't really understand. So
He's his own thing.
yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's great. Day 48, Marty wins Mount HOH. Day 49, Marty nominates Betty and Josh. Day 50, 100 more minutes of hell, Betty wins. Day 52, Marty makes us drop freaking gummy bears out of a fucking jar. Gino goes up on the damn block. So annoying and disgusting. And then day 55, Gino goes home. Day 55, Josh wins. Josh wins in Challenge Time Machine. Puts up Mia, Summer, and Marty. I win in Something Clock POV. And then Marty and Summer go home. And then
Hello. How's it going?
Just the three of us here, right?
Yeah. Owie.
I've been having second thoughts about keeping Josh.
What?
I just know they both need to go,
Yeah.
and I worry about. I just worry about him like winning out. That's my main concern. I think that I believe in us. I just think there's a good chance he wins the HOH, and then there's a good chance he wins the POV. And I don't actually think he would come after me at the Final Four. I think it would be one of you. I just like... I think he's one of the smartest people I've ever met in my life. And I think that a lot of people have like talked about, you know, Josh as like, you know, the comp, whatever. I actually think his brain is his best quality. And at this stage in the game, that scares me. Sorry, I'm just putting it out there. I'm not going to do, I want to talk with this together.
No, yeah, okay. No, 100%, I know, we all know he's smart, he's intelligent, but so is JC Lynn.
yeah.
She is.
They both are really smart, and they're both really intelligent.
when I was thinking about like I woke up this morning like, yes, like save Josh, and that's all this. Like, I hung out with him all day yesterday, and I love him so much, and it wouldn't be a head decision. It would be this decision, and like, let's say he wins 1 out of 2 next week. He has 2 chances against 2 of us to get to the final HOH. And then one of us is just like in a $100,000 trivia game. That to me is like too much of a variable. Like the probability is just like not there. Whereas like I've seen JC Lynn
Win 3 comps
I've also seen her lose a couple.
and come in second in the triple trivia as well. I'm just looking at both options.
Yeah,
Second in
Yeah,
2
as we
trivia
should.
comps.
as we should. Second to Josh.
Second, no, in the doors, they were both in second together and Jess took that home.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're both really, really good.
I
And-
just think what Kev said to me this morning really has resonated, just in terms of Gino has been in jury advocating for Jace for the last week, and he will continue to do so until she hits that final 2 spot. That's a huge advantage.
That's true. She beats any of us.
That means
Yeah, but the thing is, though, that's true.
They both beat any of us. It's just how do we get there?
But what jury-wise, though, they both have people, so I don't know. I guess I can speak for myself in the way I see them both as competitors. They both have people in jury. Like we can't. I see obviously Gino is for Jace.
I mean,
But-
Moose and Hermon for
I know, but also there's people for Josh as well.
I do
For
think
sure.
I think that 100%.
100%. They
Even
both have
Summer.
people.
Summer will come around.
You don't know that though.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. You're right.
I could think she could go for either one of them, Josh or Jace.
Yeah.
I think so.
And if Josh or Jace win out, it doesn't matter who's there.
What does that mean? What do you mean? Wait, no.
Like if they win HOH, beat out HOH, you win the game. Without question. Like, how do you not vote for that person? Doesn't matter who they're sitting beside of the 3 of us. Like I have no arguments at that point. I'm just like,
Yeah.
good
No,
work.
I get.
let's get to the vote.
I will. I get that. Yeah. I'd be lying if I wouldn't say keeping Josh is more emotional. Like, not thinking more with my heart. I would say yes, yeah, 100%. I'm not gonna act like it's not.
Yeah.
Like it is. Like, I like Josh more than I like JC Lynn. That's a fact.
I also think, I don't know, like, I didn't have a conversation with JC Lynn the same way you did today. Like, I don't know what she said to you.
You should.
Yeah.
Josh.
Did you have a good, compelling convo with her?
I did have a good chat. But then again, I just don't know. Hello.
Do you all want to reenact the Expedia incident?
Not really.
Okay,
No.
Sorry, bad joke.
No, not at all. Not at all. You say this flippin' weirdest shit sometimes. I cannot.
How did it go, Kevin? How did it go in your mind?
In my mind, actually,
How do you remember it?
I remember that everybody wanted Gino out, and it was just like a weird group. And that's why we couldn't come to a decision, and then we walked out without a decision, and then it was a disaster.
That's too funny.
You?
I remember being in here. We were all like, okay, so do we want Gino out or do we want Jess out? Because if we want Gino out, we have an opportunity. And then everyone was kind of murmuring and interrupting each other. In my mind, there was a lot of talking going on. You couldn't really hear anyone else. And then you hear Marty say, oh, well, you know, I felt like this put a huge target on my back. And then I said, I think, so Marty, do you want Gino out or do you want to keep him? And then he didn't say anything. And then I remember someone saying, so are we going to vote him out or not? Thumbs up. I actually don't remember who put up thumbs up. And then it was just like, okay, so we don't have the votes, so we're not doing this.
I don't remember, so we don't have the votes. We're not doing this. I remember them calling us to the main room, and we were undecided, and we're like chatting.
No, I thought we weren't doing it, and the thing is like, okay, no, we're not doing this then, like, where we're at, and then it wasn't clear, so.
Oh yeah, that's where we left it off at.
It wasn't clear.
That was the cliffhanger.
Yeah.
No, the way I remember it, you and Betty saw Marty suffering on that couch, and then you came up with a diabolical plan to get him to turn on Gino and break them up. So you brought him in here with his two closest allies, and then you made up this plan, and you got in his head. But you never expected him to win HOH, did you?
No,
Didn't plan for that
not
one.
at all.
That's the way I remember it.
That is diabolical.
Genius.
It's hot as hell in here today.
Yeah.
It really is. It's so tight. Like, oh my God, I closed my eyes for 10 seconds, and I got called out so hard it shook me. Like, actually startled me.
Sometimes Big Brother makes me feel really good.
Yeah.
That's good. I need to get up and do the dishes.
I'll help you.
Tonight?
'Cause
No,
you're
no,
doing them right
no,
now.
no, you
Don't mind
cook.
helping you.
No, y'all.
I didn't cook.
It'll
I
give us
said-
something to do, honestly. I feel like,
It's just hot as hell in here. I'm just like, I can't stay in here.
yeah.
No, I'm gonna get up.
I'm down to do the dishes.
2 minutes. I'll get. No, you cook, dude. I'm
Take
doing
the
it.
help.
Yeah, let's just do them.
I'm gonna get up in 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna get up.
What's up, everybody?
What's up, Jace?
Oh my God, I thought I smelled garlic. Yum, some guac
You
at
want
the
to sit
beach.
here? I might just go wash the dishes, get them done. I'm feeling like I'm
I'm
over.
gonna do them.
No, I'll do it. It's fine.
I'm getting up.
Oh my God, I just threw sand up here. Holy crap, I'm tired.
Yeah.
Oh,
Gotta be bedtime soon. I think.
Today's day 60.
Champagne over there.
60.
Like I've been eating so much salt, I'm parched.
I've been in the bath, like going pee every flipping like half an hour. I feel like. But yeah, I don't feel like hydrated at all.
It's weird. And I feel like I'm just thirsty all the time.
Yeah.
it feels as dry as week 1.
You think it feels as dry as week 1?
Yeah, my eyes are just so dry.
Damn.
Interesting. Wonder if it's because you're like extra tired.
Yeah, I look like
That might
shit.
Feel like it. Feel like shit.
I look like a hot pile of shit.
I feel like that too.
Me too.
I don't want a camera on me.
I know every mirror I look into, I'm like, oh my God, my bags are huge.
And I looked at my hair. I'm like, on it. Whoa. I'm like, all right.
This game's
What's
exhausting.
your deal?
It is.
And then you get to the point you honestly don't give a shit. Like, I
No.
don't care. I really don't, and I
know.
should. I definitely should. Like it's it's just less people. Like we're clearly on TV.
I know, it's like you're on more now than ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I always come in here with a
I
full
wonder if it
sweatsuit on.
shows. I wonder if it shows like the progression of like trying outfits, looks, everything to. This is y'all. This is the real me though. Like I kid you not. Every single day I look like this. I go to work looking like this. Hair literally in a bun, like track pants. This is me every day, and I know that everyone's like, "Wow, I can't believe she did it," and I did, and I am there. I was going there, and I was. It is what it is.
You still look cute.
Thank you.
I can never really tell when you're not wearing makeup.
Wow, thanks. It's a compliment.
Straight up.
Thanks.
I'm so lucky.
Vice versa though. You do your makeup like looks like second skin. It's just you're covering.
I do really natural, but it's covering redness and scarring.
Yeah, but it's not cakey at all, which I think is great.
Thank you.
You know, if people want cakey, do cakey. But
Need a facial when I get home.
When you get on that, like, I'm gonna get no, I can't say that. So I got a facial one time from a spa, and it was like, it's a legit like celebrity spa.
Okay.
And so when I called, they're like, oh, like, are you an actor? Are you in film? And it was like before we were coming on here. And I was like, yeah, totally. Like, I actually am shooting a TV show in like a month. They're like, no, we have the film discount. So when you come and book with us, feel free to use the 50% discount.
What?
So I used it. I'm not even kidding you. I'm not even kidding you. The facial is originally $400.
oh my goodness.
Okay.
Why would she even just offer that up without like making sure that you were serious?
I know.
Did you say the show?
What?
I didn't say the show. I didn't say the show.
What? So what do you get for $400?
You get like this mask that they put on top of you. It honestly looks terrifying. It looks like a Halloween mask. It's like has like LED lights that light
Oh,
up.
that
I know exactly
one.
what
I know the
yeah, my mom
exact
wants that
one.
home.
Really?
Yeah, my brother and I
I
got it for
want one of
Christmas.
those.
God.
Yeah.
You got one?
Yeah, from the online place. We got it for Christmas for 2 years
I
ago.
want one of those.
And they used like all of these massages and oils and whatever. And I felt amazing after.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
So you paid 200.
Yeah.
They like take out.
I just
things
wanted
out of
to
your
try
pores.
it once.
They take out your pores. And
Yeah.
And then
Everything.
Oh my
suction
god,
thing?
that's amazing.
Yeah, they did the suction thing. It was so
full-
disgusting. It
And
actually
you see all
smells
the
gross.
dirt, and you saw the dirt. In
Yeah.
You
your
got to see it?
Oh, I
Yeah,
love
it's
that.
like all the oil and
I
like
love that.
that.
my pores were so open after. I felt so fresh.
Aren't you glowing after? You're like, whoa, it looks like porcelain.
Yeah.
How do you ensure
It
that the
literally- I
pores
felt
don't
so
fill
smooth.
Because then they conceal after. Have you got that type? I can't say the brand of the type of facial it is. 'Cause it's a brand of the that machine where it sucks it all out.
Oh,
And then they
the
shove.
aqua one?
Huh?
The aqua one? Like the water one? Hydra?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
And then
yeah.
they shove like minerals back in your like in the serum back in your face, like little like.
Okay, yeah.
And then it seals it because it closes your pores. And then yeah.
God damn, I need one
you got the
so
full
bad. I
treatment.
can't believe you got a
amazing.
50% off. Are you
I
gonna go
know.
back and like do the same thing?
I mean, yeah, if they hear this, probably not, but
Yeah, but you can be like,
But you weren't lying though.
you
no,
were
I
lying at
wasn't
all.
lying.
This is a show.
I wanted to ask
Amazing.
them like what celebrities, but for the confidentiality, they couldn't tell me.
Oh
But it's
my
like
God.
whenever
It's in
people
Vancouver?
film, I guess they go there. It's
Wow.
in Yaletown.
I
Sorry,
love
I'm giving
that.
out all to me.
Oh, I think I
need
think
to
know.
shut up.
I think
Oh
I
my
know.
god.
Did they Google
I
you?
think I know.
It's so cool.
I think I know. On social media, you see like before and after pictures of things that they do.
I
Like a med
believe.
spa?
Do they do
I should
plastic
stop
surgery
saying-
too?
I should stop.
Pardon?
Do they do plastic surgery
No,
too?
they
Is that
don't
one
do
of
No,
those?
they don't do
cosmetic
plastic
procedures.
surgery.
Med spa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
know
love-
exactly what you're talking about.
My guilty
Actually, I
pleasure
can't
is
say it, never
looking
mind.
at before and afters of like celebrity plastic surgeon places or celebrity like med spas and stuff. I love looking at before and afters. I don't know what it is. I'm obsessed.
Me too.
I can't handle
Dude, I used to
it.
follow this girl
It
on
looks like a whole
social
new
media and her plastic journey, her plastic surgery journey. And it was like, whoa, like, you know, she like went to Colombia, I think it is. She got a full BBL. And like, I don't know, I followed the page and I was like fully like, she had like drains hanging from her, everything. I was so into
Ah, So wild though what
Yeah.
they do. Something about it, I don't know. I could never do it myself because I just feel like I'm too indecisive, and then I would I think I'd just be too scared. Like something
sort of spring
permanent, like a
that on
nose
ya.
job or something, I'd be too scared that
Sort
I'd
of
want my
spring
old
that
one
on ya.
back and then I couldn't get it back, you know?
just-
But I love looking at other
just running
people.
the
I don't know
scenarios.
what it is. It's so satisfying to me.
I'm gonna keep thinking.
Sounds good. I will too.
Yeah. And
What?
I think also like either one is a W, you know?
Yeah, I just need to think about it more. Like you made some points, but I think it's important for me to. I'm a processor, so I think it's, and I'm also always looking at fact, not
Yeah.
speculation. So I just want to make sure I, make sense.
And I'm going through like this is bad. This is bad. I'm going through like surfs up, red light, green light, tough sledding, like just like running all of them and like
Yeah. Makes sense. It's also, yeah.
because the real question, like that I'm asking myself simply is like, who's better at comps? Like it's actually a very simple question because I think they both destroy any of us at the end.
100%, especially someone who's won 3 in the most intense positions, but someone who's come in second for a bunch.
For everything,
Yeah.
not surfs up.
Yeah. So it's like 3 wins under the belt, or somebody who comes in second all the time.
It's not
Somebody-
simple.
That's right.
It's not simple.
Someone who does extremely well under pressure, or someone who does consistently well.
Yeah. And then there's also the like, we think certain things, but like I know beside Josh, any of us lose. I think beside Chase, any of us lose, but I also think there's a little sliver of hope. Like,
You think?
you were,
Beside Chase?
let's say I'm sitting there.
Yeah.
I might have a chance at Luke. I might have a chance at Summer. I might have a chance at Marty.
I think.
I think if you're there, Amon votes for you. Moose, I think votes for you.
I think.
Summer votes for you.
I think Marty votes for Jason.
You think so?
100%.
He does like
She
the
has an
comp ones.
excellent job. Exactly. Gina votes. I don't know though. Like, I think it was just what you said to me earlier that got in my head. But
Yeah.
again, I need to really process.
And I woke up in the morning so sure. Over the course of the day.
It was just I think it was the advocating part. I was like, yeah, that is so deep. Because nobody knows what your game is.
Moose and Armand advocating for Josh because I think they were upset because they thought he was their number one. But if Moose, Armand, and Summer all come in saying Josh is our number one,
Yeah, that's a good point.
like that's also like
That is a really good point.
and then me, the Hurricanes.
We'll cut you this second. We'll cut you and
Oh, I don't trust a word she said to me.
That's what I worry about. Like, she's so good. Did you hear her here saying that she doesn't lie in the game?
That was ridiculous. What was that? What was
Exactly.
that? I was trying not to laugh.
Exactly. So I'm worried about that, like, just in terms of, you feel that comfortable lying in it with folks that know your game, like 40% of your game. Like,
I simply don't trust the word she says.
what are you saying to other folks? Again, and this is just something to think about. It's does consistently well. So it's like, this is like, I don't know what makes sense, but I do know that whatever she, and if I was out with her, it's hard for me to believe a word she says.
Oh, I don't believe a word she says.
Yeah.
No matter what. She's like,
And if you have a shot, or if I have have a shot. It's like, I know it's not looking good and I'm by our side, but
I know.
if someone sees you absolute garbage versus someone who, I don't know, I really don't know. I think I'm just talking shit right now.
Well, no, like let's talk it out. Like there's no like.
Yeah, like I really don't know. It's like I see Josh as somebody who really doesn't do well under pressure. Like,
Really?
gave up his game to Marty, and don't say this to him, he promised. He gave up his game in red light, green light to Marty because he said he couldn't do it anymore. He said he broke down because it was too much pressure, and was like, I just can't do it. Like, gave up because he said the nerves got the best of him and ate at him.
Do you believe it?
100%. I don't think that guy's lied to me. And I'm like, and he's sharing with me in pressure, in moments of pressure, it's hard for me to, like, I can't. This is something about the physical. Yes. Didn't I tell you that?
No.
And I was like, what the fuck does that mean? He's like, I thought he would have just given it to me. I'm like, Marty? Isn't that wild? So I don't know what the right answer is.
I don't know either. I just don't think it's simple at all.
Yeah.
I thought it was, but it's not.
He didn't say he gave up his game, but he said that he felt like very pressured. He felt like he did. And his body gave up, is what he said. But I don't know. Like both, like I said to you earlier this week, both getting any one of those out looks good for me at the end of the day.
I think the optics of getting Josh out look better for you.
Yeah, keeping Jason is how scares me a little bit.
It's scary. Literally, she could, if she wins the veto, there's no way to know until she votes somebody out of what she's doing. If she wins the veto, we are walking around here on eggshells for how everybody do.
I think she's taking her, yeah.
You think
If you don't win this way, I don't know. Like that tells me.
and then voting you and me out.
Yeah. I think that's easy. 100%. How do you not see that?
What makes you say that? Because they're close.
No, she said that Helena's her number one.
She said that?
Yeah, she said that.
Really?
100% she
When?
said that. Helena told me that. She told me that she told her that she's her number one.
Oh, like earlier in the game.
I think she told her that. Again, this is speculation.
Well,
But I
she-
just...
No, they were yelling. On the triple, in their fight, Jace yelled. I told you, Jace yelled at her and said,
Helena told me that
you were
too.
number one.
I don't really know, but I don't know.
It ain't easy.
Yeah.
It's not easy. It's tough.
I don't know.
Pardon?
I don't know.
Are you actually good either way?
Yeah, I think that, like, I feel okay.
Okay.
What about you?
I'm good either way.
Yeah.
In this moment, I think saving the scary one is the better game move.
Gotcha.
I would rather go to the BB Can Awards with Josh by like a significant amount.
Yeah.
But I don't want to think about that as
I'm not thinking about the awards. I'm thinking about Final Four and what that means for my game.
I think it's better for all three of us right now. We'll see what the board is, but like right now, I think it's better for all three of us now. I just think we have a better shot at going into the three.
Yeah, I don't know. Has she promised you to take you to the end? Are you sure?
Yeah, and if she did, I wouldn't go with it. She made me a lot of promises, but I don't.
Yeah.
Like I can't trust a word she says.
I know, and that scares me.
It's terrifying.
It's like, at that point, I know it scares me, but I guess we're at that point in the game. Have you had game chats with Josh since he's been on the block?
Yeah, I've told him that I'm very likely seeing him.
Oh, you have?
Yeah. this read. I would want to tell him on Thursday though. I wouldn't want to.
Is this your final decision, saving Jace?
I don't know
Is that what you're leaning towards?
right now, but I want to make sure we're on the same page. I want to make sure Helena's on the same page. Like, just because I feel like this right now doesn't mean it's the right decision. I might wake up in the morning and feel different, and I know you hate that.
Yeah, I do. Just because, but I don't hate it. It's just like, I don't have any power this week. It's you guys that control the house, right? Like,
I know, but we talked about doing this together.
yeah, so I think it just hit me by surprise, but yeah, that's usually what this game does.
So you want to keep Josh?
I feel like at this point that there's pros and cons to them both.
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
What are the pros of Josh?
The pros of Jace, or the pros of Josh, is I've seen him fumble
Yeah.
multiple times at the end.
Yeah.
And I think I'm hanging on to that sliver that there is a chance that I could beat him. If that happens, I beat him in 100 more minutes. You know, you've beat him in Party, Casino.fun. Helena beat him in
Expedia.
in Expedia and in the toothbrush comp. It's like, those were tough comps, and we all beat him. So I think because of like seeing that, it's like maybe I'm hanging on to the fact that there's a chance I could beat him again. You know what I mean? Whereas when Jace wins, it's winning by a landslide.
The only landslide she won was Master Baker.
Master Baker was extremely difficult.
Yeah.
It was one of the hardest comps we've had. And she beat Josh by an absolute landslide. And it's just like, I know that you think he's holding back, but I don't know. Maybe that's what I'm holding on to. I just think that sometimes when Jace is in go mode, it's like I don't stand a chance. Especially with all of this riding on it. It's like, it freaks me out. But again, I don't know.
What are the pros of Jace?
The pros of Jace is she does push a woman's narrative. So like, just in terms of like, I don't know, being at home and stuff, I like to clean, it helps me.
I would go to bed soon.
What?
I'd be interested in going to bed soon.
Oh good, I got it.
Thank you for doing this, by the way.
Yeah, no worries. It helps me when I've got a lot on my mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Brush the teeth. Keep it easy.
I will do the rest now, please.
It's good, I got it. Yeah, of course, helps me.
Kev, I need this sleep.
I think we're not in a great place.
No, we're not.
Like this is tired.
Are you,
Also, I don't know where my
you only
toothbrush
noticing
went.
it, or you notice that too, right? And it's making me feel intense all the time.
What does this look like?
It looks like that. This one.
Is it out of its case?
Yeah.
Was it there
Yeah.
Almost feel
with
like
no label on the bottom?
Yeah.
something.
Oh, someone was just talking about that one the other day. Okay, where did it go? Is it pink? Is it black?
Yeah.
It has a purple head. It's white.
To the diary room.
Oh.
Is it okay if I chat with you a little bit before?
Wonderful. You know, I was checking the window.
She's like, did I even brush my teeth today? That's gross.
You must have. That's so weird.
Yeah, I'll wear my retainer or whatever.
Oh shit.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. You can't stop saying it.
Polina, did you see my toothbrush by chance?
Oh, is that yours with the no?
No label.
Oh yeah. Sorry. I love Tanisha's. I put it in Tanisha's case.
Okay, okay. All right.
My bad.
No worries.
That's yours. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, because I had to get a new one.
Oh, okay. My bad. Yeah, it's
In Tanisha's?
yeah, in the case.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know why I thought it was just Tanisha.
No, you're good. Do you want help?
No, not at all.
Okay.
turn this on tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Do you have to do that so I can finish? Yeah. I just like whatever we decide is cool. I just don't like rash decisions.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I
And
understand
I feel that energy from him.
Yes. Where it's off all day today?
Off all day
Right?
today, all day yesterday. He had a conversation with JC Lynn, and now
Yeah.
he's coming and saying that she's better for our game.
Yes.
And I'm okay with that. I would
Yeah.
just like to know why.
Yes. So Sarah, I'm sitting there and this is I'm like, okay, like I'm just I'm
It's
trying
like
to
I speculate that Josh can win the next 3. I'm like, why though? You won the toothbrush one. I won 100 more minutes. He won partycasino.fun. If JC Lynn is the better option, I swear to God I'm okay with it. I just want to know why.
Yeah, and I think we need to sit down and talk and ask because
Yeah, and I don't have any power this week,
Yeah.
so it's just like, I just would like to know in advance.
And I will say, like I'm not like I said, I'm like to keep Josh for me more. I guess it is right now. I'm thinking emotional.
Is it though?
To put it down, I think so, and I think so. But I'd like to know how all of a sudden he has switched up. Like,
He's like, I think that Josh can win the next 3 comps.
but I also think Jason Lynn can win too.
Exactly.
I do
I think
think
they
that.
both can.
I think they both can. But I don't know. I guess was he thinking before? I'm thinking like, was he thinking before more friendship? Say no, Josh and we're close. I'm thinking, is it that? And now like what? Like, I want to know all of a sudden now for Kevin to be like this. I want to know.
He doesn't have some confidence in himself right now. I feel like he's doubting himself.
Yeah.
It's the vibe, but this is just me speculating. It's not
Yeah.
what he said.
So I'd like to, like all of a sudden now, because he's been like,
Jittery, right?
yes,
Like very like scattered.
yes. Where I'm like, okay,
I just want to make sure this is the right decision that we're making.
exactly.
That's it. And it's you guys are making, not me.
I know, but I know I want. Like I wouldn't, if it was to take JC Lynn type of thing, like to keep JC Lynn, sorry, I'd want us 3 though. I wouldn't want it to make sure that it's not that.
Yeah, like I don't
it's
want to feel
that-
like Kevin's the one making the decision and I'm just agreeing to it.
Exactly.
Even
That's
though I
why
don't have any power, but I feel
Yeah.
like
it'd be a
I didn't put
collective
like
decision.
I'm not saying I didn't put him or you on the block, but
Yeah.
I feel like I wanted to do that so we could build trust, and I almost feel
Exactly.
like it's almost like I'm gonna do whatever I want kind of thing, and I'm
Yeah.
like, you
No, but I
guys
hope
can't.
he's discussing. He's not making the decision. That's the thing. It's a
No,
discussion.
no, no.
You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
no, definitely.
Anyway, thanks for talking with me. I think it was.
We have no toilet.
On our last toilet paper in the bathroom.
Oh God. Okay.
At this point, everyone is talking. So it is what it is. Yeah. Okay. I think that we can kind of sleep on it and then
Yeah,
just.
and I think I don't.
Are you leaning more
no,
towards keeping
no,
Jace?
no decision is made.
Yeah.
I just want to know now, like, okay, because I did say, even, and between you and I did say like both options, like they're both strong, they're both this.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to know, like, okay, why is it good to keep Jason Lynn now? Because
He had a
before,
convo with her. He said, and she got in his head.
I had a convo with her too the other day, like when she chatted, and it's funny because yesterday I had the convo with her, and it was like she felt, like her time was. She felt like this. She sensed that she was going type of thing, and she had a vision, whatever.
Sure.
So, in that way, when I did talk to her, she made compelling points, and like I told you that.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
she didn't make compelling points. Obviously, she's talked to Kevin, she made compelling points. So, I'd
Yeah.
like to know what those compelling points are for him.
Yeah, I would love
You know
to
what I
know.
mean? I'd love to know that.
Totally, and I want to know how that benefits the game because that's here what I came to play. At the end of the day, whatever happens, I just would like to know a little bit more why. And I'm so grateful you're a little bit more logical.
Yeah, so I agree. I want to, I want to.
Yeah.
It ain't like it's. You can't just say all this right now.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, but I want to know. Also, think in different scenarios. With. Also, I do think that, which we even said, like we both are logical people. We want to make it our best chances to be in.
Yeah.
So I want to know now. Also, I thought he was the same. Thinks the same. But now all of a sudden like this, what is making that? I want to
And
see
so
that.
like this, being
Yes.
like, I want to vote to vote
Exactly.
Josh out. I'm like, okay, but why?
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay. Cool. I'm glad I'm.
Yeah. Hello.
What's up?
Where's everybody?
upstairs?
We'll check.
Huh?
Why do you want to keep Jason?
What?
Why do you want to keep Jason?
I think she'll be easier to get out than Josh. But like, I'm down for whatever.
I'm gonna get some water and go to bed.
Make that cold for you.
I'll wash my hands.
Yeah, no worries. I need a garbage bag. Sorry. This guy's absolutely fucking nuts. I can't handle this right now. Good night. Just need a minute. I know I need to go to bed. I can't even play this game anymore. Like, what? I know, I just need a minute. I'm like, what? What is going on? I'm like, I don't want to do this. This is not what I want to do. I hope that you guys can respect that. I'm so upset right now. Can't even function. Oh my god, I can't believe I didn't put Kevin's ass on the block. I'm such an idiot. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is the worst thing that could have ever happened. I'm so upset. Oh my god. He's a freak of human nature, I swear to god. Like, he's so fucking weird, I can't even handle him. Okay, so just be calm. I'm just like, what? I don't know, like, it just, for me, it's like, really? I don't know, I don't see this being a benefit to anybody right now. I don't know, that's just me. telling you. This is actually fucked up. I hate Kevin. Okay. Oh my fucking god. I should never put Josh on the block. Oh my god. Oh god. I just feel like I don't know what's best. I personally. Oh, I can't do this anymore, man. This is so intense.
Fuck, what did she, oh my god, I was supposed to tell you what she said. Oh my god, why am I forgetting? I'm blanking.
I don't know, Helena.
Sorry, I don't know why I'm getting like, what the hell, I'm getting like, I'm a watchable person. Oh yeah, I want a decision to make us for us three. If I didn't put you two up by building trust. I thought about trust with us. That's why, you know, it just makes like, it's not just, you know, one person decision. You know, we all have to agree with it. Me not putting you two up is building trust with you two.
Her reaction says everything to
I
me.
know. She's like, I need to think about it. I can't just make a rash decision. It's freaking me out.
Tomorrow, do you want to tell her that you agree?
Yeah, I'm like, I thought about it and I'm like,
Tomorrow in the morning?
yeah. I haven't chatted with JC.
What?
She's like, I haven't chatted with JC. I go, I did. I'm like, the other day I did speak to her and told you she made valid points to me. And now she's chatting with him, with Kevin.
Yeah, tomorrow you should tell her you want him out.
Okay. Should I say you should chat with JC and see what she says to you?
Yeah, but I don't know what she's gonna say. They're gonna find out about the thing about Keaton is they're gonna find out about the final threes. They will.
Yeah,
But
they will.
with Josh, they don't.
Yeah.
But I think it's the right decision either way because he can't. She was like, yeah, JC Lane won Master Baker. Alina won whatever. Alina won Expedia against him. And in my head, I'm like, yes. But Expedia was the only one of those three that he was actually trying for.
I know. Okay, let's sleep on it. I know we know, but
I think we know.
I know. The reaction says it all.
The reaction says it all.
I know.
It's not even, come on.
I know. Okay, good night. It's like good night.
Good night.
Like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm so upset right now. Like, I can't even fucking handle life. This guy is a monster. I'm sorry. He is a fucking monster. I swear, just please. You have to start talking to him like that.
Just be
He's got to talk to him like that. He's got to be like, oh my god, this guy is a monster. I've never met anyone like him. Oh my god. And he just springs this on me before bed. I don't know, like, but it's just like, I don't know, it just, to me, I didn't think I would be in Josh. Why? Do you know what I mean? When she's like this, I literally, I'm trying to, like, I don't let people get in my head. I was like, I'm trying to be done, you know. But, like, I'm literally, what has decisions
Why'd I do that?
Because I think she really, really wants
Josh.
Josh. Which doesn't matter,
Yeah.
but like,
To try to ease it a little.
but like she won't be on to Mio and Helena if we end up going that way.
Okay. It's a good idea. The last 2 conversations I had with her, she was just so like straight to the point about pretty much. It just was very obvious she wanted to keep Josh. She just doesn't care what I have to say. So I could definitely try to have that conversation tomorrow.
Okay.
It's a good idea.
Are we scheming again?
We might be scheming again.
We'll see.
We'll see.
I'm not making any promises. but
Don't
we
need
might-
to.
We might be scheming again.
Okay. I love that, Kev.
Huh?
I love that, Kev.
Good night.
You're a smart man.
You're a smart woman.
Thank you.
I've known that since day one.
Thank you, Kev. You know I've known that about you since day one. Thought you were the evil genius.
Yeah,
You know that, I think.
yeah. Genius, villain, super fan. I got it. Neurosurgeon.
Neurosurgeon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then I went to CEO, billionaire. You really give off wild vibes.
Yeah, you name it, I got it.
The vibes are everywhere, but like they're all sick.
I've said this before. The next guy who comes in here wearing glasses is just in even more trouble. He's just done. He is no.
He should know by now. He should know by now. Straight up. It's hilarious. All because of glasses. I really think if you weren't wearing them, you wouldn't have gotten that.
Oh yeah, it's different. It's a different story.
It's so funny.
And now we have this beautiful sunset.
It's amazing. As hectic as today might have been for you, I'm really glad that we had that conversation. And I'm excited. I'm happy happy you're listening and taking it all in, and I'm excited to see where this goes.
I'm excited to see where this goes. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Perfect. Yeah,
I'm
me
gonna wake
too.
up in the morning and see if I believe everything you said.
Okay.
We'll see. But we're having
Oh my God.
we're having fun, no?
You're so nuts. Okay. Okay.
I told you.
Fingers crossed.
I don't trust anyone.
I know you don't. It's for the best in here, obviously.
All right. Good night.
Okay. Good night, Kev. I mean it though. Done, yeah.
Which part?
All of it.